Huckleberry Finn. Scene: the Mississippi Valley. Time: 40 to 50 years ago. Chapter 1. You don't know about me without you have read a book by the name of The Adventures of Tom Sawyer. But that ain't no matter. That book was made by Mr. Mark Twain, and he told the truth, mainly. There was things which he stretched, but mainly he told the truth. That is nothing. I never seen anybody but lied one time or another, without it was Aunt Polly or the widow, or maybe Mary. Aunt Polly, Tom's Aunt Polly, she is, and Mary and the widow Douglas is all told about in that book, which is mostly a true book, with some stretchers, as I said before. Now the way that the book winds up is this. Tom and me found the money that the robbers hid in the cave, and it made us rich. We got $6,000 apiece, all gold. It was an awful sight of money when it was piled up. Well, Judge Thatcher, he took it and put it out at interest, and it fetched us $1 a day apiece all the year round, more than a body could tell what to do with. The widow Douglas, she took me for her son, and allowed she would civilize me. But it was rough living in the house all the time, considering how dismal, regular, and decent the widow was in all her ways. And so, when I couldn't stand it no longer, I lit out. I got into my old rags and my sugar hogshead again and was free and satisfied. But Tom Sawyer, he hunted me up and said he was going to start a band of robbers and I might join if I would go back to the widow and be respectable. So I went back. The widow, she cried over me and called me a poor lost lamb, and she called me a lot of other names too, but she never meant no harm by it. She put me in them new clothes again, and I couldn't do nothing but sweat and feel all cramped up. Well, then the old thing commenced again. The widow rung the bell for supper, and you had to come to time. When you got to the table, you couldn't go right to eating, but you had to wait for the widow to tuck down her head and grumble a little over the victuals, though there weren't really anything the matter with them. That is nothing, only everything was cooked by itself in a barrel of odds and ends. It is different. Things get mixed up and the juice kind of swaps around and the things go better. After supper, she got out her book and learned me about Moses and the bulrushers, and I was in a sweat to find out all about him. But by and by she let it out that Moses had been dead a considerable long time, so then I didn't care no more about him because I don't take no stock in dead people. Pretty soon I wanted to smoke and asked the widow to let me, but she wouldn't. She said it was a mean practice and wasn't clean, and I must try to not do it any more. That is just the way with some people. They get down on a thing when they don't know nothing about it. Here she was, bothering about Moses, which was no kin to her and no use to anybody, being gone, you see, yet finding a power of fault with me for doing a thing that had some good in it. And she took snuff, too. Of course that was all right because she done it herself. Her sister, Miss Watson, a tolerable slim old maid with goggles on, had just come to live with her and took a set at me now with a spelling book. She worked me middling hard for about an hour, and then the widow made her ease up. I couldn't stood it much longer. Then for an hour it was deadly dull, and I was fidgety. Miss Watson would say, "Don't put your feet up there, Huckleberry, and don't scrunch up like that." Huckleberry sat up straight, and pretty soon she would say, "Don't gap and stretch like that, Huckleberry. Why don't you try to behave?" Then she told me all about the bad place, and I said I wished I was there. She got mad then, but I didn't mean no harm. All I wanted was to go somewheres. All I wanted was a change. I weren't particular. She said it was wicked to say what I said she wouldn't say it for the whole world. She was going to live so as to go to the good place. Well, I couldn't see no advantage in going where she was going, so I made up my mind I wouldn't try for it. But I never said so, because it would only make trouble and wouldn't do no good. Now she had got a start, and she went on and told me all about the good place. She said all a body would have to do there was to go around all day long with a harp and sing forever and ever. So I didn't think much of it. But I never said so. I asked her if she reckoned Tom Sawyer would go there, and she said not by a considerable sight. I was glad about that because I wanted him and me to be together. Miss Watson, she kept pecking at me, and it got tiresome and lonesome. By and by they fetched the niggers in and had prayers, and then everybody was off to bed. I went up to my room with a piece of candle and put it on the table. Then I sat down in a chair by the window and tried to think of something cheerful, but it weren't no use. I felt so lonesome, I most wished I was dead. The stars were shining, and the leaves rustled in the woods ever so mournful, and I heard an owl, away off, hoo-hooing about somebody that was dead, and a whip-poor-will, and a dog crying about somebody that was going to die, and the wind was trying to whisper something to me, and I couldn't make out what it was. And so it made the cold shivers run over me. Then away out in the woods, I heard that kind of a sound that a ghost makes when it wants to tell about something that's on its mind and can't make itself understood, and so can't rest easy in its grave, and has to go about that way every night grieving. I got so downhearted and scared I did wish I had some company. Pretty soon a spider went crawling up my shoulder, and I flipped it off, and it lit in the candle, and before I could budge it, was all shriveled up. I didn't need anybody to tell me that that was an awful bad sign and would fetch me some bad luck, so I was scared and most shook the clothes off of me. I got up and turned around in my tracks 3 times and crossed my breast every time, and then I tied up a little lock of my hair with a thread to keep witches away. But I hadn't no confidence. You do that when you've lost a horseshoe that you've found, instead of nailing it up over the door, but I hadn't ever heard anybody say it was any way to keep off bad luck when you'd killed a spider. I sat down again, shaking all over, and got out my pipe for a smoke, for the house was all as still as death now, and so the widow wouldn't know. Well, after a long time I heard the clock away off in the town go boom, 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 12 licks, and all still again, stiller than ever. Pretty soon I heard a twig snap down in the dark amongst the trees. Something was a-stirring. I sat still and listened. Directly I could just barely hear a underscore meow underscore down there. That was good, says I. Underscore meow underscore as soft as I could, and then I put out the light and scrambled out of the window onto the shed. Then I slipped down to the ground and crawled in among the trees, and, sure enough, there was Tom Sawyer waiting for me. Chapter 2. We went tiptoeing along a path amongst the trees back towards the end of the widow's garden, stooping down so as the branches wouldn't scrape our heads. When we was passing by the kitchen, I fell over a root and made a noise. We crouched down and laid still. Miss Watson's big nigger, named Jim, was sitting in the kitchen door. We could see him pretty clear because there was a light behind him. He got up and stretched his neck out about a minute listening. Then he says, "Who da?" He listened some more, then he come tiptoeing down and stood right between us. We could have touched him, nearly. Well, likely it was minutes. And minutes that there weren't a sound, and we all there so close together. There was a place on my ankle that got to itching, but I daren't scratch it, and then my ear begun to itch, and next my back, right between my shoulders. Seemed like I'd die if I couldn't scratch. Well, I've noticed that thing plenty times since. If you are with the quality, or at a funeral, or trying to go to sleep when you ain't sleepy, if you are anywheres where it won't do for you to scratch, why, you will itch all over and upwards of 1,000 places. Pretty soon Jim says, "Say, who is you? War is you? Dog my cat, see if I didn't hear something." Well, I know what I's going to do. I's going to set down here and listen till I hears it again. So he sat down on the ground betwixt me and Tom. He leaned his back up against a tree and stretched his legs out till one of them most touched one of mine. My nose begun to itch. It itched till the tears come into my eyes, but I daren't scratch. Then it begun to itch on the inside. Next I got to itching underneath. I didn't know how I was going to set still. This miserableness went on as much as 6 or 7 minutes, but it seemed a sight longer than that. I was itching in 11 different places now. I reckoned I couldn't stand it more'n a minute longer, but I set my teeth hard and got ready to try. Just then, Jim begun to breathe heavy. Next he begun to snore, and then I was pretty soon comfortable again. Tom, he made a sign to me, kind of little noise with his mouth, and we went creeping away on our hands and knees. When we was 10 foot off, Tom whispered to me and wanted to tie Jim to the tree for fun. But I said, no, he might wake and make a disturbance, and then they'd find out I warn't in. Then Tom said he hadn't got candles enough, and he would slip in the kitchen and get some more. I didn't want him to try. I said Jim might wake up and come. But Tom wanted to risk it, so we slid in there and got 3 candles, and Tom laid 5 cents on the table for pay. Then we got out, and I was in a sweat to get away, but nothing would do Tom, but he must crawl to where Jim was on his hands and knees and play something on him. I waited, and it seemed a good while. Everything was so still and lonesome. As soon as Tom was back, we cut along the path around the garden fence, and by fetched up on the steep top of the hill the other side of the house. Tom said he slipped Jim's hat off of his head and hung it on a limb right over him, and Jim stirred a little, but he didn't wake. Afterwards Jim said the witches bewitched him and put him in a trance, and rode him all over the state, and then set him under the trees again, and hung his hat on a limb to show who done it. And next time Jim told it, he said they rode him down to New Orleans, and after that, every time he told it he spread it more and more, till by he said they rode him all over the world, and tired him most to death, and his back was all over saddle boils. Jim was monstrous proud about it, and he got so he wouldn't hardly notice the other niggers. Niggers would come miles to hear Jim tell about it, and he was more looked up to than any nigger in that country. Strange niggers would stand with their mouths open and look him all over, same as if he was a wonder. Niggers is always talking about witches in the dark by the kitchen fire, but whenever one was talking and letting on to know all about such things, Jim would happen in and say, "H.M., what you know about witches?" And that nigger was corked up and had to take a back seat. Jim always kept that 5-center piece round his neck with a string, and said it was a charm the devil give to him with his own hands, and told him he could cure anybody with it and fetch witches whenever he wanted to, just by saying something to it, but he never told what it was. He said to it, niggers would come from all around there and give Jim anything they had just for a sight of that 5-center piece, but they wouldn't touch it because the devil had had his hands on it. Jim was most ruined for a servant because he got stuck up on account of having seen the devil and been rode by witches. Well, when Tom and me got to the edge of the hilltop, we looked away down into the village and could see 3 or 4 lights twinkling where there was sick folks, maybe, and the stars over us was sparkling ever so fine, and down by the village was the river a whole mile, broad and awful still and grand. We went down the hill and found Joe Harper and Ben Rogers and 2 or 3 more of the boys hid in the old tan yard. So we unhitched a skiff and pulled down the river 2.5 miles to the big scar on the hillside and went ashore. We went to a clump of bushes, and Tom made everybody swear to keep the secret, and then showed them a hole in the hill, right in the thickest part of the bushes. Then we lit the candles and crawled in on our hands and knees. We went about 200 yards, and then the cave opened up. Tom poked about amongst the passages and pretty soon ducked under a wall where you wouldn't have noticed that there was a hole. We went along a narrow place and got into a kind of room, all damp and sweaty and cold, and there we stopped. Tom says, "Now, we'll start this band of robbers and call it Tom Sawyer's Gang. Everybody that wants to join has got to take an oath and write his name in blood." Everybody was willing. So Tom got out a sheet of paper that he had wrote the oath on and read it. It swore every boy to stick to the band and never tell any of the secrets, and if anybody done anything to any boy in the band, whichever boy was ordered to kill that person. And his family must do it, and he mustn't eat, and he mustn't sleep till he had killed them and hacked a cross in their breasts, which was the sign of the band. And nobody that didn't belong to the band could use that mark, and if he did, he must be sued. And if he done it again, he must be killed. And if anybody that belonged to the band told the secrets, he must have his throat cut and then have his carcass burnt up and the ashes scattered all around, and his name blotted off of the list with blood and never mentioned again by the gang, but have a curse put on it and be forgot forever. Everybody said it was a real beautiful oath and asked Tom if he got it out of his own head. He said some of it, but the rest was out of pirate books and robber books, and every gang that was high-toned had it. Some thought it would be good to kill the families of boys that told the secrets. Tom said it was a good idea, so he took a pencil and wrote it in. Then Ben Rogers says, "Here's Huck Finn. He hain't got no family. What you going to do about him?" "Well, hain't he got a father?" says Tom Sawyer. "Yes, he's got a father, but you can't never find him these days. He used to lay drunk with the hogs in the tan yard, but he hain't been seen in these parts for a year or more. They talked it over, and they was going to rule me out because they said every boy must have a family or somebody to kill, or else it wouldn't be fair and square for the others. Well, nobody could think of anything to do. Everybody was stumped and set still. I was most ready to cry, but all at once I thought of a way, and so I offered them Miss Watson. They could kill her. Everybody said, 'Oh, she'll do. That's all right. Huck can come in.' Then they all stuck a pin in their fingers to get blood to sign with, and I made my mark on the paper. 'Now,' says Ben Rogers, 'what's the line of business of this gang?' 'Nothing, only robbery and murder,' Tom said. 'But who are we going to rob? Houses or cattle or stuff?' 'Stealing cattle and such things ain't robbery. It's burglary,' says Tom Sawyer. 'We ain't burglars. That ain't no sort of style. We are highwaymen. We stop stages and carriages on the road with masks on and kill the people and take their watches and money.' 'Must we always kill the people?' 'Oh, certainly. It's best. Some authorities think different, but mostly it's considered best to kill them, except some that you bring to the cave here and keep them till they're ransomed.' 'Ransomed? What's that?' 'I don't know, but that's what they do. I've seen it in books, and so, of course, that's what we've got to do.' 'But how can we do it if we don't know what it is?' 'Why, blame it all, we've got to do it. Don't I tell you it's in the books? Do you want to go to doing different from what's in the books and get things all muddled up?' 'Oh, that's all very fine to say, Tom Sawyer, but how in the nation are these fellows going to be ransomed if we don't know how to do it to them? That's the thing I want to get at. Now, what do you reckon it is?' 'Well, I don't know. But per APS, if we keep them till they're ransomed, it means that we keep them till they're dead. Now, that's something That'll answer. Why couldn't you said that before? We'll keep them till they're ransomed to death, and a bothersome lot they'll be, too, eating up everything and always trying to get loose.' 'How you talk, Ben Rogers. How can they get loose when there's a guard over them, ready to shoot them down if they move a peg?' 'A guard? Well, that is good. So somebody's got to set up all night and never get any sleep just so as to watch them. I think that's foolishness. Why can't a body take a club and ransom them as soon as they get here?' 'Because it ain't in the books, so that's why. Now, Ben Rogers, do you want to do things regular, or don't you? That's the idea. Don't you reckon that the people that made the books knows what's the correct thing to do? Do you reckon you can learn anything? Not by a good deal. No, sir. We'll just go on and ransom them in the regular way. All right. I don't mind, but I say it's a fool way anyhow. Say, do we kill the women too? Well, Ben Rogers, if I was as ignorant as you, I wouldn't let on.
Kill
The women? No. Nobody ever saw anything in the books like that. You fetch them to the cave, and you're always as polite as pie to them. And by they fall in love with you, and never want to go home any more. Well, if that's the way I'm agreed, but I don't take no stock in it. Mighty soon we'll have the cave so cluttered up with women and fellows, waiting to be ransomed, that there won't be no place for the robbers. But go ahead, I ain't got nothing to say. Little Tommy Barnes was asleep now, and when they waked him up he was scared and cried, and said he wanted to go home to his ma, and didn't want to be a robber anymore. So they all made fun of him, and called him crybaby, and that made him mad, and he said he would go straight and tell all the secrets. But Tom gave him 5 cents to keep quiet, and said we would all go home and meet next week and rob somebody and kill some people. Ben Rogers said he couldn't get out much, only Sundays, and so he wanted to begin next Sunday, but all the boys said it would be wicked to do it on Sunday, and that settled the thing. They agreed to get together and fix a day as soon as they could, and then we elected Tom Sawyer first captain and Joe Harper second captain of the gang, and so started home. I clumb up the shed and crept into my window just before day was breaking. My new clothes was all greased up and clayey, and I was dog-tired. Chapter 3. Well, I got a good going over in the morning from old Miss Watson on account of my clothes, but the widow she didn't scold, but only cleaned off the grease and clay, and looked so sorry that I thought I would behave a while if I could. Then Miss Watson she took me in the closet and prayed, but nothing come of it. She told me to pray every day, and whatever I asked for I would get it. But it weren't so. I tried it once. I got a fish line, but no hooks. It weren't any good to me without hooks. I tried for the hooks 3 or 4 times, but somehow I couldn't make it work. By and by, one day, I asked Miss Watson to try for me, but she said I was a fool. She never told me why, and I couldn't make it out no way. I sat down one time back in the woods and had a long think about it. I says to myself, if a body can get anything they pray for, why don't Deacon Wynn get back the money he lost on pork? Why can't the widow get back her silver snuff box that was stole? Why can't Miss Watson fat up? No, says I to myself, there ain't nothing in it. I went and told the widow about it, and she said the thing a body could get by praying for. It was spiritual gifts. This was too many for me, but she told me what she meant. I must help other people and do everything I could for other people, and look out for them all the time and never think about myself. This was including Miss Watson as I took it. I went out in the woods and turned it over in my mind a long time, but I couldn't see no advantage about it, except for the other people. So, at last I reckoned I wouldn't worry about it anymore, but just let it go. Sometimes the widow would take me one side and talk about Providence in a way to make a body's mouth water, but maybe next day Miss Watson would take hold and knock it all down again. I judged I could see that there was 2 Providences, and a poor chap would stand considerable show with the widow's Providence, but if Miss Watson's got him, there weren't no help for him anymore. I thought it all out, and reckoned I would belong to the widow's if he wanted me, though I couldn't make out how he was going to be any better off then than what he was before, seeing I was so ignorant and so kind of low down and ornery. Pap he hadn't been seen for more than a year, and that was comfortable for me. I didn't want to see him no more. He used to always whale me when he was sober and could get his hands on me, though I used to take to the woods most of the time when he was around. Well, about this time, he was found in the river drowned dead, about 12 miles above town, so people said they judged it was him. Anyway, said this drowned dead man was just his size and was ragged and had uncommon long hair, which was all like Pap, but they couldn't make nothing out of the face because it had been in the water so long it weren't much like a face at all. They said he was floating on his back in the water. They took him and buried him on the bank. But I weren't comfortable long, because I happened to think of something. I knowed mighty well that a drowned dead man don't float on his back, but on his face. So I knowed then that this warn't pap, but a woman dressed up in a man's clothes. So I was uncomfortable again. I judged the old man would turn up again. By and by, though I wished he wouldn't. We played robber now and then about a month, and then I resigned. All the boys did. We hadn't robbed nobody, hadn't killed any people, but only just pretended. We used to hop out of the woods and go charging down on hog drivers and women in carts taking garden stuff to market. But we never hived any of them. Tom Sawyer called the hogs ingots, and he called the turnips and stuff jewelry, and we would go to the cave and powwow over what we had done and how many people we had killed and marked. But I couldn't see no profit in it. One time Tom sent a boy to run about town with a blazing stick, which he called a slogan, which was the sign for the gang to get together. And then he said he had got secret news by his spies that next day a whole parcel of Spanish merchants and rich Arabs was going to camp in Cave Hollow, with 200 elephants and 600 camels and over 1,000 Sumter mules all loaded down with demons, and they didn't have only a guard of 400 soldiers, and so we would lay in ambuscade, as he called it, and kill the lot and scoop the things. He said we must lick up our swords and guns and get ready. He never could go after even a turnip cart, but he must have the swords and guns all scoured up for it, though they was only lath and broomsticks, and you might scour at them till you rotted, and then they weren't worth a mouthful of ashes more than what they was before. I didn't believe we could lick such a crowd of Spaniards and Arabs, but I wanted to see the camels and elephants, so I was on hand next day, Saturday, in the ambuscade, and when we got the word we rushed out of the woods and down the hill. But there weren't no Spaniards and Arabs, and there weren't no camels nor no elephants. It weren't anything but a Sunday school picnic, and only a primer class at that. We busted it up and chased the children up the hollow, but we never got anything but some donuts and jam, though Ben Rogers got a rag doll and Joe Harper got a hymn book and a tract, and then the teacher charged in and made us drop everything and cut. I didn't see no demons, and I told Tom Sawyer so. He said there was loads of them there anyway, and he said there was Arabs there, too, and elephants and things. I said, why couldn't we see them then? He said if I weren't so ignorant, but had read a book called Don Quixote, I would know without asking. He said it was all done by enchantment. He said there was hundreds of soldiers there and elephants and treasure, and so on, but we had enemies which he called magicians, and they had turned the whole thing into an infant Sunday school, just out of spite. I said, all right, then the thing for us to do was to go for the magicians. Tom Sawyer said I was a numbskull. Why, said he, a magician could call up a lot of genies and they would hash you up like nothing before you could say Jack Robinson. They are as tall as a tree and as big around as a church. Well, I says, I suppose we got some genies to help underscore us under. Can't we lick the other crowd then? How you going to get them? I don't know. How do they get them? Why, they rub an old tin lamp or an iron ring, and then the genies come tearing in, with the thunder and lightning ripping around, and the smoke rolling, and everything they're told to do they up and do it. They don't think nothing of pulling a shot tower up by the roots, and belting a Sunday school superintendent over the head with it, or any other man who makes them tear around so. Why, whoever rubs the lamp or the ring, they belong to whoever rubs the lamp or the ring, and they've got to do whatever he says. If he tells them to build a palace 40 miles long out of demons, and fill it full of chewing gum, or whatever you want, and fetch an emperor's daughter from China for you to marry, they've got to do it, and they've Got to do it before sunup next morning, too. And more, they've got to. Waltz that palace around over the country, wherever you want it, you understand. Well, says I think they are a pack of flatheads for not keeping the palace themselves, stead of fooling them away like that. And what's more, if I was one of them, I would see a man in Jericho before I would drop my business and come to him for the rubbing of an old tin lamp. How you talk, Huck Finn. By you'd underscore to come when he rubbed it, whether you wanted to or not. What? And I as high as a tree, and as big as a church? All right, then. I would come, but I lay I'd make that man climb the highest tree there was in the country. Shucks, it ain't no use to talk to you, Huck Finn. You don't seem to know anything, somehow, perfect saphead. I thought all this over for 2 or 3 days, and then I reckoned I would see if there was anything in it. I got an old tin lamp and an iron ring, and went out in the woods and rubbed till I sweat like an Injun, calculating to build a palace and sell it, but it warn't no use, none of the genies come. So then I judged that all that stuff was only just one of Tom Sawyer's lies. I reckoned he believed in the Arabs and the elephants, but as for me, I think different. It had all the marks of a Sunday school. Chapter 4. Well, 3 or 4 months run along, and it was well into the winter. Now, I had been to school most all the time, and could spell, and read, and write just a little, and could say the multiplication table up to 6 times 7 is 35, and I don't reckon I could ever get any further than that if I was to live forever. I don't take no stock in mathematics anyway. At first I hated the school, but by and by I got so I could stand it. Whenever I got uncommon tired, I played hooky, and the hiding I got next day done me good and cheered me up. So the longer I went to school, the easier it got to be. I was getting sort of used to the widows' ways, too, and they weren't so raspy on me. Living in a house and sleeping in a bed pulled on me pretty tight mostly, but before the cold weather I used to slide out and sleep in the woods sometimes, and so that was a rest to me. I liked the old ways best, but I was getting so I liked the new ones, too, a little bit. The widow said I was coming along slow but sure, and doing very satisfactory. She said she warn't ashamed of me. One morning I happened to turn over the salt cellar at breakfast. I reached for some of it as quick as I could to throw over my left shoulder and keep off the bad luck, but Miss Watson was in ahead of me and crossed me off. She says, "Take your hands away, Huckleberry, what a mess you are always making." The widow put in a good word for me, but that weren't going to keep off the bad luck. I knowed that well enough. I started out after breakfast, feeling worried and shaky, and wondering where it was going to fall on me and what it was going to be. There is ways to keep off some kinds of bad luck, but this wasn't one of them kind. So I never tried to do anything but just poked along, low-spirited and on the watch out. I went down to the front garden and clumb over the stile where you go through the high board fence. There was an inch of new snow on the ground, and I seen somebody's tracks. They had come up from the quarry and stood around the stile a while, and then went on around the garden fence. It was funny they hadn't come in after standing around so. I couldn't make it out. It was very curious, somehow. I was going to follow around, but I stooped down to look at the tracks first. I didn't notice anything at first, but next I did. There was a cross in the left boot heel made with big nails to keep off the devil. I was up in a second and shinning down the hill. I looked over my shoulder every now and then, but I didn't see nobody. I was at Judge Thatcher's as quick as I could get there. He said, "Why, my boy, you are all out of breath. Did you come for your interest?" "No, sir." I says, "Is there some for me?" "Oh, yes, a half-yearly is in last night, over $150. Quite a fortune for you. You had better let me invest it along with your 6,000, because if you take it you'll spend it." "No, sir." I says, "I don't want to spend it. I don't want it at all, nor the 6,000 nother. I want you to take it. I want to give it to you. The 6,000 and all." He looked surprised. He couldn't seem to make it out. He says, "Why, what can you mean, my boy?" I says, "Don't you ask me no questions about it, please. You'll take it, won't you?" He says, "Well, I'm puzzled. Is something the matter?" "Please take it," says I, "and don't ask me nothing, then I won't have to tell no lies." He studied a while, and then he says, "Oh, I think I see. You want to sell all your property to me, not give it." That's the correct idea. Then he wrote something on a paper and read it over, and says, "There, you see it says for a consideration. That means I have bought it of you and paid you for it. Here's $1 for you. Now you sign it." So I signed it and left. Miss Watson's nigger, Jim, had a hairball as big as your fist, which had been took out of the fourth stomach of an ox, and he used to do magic with it. He said there was a spirit inside of it, and it knowed everything. So I went to him that night and told him Pap was here again, for I found his tracks in the snow. What I wanted to know was what he was going to do, and was he going to stay. Jim got out his hairball and said something over it, and then he held it up and dropped it on the floor. It fell pretty solid and only rolled about an inch. Jim tried it again and then another time, and it acted just the same. Jim got down on his knees and put his ear against it and listened. But it weren't no use. He said it wouldn't talk. He said sometimes it wouldn't talk without money. I told him I had an old slick counterfeit quarter that weren't no good because the brass showed through the silver a little, and it wouldn't pass nohow, even if the brass didn't show, because it was so slick it felt greasy, and so that would tell on it every time. I reckoned I wouldn't say nothing about the $1 I got from the judge. I said it was pretty bad money, but maybe the hairball would take it because maybe it wouldn't know the difference. Jim smelled it and bit it and rubbed it and said he would manage so the hairball would think it was good. He said he would split open a raw Irish potato and stick the quarter in between and keep it there all night, and next morning you couldn't see no brass, and it wouldn't feel greasy no more, and so anybody in town would take it in a minute, let alone a hairball. Well, I knowed a potato would do that before, but I had forgot it. Jim put the quarter under the hairball and got down and listened again. This time he said the hairball was all right. He said it would tell my whole fortune if I wanted it to. I says, "Go on." So the hairball talked to Jim, and Jim told it to me. He says, "Yo, old father don't know yet what he's a-gwine to do. Sometimes he spec he'll go away, and den again he spec he'll stay. The best way is to res easy and let the ol' man take his own way. Days two angels hoverin' roon 'bout him. One is white and shiny, and t'other one is black. The white one gets him to go right a little while, den the black one sail and en bust it all up. A body can't tell yet which one gwine to fetch. Hoye motti loss. But you is all right. You gwine to have considerable trouble in yo life and considerable joy. Sometimes you gwine to get hurt, and sometimes you gwine to get sick, but every time you's gwine to get well agin. Days two gals flyin' 'bout you in yo life. One M's light and t'other one is dark. One is rich and t'other is pet. You's gwine to marry da one fust and a rich one by and by. You wants to keep way fum da water as much as you kin, and don't run no risk. Case it's down into bills dat you's gwine to get hung." When I lit my candle and went up to my room that night, there sat Pap, his own self. Chapter 5. I had shut the door too. Then I turned around, and there he was. I used to be scared of him all the time. He tanned me so much. I reckoned I was scared now, too, but in a minute I see I was mistaken. That is, after the first jolt, as you may say, when my breath sort of hitched, he being so unexpected, but right away after I see I weren't scared of him worth bothering about. He was most 50, and he looked it. His hair was long and tangled and greasy and hung down, and you could see his eyes shining through like he was behind vines. It was all black, no gray. So was his long, mixed-up whiskers. There weren't no color in his face, where his face showed. It was white. Not like another man's white, but a white to make a body sick, a white to make a body's flesh crawl, a tree-toad white, a fish-belly white. As for his clothes, just rags, that was all. He had one ankle resting on t'other knee, the boot on that foot was busted, and two of his toes stuck through, and he worked them now and then. His hat was laying on the floor, an old black slouch with the top caved in, like a lid. I stood looking at him. He sat there looking at me, with his chair tilted back a little. I set the candle down. I noticed the window was up, so he had clumb in by the shed. He kept looking me all over. By and by he says, "Starchy clothes very. You think you're a good deal of a big bug. Don't you. Maybe I am, maybe I ain't," I says. "Don't you give me none o' your lip," says he. "You've put on considerable many frills since I've been away. I'll take you down a peg before I get done with you. You're educated, too, they say, can read and write. You think you're better 'n your father, now, don't you, because he can't? I'll take it out of you. Who told you you might meddle with such highfalutin foolishness, hey? Who told you you could?" "The widow. She told me." "The widow, hey? And who told the widow she could put in her shovel about a thing that ain't none of her business?" "Nobody never told her." "Well, I'll learn her how to meddle. And looky here, you drop that school, you hear? I'll learn people to bring up a boy to put on airs over his own father and let on to be better 'n what he is. You lemme catch you fooling around that school again, you hear? Your mother couldn't read, and she couldn't write, nother, before she died. None of the family couldn't before they died. I can't. And here you're swelling yourself up like this. I ain't the man to stand it, you hear? Say, lemme hear you read." I took up a book and begun something about General Washington and the wars. When I'd read about a half a minute, he fetched the book a whack with his hand and knocked it across the house. He says, "It's so. You can do it. I had my doubts when you told me. Now looky here. You stop that putting on frills. I won't have it. I'll lay for you, my smarty, and if I catch you about that school, I'll tin you good. First, you know you'll get religion, too. I never see such a son." He took up a little blue and yaller picture of some cows and a boy, and says, "What's this?" "It's something they give me for learning my lessons good." He tore it up and says, "I'll give you something better. I'll give you a cowhide." He sat there mumbling and growling a minute, and then he says, ain't you a sweet-scented dandy, though? A bed, and bedclothes, and a looking-glass, and a piece of carpet on the floor, and your own father got to sleep with the hogs in the tan-yard. I never see such a son. I bet I'll take some these frills out o' you before I'm done with you. Why, there ain't no end to your airs. They say you're rich. Hey, how's that? They lie, that's how. Looky here, mind how you talk to me. I'm standing about all I can stand now, so don't gimme no sass. I've been in town 2 days, and I hain't heard nothing but about you bein' rich. I heard about it away down the river, too. That's why I come. You give me that money. Tomorrow I want it. I hain't got no money. It's a lie. Judge Thatcher's got it. You get it. I want it. I hain't got no money, I tell you. You ask Judge Thatcher. He'll tell you the same. All right. I'll ask him, and I'll make him pungle, too, or I'll know the reason why. Say, how much you got in your pocket? I want it. I hain't got only $1, and I want that too. It don't make no difference what you want it for. You just shell it out. He took it and bit it to see if it was good, and then he said he was going downtown to get some whiskey. Said he hadn't had a drink all day. When he had got out on the shed, he put his head in again and cussed me for putting on frills and trying to be better than him. And when I reckoned he was gone, he come back and put his head in again and told me to mind about that school because he was going to lay for me and lick me if I didn't drop that. Next day he was drunk, and he went to Judge Thatcher's and bullyragged him and tried to make him give up the money, but he couldn't, and then he swore he'd make the law force him. The judge and the widow went to law to get the court to take me away from him and let one of them be my guardian. But it was a new judge that had just come, and he didn't know the old man. So he said courts mustn't interfere, and separate families, if they could help it, said he'd rather not take a child away from its father. So Judge Thatcher and the widow had to quit on the business. That pleased the old man till he couldn't rest. He said he'd cowhide me till I was black and blue if I didn't raise some money for him. I borrowed $3 from Judge Thatcher, and Pap took it and got drunk and went blowing around and cussing and whooping and carrying on. And he kept it up all over town with a tin pan till most midnight. Then they jailed him, and next day they had him before court and jailed him again for a week. But he said he was satisfied, said he was boss of his son, and he'd make it warm for him. When he got out, the new judge said he was going to make a man of him. So he took him to his own house and dressed him up clean and nice and had him to breakfast and dinner and supper with the family, and was just old pie to him, so to speak. And after supper he talked to him about temperance and such things till the old man cried and said he'd been a fool and fooled away his life, but now he was going to turn over a new leaf and be a man nobody wouldn't be ashamed of, and he hoped the judge would help him and not look down on him. The judge said he could hug him for them words, so he cried, and his wife she cried again. Pap said he'd been a man that had always been misunderstood before, and the judge said he believed it. The old man said that what a man wanted that was down with sympathy, and the judge said it was so. So they cried again, and when it was bedtime the old man rose up and held out his hand and says, "Look at it, gentlemen and ladies all. Take a hold of it, shake it. There's a hand that was the hand of a hog, but it ain't so no more." Back nearly to the table and hacked into his throat with the axe and laid him down on the ground to bleed. I say ground because it was ground hard, packed and no boards. Well, next I took an old sack and put a lot of big rocks in it, all I could drag, and I started it from the pig and dragged it to the door and through the woods down to the river and dumped it in, and down it sunk, out of sight. You could easy see that something had been dragged over the ground. I did wish Tom Sawyer was there. I knowed he would take an interest in this kind of business and throw in the fancy touches. Nobody could spread himself like Tom Sawyer in such a thing as that. Well, last I pulled out some of my hair and blooded the axe good, and stuck it on the back side, and slung the axe in the corner. Then I took up the pig and held him to my breast with my jacket, so he couldn't drip, till I got a good piece below the house, and then dumped him into the river. Now I thought of something else. So I went and got the bag of meal and my old saw out of the canoe, and fetched them to the house. I took the bag to where it used to stand and ripped a hole in the bottom of it with the saw, for there weren't no knives and forks on the place. Pap done everything with his clasp knife about the cooking. Then I carried the sack about 100 yards across the grass and through the willows east of the house to a shallow lake that was 5 miles wide and full of rushes and ducks too, you might say, in the season. There was a slough or a creek leading out of it on the other side that went miles away, I don't know where, but it didn't go to the river. The meal sifted out and made a little track all the way to the lake. I dropped Pap's whetstone there too, so as to look like it had been done by accident. Then I tied up the rip in the meal sack with a string, so it wouldn't leak no more, and took it and my saw to the canoe again. It was about dark now, so I dropped the canoe down the river under some willows that hung over the bank and waited for the moon to rise. I made fast to a willow, then I took a bite to eat, and by laid down in the canoe to smoke a pipe and lay out a plan. I says to myself. They'll follow the track of that sackful of rocks to the shore, and then drag the river for me. And they'll follow that mule track to the lake, and go browsing down the creek that leads out of it to find the robbers that killed me and took the things. They won't ever hunt the river for anything but my dead carcass. They'll soon get tired of that and won't bother no more about me. All right, I can stop anywhere I want to. Jackson's Island is good enough for me. I know that island pretty well, and nobody ever comes there. And then I can paddle over to town nights and slink around and pick up things I want. Jackson's Island's the place. I was pretty tired, and the first thing I knowed, I was asleep. When I woke up, I didn't know where I was for a minute. I sat up and looked around a little scared. Then I remembered. The river looked miles and miles across. The moon was so bright I could have counted the drift logs that went slipping along, black and still, hundreds of yards out from shore. Everything was dead quiet, and it looked late, and underscore smelt underscore late. You know what I mean? I don't know the words to put it in. I took a good gap and a stretch, and was just going to unhitch and start when I heard a sound away over the water. I listened. Pretty soon, I made it out. It was that dull, kind of irregular sound that comes from oars working in rowlocks when it's a still night. I peeped out through the willow branches, and there it was, a skiff, away across the water. I couldn't tell how many was in it. It kept coming, and when it was abreast of me, I see there warn't but one man in it. Thinks I, maybe it's Pap, though I warn't expecting him. He dropped below me with the current, and by he came swinging up shore in the easy water. And he went by so close I could have reached out the gun and touched him. Well, it was Pap, sure enough, and sober, too, by the way he laid his oars. I didn't lose no time. The next minute, I was spinning downstream, soft but quick in the shade of the bank. I made 2.5 miles, and then struck out 1/4 mile or more towards the middle of the river, because pretty soon I would be passing the ferry landing, and people might see me and hail me. I got out amongst the driftwood, and then laid down in the bottom of the canoe and let her float. I laid there and had a good rest and a smoke out of my pipe, looking away into the sky, not a cloud in it. The sky looks ever so deep when you lay down on your back in the moonshine. I never knowed it before. And how far body can hear on the water such nights. I heard people talking at the ferry landing. I heard what they said, too, every word of it. One man said it was getting towards the long days and the short nights now. T'other one said this weren't one of the short ones, he reckoned. And then they laughed, and he said it over again, and they laughed again. Then they waked up another fellow and told him, and laughed, but he didn't laugh. He ripped out something brisk and said, "Let him alone." The first fellow said he loathed to tell it to his old woman. She would think it was pretty good, but he said that warn't nothing to some things he had said in his time. I heard one man say it was nearly 3 o'clock, and he hoped daylight wouldn't wait more than about a week longer. After that the talk got further and further away, and I couldn't make out the words any more, but I could hear the mumble and now and then a laugh, too, but it seemed a long ways off. I was away below the ferry now. I rose up, and there was Jackson's Island, about 2.5 miles downstream, heavy timbered, and standing up out of the middle of the river, big and dark and solid, like a steamboat without any lights. There weren't any signs of the bar. At the head, it was all under water now. It didn't take me long to get there. I shot past the head at a ripping rate. The current was so swift, and then I got into the dead water and landed on the side towards the Illinois shore. I run the canoe into a deep dent in the bank that I knowed about. I had to part the willow branches to get in, and when I made fast nobody could have seen the canoe from the outside. I went up and sat down on a log at the head of the island and looked out on the big river and the black driftwood and away over to the town, 3 miles away, where there was 3 or 4 lights twinkling. A monstrous big lumber raft was about a mile upstream, coming along, down with a lantern in the middle of it. I watched it come creeping down, and when it was most abreast of where I stood, I heard a man say, "Stern oars there. Heave her head to starboard." I heard that just as plain as if the man was by my side. There was a little gray in the sky now, so I stepped into the woods and laid down for a nap before breakfast. Chapter 8. The sun was up so high when I waked that I judged it was after 8 o'clock. I laid there in the grass and the cool shade thinking about things and feeling rested and Ruther comfortable and satisfied. I could see the sun out at 1 or 2 holes, but mostly it was big trees all about and gloomy in there amongst them. There was freckled places on the ground where the light sifted down through the leaves, and the freckled places swapped about a little, showing there was a little breeze up there. A couple of squirrels sat on a limb and jabbered at me. Very friendly. I was powerful lazy and comfortable, didn't want to get up and cook breakfast. Well, I was dozing off again when I thinks I hears a deep sound of boom away up the river. I rouses up and rests on my elbow and listens. Pretty soon I hears it again. I hopped up and went and looked out at a hole in the leaves, and I see a bunch of smoke laying on the water a long ways up, about abreast the ferry. And there was the ferry boat full of people floating along down. I knowed what was the matter now. Boom! I see the white smoke squirt out of the ferry boat's side. You see, they was firing cannon over the water, trying to make my carcass come to the top. I was pretty hungry, but it weren't going to do for me to start a fire, because they might see the smoke. So I sat there and watched the cannon smoke and listened to the boom. The river was a mile wide there, and it always looks pretty on a summer morning, so I was having a good enough time seeing them hunt for my remainders if I only had a bite to eat. Well, then I happened to think how they always put quicksilver in loaves of bread and float them off, because they always go right to the drowned carcass and stop there. So, says I'll keep a lookout, and if any of them's floating around after me, I'll give them a show. I changed to the Illinois edge of the island to see what luck I could have, and I weren't disappointed. A big double loaf come along, and I most got it with a long stick, but my foot slipped and she floated out further. Of course, I was where the current set in the closest to the shore. I knowed enough for that. But by and by along comes another one, and this time I won. I took out the plug and shook out the little dab of quicksilver and set my teeth in. It was baker's bread. What the quality eat. None of your low-down corn pone. I got a good place amongst the leaves and sat there on a log, munching the bread and watching the ferry boat, and very well satisfied. And then something struck me. I says, now I reckon the widow or the parson or somebody prayed that this bread would find me, and here it is gone and done it. So there ain't no doubt, but there is something in that thing. That is, there's something in it when a body like the widow or the parson prays, but it don't work for me, and I reckon it don't work for only just the right kind. I lit a pipe and had a good long smoke and went on watching. The ferry boat was floating with the current, and I allowed I'd have a chance to see who was aboard when she come along, because she would come in close where the bread did. When she'd got pretty well along down towards me, I put out my pipe and went to where I fished out the bread and laid down behind a log on the bank in a little open place. Where the log forked I could peep through. By and by she come along, and she drifted in so close that they could run out a plank and walked ashore. Most everybody was on the boat. Pap, and Judge Thatcher, and Bessie Thatcher, and Joe Harper, and Tom Sawyer, and his old Aunt Polly, and Sid and Mary, and plenty more. Everybody was talking about the murder, but the captain broke in and says, "Look sharp, now, the current sets in the closest here, and maybe he's washed ashore and got tangled amongst the brush at the water's edge." I hope so, anyway. I didn't hope so. They all crowded up and leaned over the rails, nearly in my face, and kept still, watching with all their might. I could see them first rate, but they couldn't see me. Then the captain sung out, "Stand away," and the cannon let off such a blast right before me that It made me deaf with the noise and pretty near blind with the smoke, and I judged I was gone. If they'd 'a had some bullets in, I reckon, they'd 'a got the corpse they was after. Well, I see I warn't hurt, thanks to goodness. The boat floated on, and went out of sight around the shoulder of the island. I could hear the booming now and then, further and further off, and by, after an hour, I didn't hear it no more. The island was 3 miles long. I judged they had got to the foot and was giving it up. But they didn't yet a while. They turned around the foot of the island and started up the channel on the Missouri side under steam and booming once in a while as they went. I crossed over to that side and watched them. When they got abreast the head of the island, they quit shooting and dropped over to the Missouri shore and went home to the town. I knowed I was all right now. Nobody else would come hunting after me. I got my traps out of the canoe and made me a nice camp in the thick woods. I made a kind of a tent out of my blankets to put my things under so the rain couldn't get at them. I catched a catfish and haggled him open with my saw, and towards sundown I started my camp fire and had supper. Then I set out a line to catch some fish for breakfast. When it was dark, I sat by my campfire smoking and feeling pretty well satisfied, but by and by it got sort of lonesome, and so I went and sat on the bank and listened to the currents washing along and counted the stars and drift logs and rafts that come down, and then went to bed. There ain't no better way to put in time when you are lonesome. You can't stay, so you soon get over it. And so for 3 days and nights, no difference, just the same thing. But the next day, I went exploring around down through the island. I was boss of it. It all belonged to me, so to say, and I wanted to know all about it, but mainly I wanted to put in the time. I found plenty. Strawberries, ripe and prime, and green summer grapes and green raspberries, and the green blackberries was just beginning to show. They would all come handy by and by, I judged. Well, I went fooling along in the deep woods till I judged I warn't far from the foot of the island. I had my gun along, but I hadn't shot nothing. It was for protection. Thought I would kill some game nigh home. About this time I mighty near stepped on a good-sized snake, and it went sliding off through the grass and flowers, and I after it, trying to get a shot at it. I clipped along, and all of a sudden I bounded right on to the ashes of a campfire that was still smoking. My heart jumped up amongst my lungs. I never waited for to look further, but uncocked my gun and went sneaking back on my tiptoes as fast as ever I could. Every now and then I stopped a second amongst the thick leaves and listened, but my breath comes so hard I couldn't hear nothing else. I slunk along another piece further, then listened again. And so on and so on. If I see a stump, I took it for a man. If I trod on a stick and broke it, it made me feel like a person had cut one of my breaths in two, and I only got half, and the short half, too. When I got to camp, I warn't feeling very brash. There warn't much sand in my craw, but I says, this ain't no time to be fooling around. So I got all my traps into my canoe again, so as to have them out of sight. And I put out the fire and scattered the ashes around to look like an old last year's camp, and then clumb a tree. I reckon I was up in the tree 2 hours, but I didn't see nothing. I didn't hear nothing. I only thought I heard and seen as much as 1,000 things. Well, I couldn't stay up there forever, so at last I got down, but I kept in the thick woods and on the lookout all the time. All I could get to eat was berries, and what was left over from breakfast. By the time it was night, I was pretty hungry. So when it was good and dark, I slid out from shore before moonrise and paddled over to the Illinois bank, about 1/4 of a mile. I went out in the woods and cooked a supper, and I had about made up my mind I would stay there all night when I hear _pluckety-plunk, _, and says to myself, horses coming. And next I hear people's voices. I got everything into the canoe as quick as I could, and then went creeping through the woods to see what I could find out. I hadn't got far when I hear a man say, "We better camp here, if we can find a good place. The horses is about Beat out. Let's look around. I didn't wait, but shoved out and paddled away easy. I tied up in the old place and reckoned I would sleep in the canoe.
I didn't sleep much.
I couldn't somehow for thinking. And every time I waked up, I thought somebody had me by the neck. So the sleep didn't do me no good. By and by, I says to myself, I can't live this way. I'm going to find out who it is that's here on the island with me. I'll find it out or bust. Well, I felt better right off. So I took my paddle and slid out from shore just a step or two, and then let the canoe drop along down amongst the shadows. The moon was shining, and outside of the shadows it made it most as light as day.
I
Poked along well on to an hour, everything still as rocks and sound. Asleep. Well, by this time I was most down to the foot of the island. Little ripply cool breeze begun to blow, and that was as good as saying the night was about done. I give her a turn with the paddle and brung her nose to shore, then I got my gun and slipped out and into the edge of the woods. I sat down there on a log and looked out through the leaves. I see the moon go off watch, and the darkness begin to blanket the river. But in a little while I see a pale streak over the treetops, and knowed the day was coming. So I took my gun and slipped off towards where I had run across that campfire, stopping every minute or two to listen. But I had no luck somehow. I couldn't seem to find the place. But by and by, sure enough, I catched a glimpse of fire away through the trees. I went for it, cautious and slow. By and by, I was close enough to have a look, and there laid a man on the ground. It most give me the fantods. He had a blanket around his head, and his head was nearly in the fire. I sat there behind a clump of bushes in about 6 foot of him, and kept my eyes on him steady. It was getting gray daylight now. Pretty soon he gapped and stretched himself and hove off the blanket, and it was Miss Watson's Jim.
Betty
Was glad to see him.
I says,
"Hello, Jem," and skipped out. He bounced up and stared at me wild. Then he drops down on his knees and puts his hands together and says, "Don't hurt me, don't. I hain't ever done no harm to a ghost. I always liked dead people and done all I could for 'em.
You go and hit in the
river again while you belongs and don't do nothing to old Jim. At UZ.
Out of your friend, punto."
Well, I warn't long making him understand I warn't dead. I was ever so glad to see Jim. I warn't lonesome now. I told him I warn't afraid of him telling the people where I was. I talked along, but he only sat there and looked at me, never said nothing. Then I says, "It's good daylight. Le's get breakfast. Make up your campfire good. What's the use making up de campfire to cook strawberries and sich? Truck? But you got a gun, hain't you?"
Den we can get something better den.
Strawberries and such truck, I says. "Is that what you live on?" "I couldn't get nothing else," he says. "Why, how long you been on the island, Jim?" "I come here de night arter you's killed." "What? All that time?" "Yes, indeedy. And ain't you had nothing but that kind of rubbish to eat?" "No, saw nothing else." "Well, you must be most starved, ain't you?" "I reckon I could eat a hoss." "I think I could. How long you been on da island?" "Since the night I got killed."
"No."
"Why, what has you lived on? But you got a gun." "Oh, yes, you got a
gun.
That's good. Now you kill something, and I'll make up to fire." So we went over to where the canoe was, and while he built a fire in a grassy open place amongst the trees, I fetched meal and bacon and coffee pot and frying pan and sugar and tin cups, and the nigger was set back considerable, because he reckoned it was all done with witchcraft. I catched a good big catfish, too, and Jim cleaned him with his knife and fried him. When breakfast was ready, we lolled on the grass and eat it smoking hot. Jim laid it in with all his might, for he was most about starved. Then, when we had got pretty well stuffed, we laid off and lazied. By and by, Jim says, But looky here, Huck, who was it dat Yuzi killed in dat shanty yeffet? Warn't you? Then I told him the whole thing and he said it was smart. He said Tom Sawyer couldn't get up no better plan than what I had. Then I says, how do you come to be here, Jim? And how'd you get here? He looked pretty uneasy and didn't say nothing for a minute. Then he
says,
maybe I better not tell. Why, Jim? Well, day's reasons. But you wouldn't tell me if I used to tell you, would you, Huck? Blamed if I would, Jim. Well, I believe you, Huck. I underscore runoff underscore. Jim. But mind, you said you wouldn't tell. You know you said you wouldn't tell, Huck. Well, I did. I said I wouldn't, and I'll stick to it. Honest underscore engine underscore. I will. People would call me a low-down abolitionist and despise me for keeping mum, but that don't make no difference. I ain't going to tell. And I ain't going back there anyways. So now lees know all about
it.
Well, you see it usually this way. Ol' missus, that's Miss Watson, she pecks on me all the time and treats me pooty rough, but she allus said she wouldn't sell me down to Orleans. But I noticed dey was a nigger trader. Ruined a place considerable lately, and I begin to get uneasy. Well, one night I creeps to the do pooty late, and the do weren't quite shet, and I hear old missus tell the widder she gwine to sell me down to Orleans. But she didn't want to, but she could get $800 for me. And it uses such a big stack o' money she couldn't resist.
The widder she
try to get her to say she wouldn't do it, but I never waited to hear da res. I lit out mighty quick, I tell you. I tuck out and shin down the hill, and spec to steal a skift long da show sommer spove to town, but dey was people stirring yet, so I hid in da old tumble-down cooper shop on the bank to wait for everybody to
go away.
Well, I was da all night. Dey was somebody ruin all the time. Long, 'bout 6 in de morning skiffs begin to go by, and 'bout 8 9 every skift dat went long was talkin' 'bout how yo pap come over to the town and say you's killed.
Dese las skiffs bu full ladiesen.
Gentlemen goin' over for to see the place. Sometimes dey'd pull up at da show and take a res BFO dey started across, so by the talk I got to know all 'bout the killin'. I usually powerful sorry's killed Huck, but I ain't no MO now. I lay da under the shavins all day. I usually hungry, but I warn't.
Afar, because I knowed ole missus and the vidder was going to start too.
De can't mean right arter breakfast and be gone all day, and dey knows. I goes off with de cattle 'bout daylight, so dey would spect to see me. Ruined a place, and so dey would miss me tell arter darken da evenin'.
De juter servant would misme, cas de déchin autant.
Take holidays soon as de old folks usually out and away. Well, when it come dark I tuck out up de river road, and went 'bout 2 mile or more to wa day, warn't no houses. I'd made up my mind 'bout what I's a-gwine to do. You see, yef I kep on tryin' to get away afoot. De dogs, you'd track me. Yef I stole a skift to cross over. Dey'd miss dat.
Skift, yosha. And they don't know, boat waidelan, on the utasida, and
what to pick up my track. So I says, a raff is what I's arter. It don't. Underscore make underscore no track. I see a light comin' roon de peant bimeby, so I wait and shove a log ahead o' me and swum more and halfways across the river, and got in.
Mons de drift good, en kep, my head down low, en kinder is wumachinde.
Current held a raft come along.
Den I swam to dis turn UV til en tuck.
A holt. It clouded up and uzy pooty dark for a little while. So I clum
up on a down on the plank.
De men uzy all way yonder in de middle.
By the lantern both.
De river was a risin', and day was a good current. So I reckoned by FO in de morning, I'd be 25 mile down da
river, and the needed slipping ye spear for daylight and swim asho, and take 2. The woods on the Illinois side.
But I didn't have no luck. When we uzy mows down to the head da island, a man begin to come aft with de lantern. I see it weren't no use. Fair to wait, so I slid overboard and struck out fair to island. Well, I Had a notion I could lawn mows anywheres, but I couldn't. Bank too bluff. I usually mows to de foot Erda Island BFO. I found a good place. I went into de woods and jed get I wooden fool wid rafts no mo, long as day. Moved a lantern rune so. I had my pipe and a plug dog leg, and some matches in my cap, and day weren't wet, so I usually all right. And so you ain't had no meat nor bread to eat all this time?
Why?
Didn't you get mudticles? How you gwine to get 'em? You can't slip up on and grab and house. A body gwine to hit with a rock. How could a body do it in de night?
En you won't take gwijnen to show myself on the bank in the daytime.
Well, that's so. You've had to keep in the woods all the time of
Course.
Did you hear shooting the cannon? Oh, yes. I know day was arter you.
I se go by hea vetchet Trodebustis.
Some young birds come along, flying a yard or two at a time, and lighting. Jim said it was a sign it was going to rain.
He said it was a
sign when young chickens flew that way, and so he reckoned it was the same way when young birds done it. I was going to catch some of them, but Jim wouldn't let me.
He said it was death.
He said his father laid mighty sick once, and some of them catched a bird, and his old granny said his father would die, and he did. And Jim said, you mustn't count the things you are going to cook for dinner because that would bring bad luck. The same if you shook the tablecloth after sundown. And he said if a man owned a beehive and that man died, the bees must be told about it before sunup next morning, or else the bees would all weaken down and quit work and die. Jim said bees wouldn't sting idiots, but I didn't believe that because I had tried them lots of times myself, and they wouldn't sting me. I had heard about some of these things before, but not all of them.
Jim
knowed all kinds of signs. He said he knowed most everything. I said it looked to me like all the signs was about bad luck, and so I asked him if there weren't any good luck signs.
He says,
mighty few, and _day for ain't no use to a body. What you want to know? When good luck say come in for, want to keep it off. And he said, yef. You's got hairy arms and a hairy breas. It's a sign that you's a gwine to be rich. Well, dey some use in a sign like dat, case it's so fur ahead. You see, maybe you's got to be put a long time fust, and so you might get discouraged and kill yourself if you didn't know by de sign dat. You gwine to be rich, bimeby. Have you got hairy arms and a hairy breast, Jim? What's the use to ask that question? Don't you see I has? Well, are you rich? No, but I been rich onct, and gwine to be rich again. Onct I had $14, but I tuck to speculatin' and got busted out. What did you speculate in, Jem? Well, fust I tackled stock. What kind of stock? Why, livestock, cattle, you know. I put $10 in a cow.
But I
ain't gwine to resk no mo money in stock. De cow up and died on my. So, you lost the $10. No, I didn't lose it all. I only lost about 9 of it.
I suleda ida. And toller for $1.10.
You had $5.10 left. Did you speculate any more?
Yes.
You know that one-legged nigger dat belongs to old Misto Bradish? Well, he sot up a bank and say anybody dat put in $1.
Or get effu, $mo, 80, arier.
Well, all de niggers went in, but dey didn't have much. I was the only one dat had much.
So I
stuck out for $FO, and I said if I didn't get it I'd start a bank myself. Well, oh, course dat nigger wanna keep me out de business, because he says dey warn't business enough for 2 banks. So he say I could put in my $5 and he pay me $35 at de
end of the year.
So I done it.
Then dims dat richt.
Off and keep things a-movin'. Dey was a nigger named Bob dat had catched a wood flat, and his marster didn't know it, and I bought it off him and told him to take the $35 when the end of the year come. But somebody stole a wood flat that night, and next day the one-legged nigger say the bank's busted. So day didn't none uv us get no money. What did you do with the 10 cents, Jim? Well, I usually gwine to spend it, but I had a dream, and a dream told me to give it to a nigger named Balaam. Balaam's, as they call him for short. He's one er dem chuckleheads, you know. But he's lucky, they say, and I. See, I weren't lucky.
The drum say led balumimbas, the 10 cents anede.
Make a raise for me. Well, Balaam, he tucked a money, and when he was in church he heard a preacher say, dat whoever give to the, pilen to the Lord and bound to get his money back 100 times. So Balaam he tuck, and gived a 10 cents to the pen laid low to see what was gwine to come of it. Well, what did come of it, Jim? Nothin' never come of it. I couldn't manage to collect dat money no way. And Balaam, he couldn't. I ain't gwine to lend no mo money dat I see da security. Bound to get yo money back 100 times, the preacher says. Yef I could get to 10_cents_ back, I'd call it squaw, and be glad da chanced. Well, it's all right anyway, Jim, long as you're going to be rich. Again some time or other. Yes, and I's rich now, come to look at it.
Iuns misaf, anis wood.
$800.
Night.
There. Worn a sound there. Everybody was asleep. Every night now I used to slip ashore towards 10 o'clock at some little village, and buy 10 or 15 cents worth of meal or bacon or other stuff to eat, and sometimes I lifted a chicken that warn't roosting comfortable and took him along. Pap always said, take a chicken when you get a chance, because if you don't want him yourself, you can easy find somebody that does, and a good deed ain't ever forgot. I never see Pap when he didn't want the chicken himself, but that is what he used to say. Anyway, mornings before daylight, I slipped into cornfields and borrowed a watermelon or a mushmelon or a pumpkin or some new corn or things of that kind. Pap always said it weren't no harm to borrow things if you was meaning to pay them back some time, but the widow said it weren't anything but a soft name for stealing, and no decent body would do it. Jim said he reckoned the widow was partly right and Pap was partly right, so the best way would be for us to pick out 2 or 3 things from the list and say we wouldn't borrow them any more. Then he reckoned it wouldn't be no harm to borrow the others. So we talked it over all one night, drifting along down the river, trying to make up our minds whether to drop the watermelons or the cantaloupes or the mushmelons.
Or what?
But towards daylight we got it all settled satisfactory, and concluded to drop crab apples and persimmons. We weren't feeling just right before that, but it was all comfortable now. I was glad the way it come out, too, because crab apples ain't ever good and the persimmons wouldn't be ripe for 2 or 3 months yet. We shot a waterfowl now and then that got up too early in the morning, or didn't go to bed early enough in the evening.
Take it all round, we
lived pretty high. The 5th night below St. Louis we had a big storm after midnight with a power of thunder and lightning, and the rain poured down in a solid
sheet.
We stayed in the wigwam and let the raft take care of itself. When the lightning glared out we could see a big straight river ahead, and high, rocky bluffs on both sides. By and by, says I, Hell_low_Jim, looky yonder. It was a steamboat that had killed herself on a rock.
We
was drifting straight down for her. The lightning showed her very distinct. She was leaning over, with part of her upper deck above water, and you could see every little chimbley guy clean and clear, and a chair by the big bell, with an old slouch hat hanging on the back of it when the flashes come. Well, it being away in the night and stormy and all so mysterious-like, I felt just the way any other boy would have felt when I see that wreck laying there so mournful and lonesome in the middle of the river. I wanted to get aboard of her and slink around a little and see what there was there. So I says, "Lee's land on her, Jim." But Jim was dead against it at first.
He says,
"I don't want to go foolin' long, or no rack. We stew and blame well, and we better let blame well alone, as the good book says. Like as not, dey's a watchman on dat rack." "Watchman your grandmother?" I says. There ain't nothing to watch but the Texas and the pilot house. And do you reckon anybody's going to risk his life for a Texas and a pilot house such a night as this, when it's likely to break up and wash off down the river any minute? Jim couldn't say nothing to that, so he didn't try. And besides, I says, we might borrow something worth having out of the captain's stateroom. Seegers _I bet you and cost 5 cents apiece, solid cash. Steamboat. Captains is always rich and get $60 a month and _they. Don't care a cent what a thing costs, long as they want it. Stick a candle in your pocket. I can't rest, Jim, till we give her a rummaging. Do you reckon Tom Sawyer would ever go by this thing?
Not
for pie, he wouldn't. He'd call it an adventure. That's what he'd call it. And he'd land on that wreck if it was his last act.
And wouldn't he
throw style into it? Wouldn't he spread himself nor nothing?
Why?
You'd think it was Christopher Columbus discovering Kingdom Come.
I
wish Tom Sawyer _was here. Jim, he grumbled a little, but give in. He said we mustn't talk any more. Then we could help, and then talk mighty low. The lightning showed us the wreck again just in time, and we fetched the starboard derrick and made fast there. The deck was high out here. We went sneaking down the slope of it to larboard, in the dark, towards the Texas, feeling our way slow with our feet and spreading our hands out to fend off the guys, for it was so dark we couldn't see no sign of them. Pretty soon we struck the forward end of the skylight and clumb onto it, and the next step fetched us in front of the captain's door, which was open, and by Jiminy, away down through the Texas hull, we see a light. And all in the same second, we seemed to hear low voices in yonder. Jim whispered and said he was feeling powerful sick and told me to come along. I says all right and was going to start for the raft, but just then I heard a voice wail out and say, "Oh, please don't, boys. I swear I won't ever tell." Another voice said, pretty loud, "It's a lie, Jim Turner. You've acted this way before. You always want more in your share of the truck, and you've always got it, too, because you've swore if you didn't you'd tell. But this time you've said it. Just one time too many. You're the meanest, treacherousest hound in this country." By this time Jim was gone for the raft. I was just biling with curiosity, and I says to myself, Tom Sawyer wouldn't back out now, and so I won't either. I'm going to see what's going on here.
So I
dropped on my hands and knees in the little passage and crept aft in the dark till there warn't but one stateroom betwixt me and the cross hall of the Texas. Then in there I see a man stretched on the floor and tied hand and foot, and 2 men standing over him, and one of them had a dim lantern in his hand, and the other one had a pistol. This one kept pointing the pistol at the man's head on the floor, and
saying,
"I'd _it, and I or tear, too, a mean skunk." The man on the floor would shrivel up and say, "Oh, please don't, Bill. I hain't ever goin' to tell." And every time he said that, the man with the lantern would laugh and
say,
"Deed you ain't, you never said no truer thing, and that you bet. You." And once he said, "Hear him beg. And yit if we hadn't got the best of him and tied him, he'd a killed us both." And what for? Just. For nothin'. Just because we stood on our rights, that's what for.
But
I lay you ain't goin' to threaten nobody any more, Jim Turner.
Put
up that pistol, Bill. Bill says, "I don't want to, Jake Packard. I'm for killin' him, and didn't he kill old Hatfield just the same way, and don't he deserve it? But I don't want him killed, and I've got my reasons for it. Bless yo, heart for them words, Jake Packard. I'll never forget you. Long's I live," says the man on the floor, sort of blubbering. Packard didn't take no notice of that, but hung up his lantern on a nail and started towards where I was there in the dark, and motioned Bill to come. I crawfished as fast as I could about 2 yards, but the boat slanted so that I couldn't make very good time. So to keep from getting run over and catched, I crawled into a stateroom on the upper
side.
The man came pawing along in the dark, and when Packer got to my stateroom, he says, "Here, come in here." And in he come, and Bill after him. But before they got in, I was up in the upper berth, cornered, and sorry I come. Then they stood there, with their hands on the ledge of the berth, and talked. I couldn't see them, but I could tell where they was by the whiskey they'd been having. I was glad I didn't drink whiskey, but it wouldn't made much difference. Anyway, because most of the time they couldn't have me, because I didn't breathe. I was too scared. And besides, a body couldn't breathe and hear such talk. They talked low and earnest. Bill wanted to kill Turner, he says. He said he'll tell, and he will, if we was to give both our shares to him, now, it wouldn't make no difference after the row and the way we've served him. Sure's you're born, he'll turn state's evidence. Now, you hear me. I'm for putting him out of his troubles. So am I, says Packard, very quiet. Blame it, I'd sorter begun to think you wasn't. Well, then that's all.
Right.
Le's go and do it. Hold on a minute. I hain't had my say yet. You listen to me. Shooting's good, but there's quieter ways if the things got to be
done.
But what I say is this. It ain't good sense to go courtin' around after a halter if you can get at what you're up to in some way. That's just as good, and at the same time don't bring you into no risks. Ain't that so? You bet it is. But how you goin' to manage it this time? Well, my idea is this. We'll rustle around and gather up whatever pickins we've overlooked in the staterooms and shove for shore and hide the truck. Then we'll wait. Now I say it ain't goin' to be more'n 2 hours before this rack breaks up and washes off down the river.
See?
He'll be drowned dead and won't have nobody to blame for it but his own self. I reckon that's a considerable sight better and killin' of him. I'm unfavorable to killin' a man as long as you can get around. It ain't good sense. It ain't good morals. Ain't I right? Yes, I reckon you are. But I suppose she don't break up and wash off. Well, we can wait the 2 hours anyway and see, can't we? All right then, come along. So they started, and I lit out, all in a cold sweat, and scrambled forward. It was dark as pitch there, but I said, in a kind of a coarse whisper, "Jim," and he answered up, right at my elbow, with a sort of a moan, and I says, "Quick, Jim, it ain't no time for fooling around and moaning. There's a gang of murderers in yonder, and if we don't hunt up their boat and set her drifting down the river, so these fellows can't get away from the wreck, there's one of 'em going to be in a bad fix. But if we find their boat, we can put all of 'em in a bad fix. For the sheriff fellow'll get 'em. Quick, hurry. I'll hunt the larboard side. You hunt the starboard. You start at the raft and... Oh, my lordy. Raff? Day I no raff, no mo. She done broke. Luisa in hone in hieraveus. Chapter 13. Well, I catch my breath and most fainted. Shut up on a wreck with
such a gang as that.
But it warn't no time to be sentimenting.
We'd
got to find that boat now, had to have it for ourselves. So we went, quaking and shaking down the starboard side, and slow work it was, too. Seemed a week before we got to the stern. No sign of a boat.
Jim
said he didn't believe he could go any further, so scared he hadn't hardly any strength left, he said. But I said, come on if we get left. On this wreck we are in a fix, sure.
So on we prowled again.
We struck for the stern of the Texas, and found it, and then scrabbled along, forwards on the skylight, hanging on from shutter to shutter, for the edge of the skylight was in the water. When we got pretty close to the cross-hull door, there was the skiff. Sure enough, I could just barely see her. I felt ever so thankful. In another second, I would have been aboard of her. But just then the door opened. One of the men stuck his head out only about a couple of foot from me, and I thought I was gone. But he jerked it in again and says, Heave that blame lantern out o' sight, Bill. He flung a bag of something into the boat, and then got in himself, and
sat down.
it was Packard. Then Bill he come out and got in.
Packard
Says in a low voice, "All ready, shove off." I couldn't hardly hang on to the shutters, I was so weak.
But Bill
Says, "Hold on, do you go through him?"
No.
"Didn't you?"
No.
"So he's got his share o' the cash yet. Well then, come along. No use to take truck and leave money. Say, won't he suspicion what we're up to?" "Maybe he won't, but we got to have it anyway. Come along." So they got out and went in. The door slammed to because it was on the careen side, and in a half-second I was in the boat, and Jim come tumbling after me. I out with my knife and cut the rope, and away we went. We didn't touch an oar, and we didn't speak nor whisper, nor hardly even breathe. We went gliding swift along, dead silent, past the tip of the paddle box and past the stern. Then in a second or two more we was 100 yards below the wreck, and the darkness soaked her up, every last sign of her, and we was safe and knowed it. When we was 300 or 400 yards downstream, we see the lantern show like a little spark at the Texas door for a second, and we knowed by that the rascals had missed their boat and was beginning to understand that they was in just as much trouble now as Jim Turner was. Then Jim manned the oars, and we took out after our raft. Now was the first time that I begun to worry about the men. I reckon I hadn't had time to before. I begun to think how dreadful it was, even for murders, to be in such a fix. I says to myself, there ain't no telling but I might come to be a murderer myself yet, and then how would I like it? So says I to Jim, the first light we see will land 100 yards below it or above it, in a place where it's a good hiding place for you and the skiff. And then I'll go and fix up some kind of a yarn and get somebody to go for that gang and get them out of their scrape so they can be hung when their time comes. But that idea was a failure, for pretty soon it begun to storm again, and this time worse than ever. The rain poured down, and never a light showed. Everybody in bed, I reckon. We boomed along down the river, watching for lights and watching for a raft. After a long time the rain let up, but the clouds stayed, and the lightning kept whimpering. And by a flash showed us a black thing ahead floating, and we made for it. It was the raft, and mighty glad was we to get aboard of it again.
We
seen a light now away down to the right, on shore. So I said I would go for it. The skiff was half full of plunder which that gang had stole. There on the wreck, we hustled it on to the raft in a pile, and I told Jim to float along down and show a light when he judged he had gone about 2 miles, and keep it burning till I come. Then I manned my oars and shoved for the light. As I got down towards it, 3 or 4 more showed up on a hillside. It was a village. I closed in above the shore light and laid on my oars and floated. As I went by, I see it was a lantern hanging on the jackstaff of a double-hull ferry boat. I skimmed around for the watchman, wondering whereabouts he slept, and by I found him roosting on the bitts forward, with his head down between his knees. I gave his shoulder 2 or 3 little shoves, and begun to cry. He stirred up in a kind of a startlish way, but when he see it was only me, he took a good gap and stretch, and then he says, "Hello, what's up? Don't cry, bub. What's the trouble?" I says, "Pap and ma'am and sis," and then I broke down. He says, "Oh, dang it now, don't take on so. We all has to have our troubles. And this NLL come out all right. What's the matter with—" There, are you the watchman of the boat?" "Yes," he says, kind of pretty well satisfied like. "I'm the captain, and the owner and the mate and the pilot and watchman and head deckhand, and sometimes I'm the freight and passengers. I ain't as rich as old Jim Hornback, and I can't be so blame generous and good to Tom, Dick, and Harry as what he is, and slam around money the way he does. But I've told him a many a time, I wouldn't trade places with him. For, says I, a sailor's life's the life for me, and I'm derned if I'd live 2 mile out o' town, where there ain't nothing ever goin' on, not for all his spondulics, and as much more on top of it, says I. I broke in and says, they're in an awful peck of trouble, and who is? Why, Pap and Mam and Sis and Miss Hooker, and if you take your ferry boat and go up there. Up where? Where are they? On the wreck. What wreck? Why, there ain't but one. What, you don't mean the Walter Scott? Yes. Good land. What are they doing for gracious sakes? Well, they didn't go there a purpose. I bet they didn't. Why, great goodness, there ain't no chance for 'em. If they don't get off mighty quick. Why, how in the nation did they ever get into such a scrape? Easy enough. Miss Hooker was visiting up there to the town. Yes, Booth's Landing, go on. She was visiting there at Booth's Landing, and just in the edge of the evening she started over with her nigger woman in the horse ferry, to stay all night at her friend's house, Miss what you may call her I disremember her name, and they lost their steering oar and swung around, and went floating down, stern first, about 2 mile, and saddle-bagsed on the wreck, and the ferryman and the nigger woman and the horses was all lost, but Miss Hooker she made a grab and got aboard the wreck. Well, about an hour after dark we come along down in our trading scow, and it was so dark we didn't notice the wreck till we was right on it, and so we saddlebagsed, but all of us was saved but Bill Whipple, and oh, he was the best creetur. I most wished it had been me, I do. My George, it's the beatin'est thing I ever struck. And then what did you all do? Well, we hollered and took on, but it's so wide there we couldn't make nobody hear. So Pap said somebody got to get ashore and get help. Somehow. I was the only one that could swim, so I made a dash for it. And Miss Hooker, she said if I didn't strike help sooner, come here and hunt up her uncle, and he'd fix the thing. I made the land about a mile below, and been fooling along ever since trying to get people to do something, but they said, what? In such a night and such a current? There ain't no sense in it. Go for the steam ferry. Now if you'll go. And by Jackson, I'd too, and blame it, I don't know, but I will. But who in the dingnation's going to pay for it? Do you reckon you're Pap? Why that's all right. Miss Hooker, she told me particular that her uncle Hornback. Great guns. Is he her uncle? Looky here, you break for that light. Over yonder way, and turn out west when you get there, and about a quarter of a mile out you'll come to the tavern. Tell 'em to dart you out to Jim Hornback's, and he'll foot the bill. And don't you fool around any, because he'll want to know the news. Tell him I'll have his niece all safe before he can get to town. Hump yourself now, I'm going up around the corner here to roust out my engineer. I struck for the light, but as soon as he turned the corner I went back and got into my skiff and bailed her out, and then pulled up shore in the easy water about 600 yards and tucked myself in among some wood boats, for I couldn't rest easy till I could see the ferry boat start. But take it all around, I was feeling ruther comfortable on accounts of taking all this trouble for that gang, for not many would done it. I wished the widow knowed about it. I judged she would be proud of me for helping these rapscallions, because rapscallions and deadbeats is the kind the widow and good people takes the most interest in. Well, before long, here comes the wreck, dim and dusky, sliding along. Down. A kind of cold shiver went through me, and then I struck out for her. She was very deep, and I see in a minute there weren't much chance for anybody being alive in her. I pulled all around her and hollered a little, but there wasn't any answer. All dead still. I felt a little bit heavy-hearted about the gang, but not much, for I reckoned if they could stand it, I could. Then here comes the ferry boat, so I shoved for the middle of the river, on a long downstream slant, and when I judged I was out of eye reach, I laid on my oars and looked back and see her go and smell around the wreck for Miss Hooker's remainders, because the captain would know her. Uncle Hornback would want them, and then pretty soon the ferry boat give it up and went for the shore, and I laid into my work and went booming down the river. It did seem a powerful long time before Jim's light showed up, and when it did show, it looked like it was 1,000 miles off. By the time I got there, the sky was beginning to get a little gray in the east. So we struck for an island and hid the raft and sunk the skiff and turned in and slept like dead people. Chapter 14. By and by, when we got up, we turned over the truck the gang had stole off of the wreck and found boots and blankets and clothes and all sorts of other things and a lot of books and a spyglass and 3 boxes of Seegers. We hadn't ever been this rich before in neither of our lives. The Seegers was prime. We laid off all the afternoon in the woods talking and me reading the books and having a general good
time.
I told Jim all about what happened inside the wreck and at the ferry boat, and I said these kinds of things was adventures, but he said he didn't want no more adventures. He said that when I went in the Texas and he crawled back to get on the raft and found her gone, he nearly died because he judged it was all up with _him any way it could be fixed, for if he didn't get saved he would get drowned dead, and if he did get saved, whoever saved him would send him back home, so as to get the reward, and then Miss Watson would sell him south, sure. Well, he was right. He was most always right. He had an uncommon level head for a nigger. I read considerable to Jim about kings and dukes and earls and such, and how gaudy they dressed and how much style they put on and called each other your majesty and your grace and your lordship and so on, instead of Mr. And Jim's eyes bugged out, and he was interested. He says, I didn't know dey was so many I hain't hearn 'bout none Scazely, but ol' King Solomon, unless you counts dem kings dats in a pack, K yards. How much do a king get? I says, why, they get $1,000 a month if they want it. They can have just as much as they want. Everything belongs to them. _dat gay? And what they got to do, Huck? They don't do nothing.
Why, how you talk.
They just sit around. No. Is dat so? Of course it is. They just sit around, except, maybe, when there's a war. Then they go to the war. But other times they just lazy around. Or go hawking, just hawking and SBSH. Do you hear a noise? We skipped out and looked, but it weren't nothing but the flutter of a steamboat's wheel away down coming around the point, so we come back. Yes, says I, and other times when things is dull, they fuss with the Parliament, and if everybody don't go just so, he whacks their heads off. But mostly they hang round the harem. Ruined a witch? Harem. What's the harem? The place where he keeps his wives. Don't you know about the harem? Solomon had one. He had about 1,000,000 wives. Why, yes, that's so. I done forgot it. A harem's a boden house, I reckon. Most likely day has rackety times in de nussery. I reckon da. Wives quarrels considable. And dat crease de racket. Yit dey say. Solomon da wisest man dat ever live.
I don't take no stock in dat.
Because why, would a wise man wanna live in de mids or sich a blammin' all de time? No, deed he wouldn't. A wise man you de take build a biler factory, and den he could shet _down de biler factory when he wanna res. Well, but he was the wisest man anyway, because the widow she told me so, her own self. I don't care what a widder say, he warn't no wise man nother.
He
had some de dad fetched ways I ever see.
Does you know about dat?
Chili dat he usie gwine to chop in two. Yes, the widow told me all about it. Well den.
One dat de beat enes notion in de world?
You just take and look at it a minute. Da's de stump, da. That's one de women. He is you, that's de yother one. I's Solomon. And dish your dollar. Bill's de chili. Both on you claims it. What does I do?
Does I shen?
Around moms de neighbors and find out which on you de bill do belong to and hon it over to de right one. All safe and sown, de way dat. Anybody dat had any gumption would?
No, I take en wakti bilin.
_2_ and give half on it to you, and de yother half to de yother woman. That's de way Solomon was gwine to do wid de chili. Now, I want a AST. You. What's to use dat half a bill? Can't buy nothin' wid it.
And what?
Uses a half a chili? I wouldn't give a dern for a million on 'em. But hang it, Jim, you've clean missed the point, blame it you've. Missed it 1,000 mile.
Who? Me? Go long.
Don't talk to me about yo pints. I reckon I. No sense when I sees it. And dey I no sense in sich doin's as dat. De spute warn't bout a half a chili, de spute was bout a whole chili. And de man dat think he can settle a spute bout a whole chili. Would a half a chili don't know enough to come and out in de rain.
Don't.
Talk to me about Solomon Huck, I knows him by de back. But I tell you don't get the point. Blamed a point. I reckon I knows what I knows. And mind you, real _. Pint is down further, it's down deeper. It lays in de way Solomon was
raised.
You take a man that's got only 1 or 2 chillin'. Is dat man gwine to be ways full o' chillin'? No, he ain't, he can't afford it. He know how to value 'em. But you take a man that's got 'bout 5 million. Chillin' runnin' ruined a house, and it's defunct. He as soon chop a chili in 2 as a cat. Days plenty mo. A chili or 2, mo, a less. Warn't no consequence to Solomon. Dad fetch him. I never see such a nigger. If he got a notion in his head once, there warn't no getting it out again. He was the most down on Solomon of any nigger I ever see. So I went a-talking about other kings, and let Solomon slide. I told about Louis XVI that got his head cut off in France long time ago, and about his little boy the dolphin that would have been a king, but they took and shut him up in jail, and some say he died there. Poor little chap. But some says he got out and got away, and come to America. That's good. But he'll be pooty lonesome. Day I know kings here is. Day, Huck.
No.
Den, he can't get no situation. What he gwine to do? Well, I don't know. Some of them gets on the police, and some of them learns people how to talk French. Why, Huck, don't the French people talk the same way we does? No one heard Jim. You couldn't understand a word they said, not a single word. Well, now I be ding busted. How do dat come? I don't know, but it's so. I got some of their jabber out of a book. S'pose a man was to come to you and say parlez-vous Franzi what would you think? I would think nothin'. I'd take and bust him over de head, dat as if he weren't white. I wouldn't low no nigger to call me dat. Shucks, it ain't calling you anything. It's only saying, do you know how to talk French? Well, den, why couldn't he say it? Why, he is saying it. That's a Frenchman's way of saying it. Well, it's a blame ridiculous way, and I don't want to hear no mo. 'Bout it. Day, I no sense in it. Looky here, Jim. Does a cat talk like we do? No, a cat don't. Well, does a cow? No, a cow don't nuther. Does a cat talk like a cow, or a cow talk like a cat? No, they don't. It's natural and right for 'em to talk different from each other, ain't it? Course. And ain't it natural and right for a cat and a cow to talk different? From underscrus? Thunder. Why, most surely it is. Well, then, why ain't it natural and right for Frenchman to talk different from us? You answer me that. Is a cat a man, Huck?
No.
Well, den, Dey ain't no sense in a cat talkin' like a man.
Is a cow a
Man, is a cow a cat? No, she ain't either of them. Well, den, she ain't got no business to talk like either one or the other of 'em. Is a Frenchman a man? Yes. Den. Dad blame it. Why don't he talk like a man? You answer. Me dat underscore. I see it weren't no use wasting words. You can't learn a nigger to argue. So I quit. Chapter 15. We judged that 3 nights more would fetch us to Cairo, at the bottom of Illinois where the Ohio River comes in, and that was what we was after. We would sell the raft and get on a steamboat and go way up the Ohio amongst the free states, and then be out of trouble. Well, the second night a fog begun to come on, and we made for a towhead to tie to, for it wouldn't do to try to run in a fog. But when I paddled ahead in the canoe, with the line to make fast, there weren't anything but little saplings to tie to. I passed the line around one of them right on the edge of the cut bank, but there was a stiff current, and the raft come booming down so lively she tore it out by the roots. And away she went. I see the fog closing down, and it made me so sick and scared I couldn't budge for most a half a minute, it seemed to me. And then there weren't no raft in sight. You couldn't see 20 yards. I jumped into the canoe and run back to the stern and grabbed the paddle and set her back a stroke. But she didn't come. I was in such a hurry, I hadn't untied her. I got up and tried to untie her, but I was so excited my hands shook, so I couldn't hardly do anything with
them.
As soon as I got started, I took out after the raft, hot and heavy, right down the towhead. That was all right as far as it went, but the towhead weren't 60 yards long, and the minute I flew by the foot of it, I shot out into the solid white fog, and had no more idea which way I was going than a dead man. Thinks I, it won't do to paddle. First I know I'll run into the bank or a towhead or something. I got to set still and float, and yet it's mighty fidgety business to have to hold your hands still at such a
time.
I whooped and listened. Away down there somewheres I hears a small whoop, and up comes my spirits. I went tearing after it, listening sharp to hear it again. The next time it come, I see I warn't heading for it, but heading away to the right of it. And the next time, I was heading away to the left of it, and not gaining on it much either, for I was flying around this way and that and t'other, but it was going straight ahead all the time. I did wish the fool would think to beat a tin pan, and beat it all the time, but he never did, and it was the still places between the whoops that was making the trouble for me. Well, I fought along, and directly I hears the whoop behind me. I was tangled good now. That was somebody else's whoop, or else I was turned around. I throwed the paddle down. I heard the whoop again. It was behind me, yet, but in a different place. It kept coming and kept changing its place, and I kept answering till by and by it was in front of me again, and I knowed the current had swung the canoe's head downstream, and I was all right if that was Jim and not some other raftsman hollering. I couldn't tell nothing about voices in a fog, for nothing don't look natural nor sound natural in a fog. The whooping went on, and in about a minute I come booming down on a cut bank with smoky ghosts of big trees on it, and the current throwed me off to the left and shot by amongst a lot of snags that fairly roared. The current was tearing by them so swift. In another second or two it was solid white, and still again. I sat perfectly still then, listening to my heart thump, and I reckon I didn't draw a breath while it thumped 100.
I just give up then.
I knowed what the matter was. That cut bank was an island, and Jim had gone down t'other side of it. It warn't no towhead that you could float by in 10 minutes. It had the big timber of a regular island. It might be 5 or 6 miles long and more than half a mile wide. I kept quiet, with my ears cocked, about 15 minutes, I reckon.
I
was floating along, of course, 4 or 5 miles an hour. But you don't ever think of that. No, you feel like you are laying dead still on the water, And if a little glimpse of a snag slips by, you don't think to yourself how fast you're going, but you catch your breath and think, how that snag's tearing along. If you think it ain't dismal and lonesome out in a fog that way by yourself in the night, you try it once, you'll see. Next, for about a half an hour, I whoops now and then, at last I hears the answer a long ways off, and tries to follow it, but I couldn't do it, and directly I judged I'd got into a nest of towheads, for I had little dim glimpses of them on both sides of me, sometimes just a narrow channel between, and some that I couldn't see I knowed was there, because I'd hear the wash of the current against the old dead brush and trash that hung over the banks. Well, I weren't long loosing the whoops down amongst the towheads, and I only tried to chase them a little while anyway, because it was worse than chasing a jack-o'-lantern. You never know to sound dodge around so, and swap places so quick and so
much.
I had to claw away from the bank pretty lively 4 or 5 times, to keep from knocking the islands out of the river, and so I judged the raft must be butting into the bank every now and then, or else it would get further ahead and clear out of hearing. It was floating a little faster than what I was. Well, I seemed to be in the open river again by and by, but I couldn't hear no sign of a whoop nowheres. I reckon Jim had fetched up on a snag, maybe, and it was all up with him. I was good and tired, so I laid down in the canoe and said I wouldn't bother no more. I didn't want to go to sleep, of course, but I was so sleepy I couldn't help it, so I thought I would take just one little catnap. But I reckon it was more than a catnap, for when I waked up the stars was shining bright, the fog was all gone, and I was spinning down a big bend stern first. First I didn't know where I was. I thought I was dreaming, and when things began to come back to me, they seemed to come up dim out of last week. It was a monstrous big river here, with the tallest and the thickest kind of timber on both banks, just a solid wall, as well as I could see by the stars. I looked away downstream and seen a black speck on the water. I took after it, but when I got to it weren't nothing but a couple of saw logs made fast together. Then I see another speck and chased that, then another, and this time I was right. It was the raft. When I got to it, Jim was sitting there with his head down between his knees, asleep, with his right arm hanging over the steering oar. The other oar was smashed off, and the raft was littered up with leaves and branches and dirt, so she'd had a rough time. I made fast and laid down under Jim's nose on the raft, and began to gap and stretch my fists out against Jim, and says, "Hello, Jim. Have I been asleep? Why didn't you stir me up? Goodness gracious. Is that you, Huck?
And you an dead, you an
drowned dead. You's back again? It's too good for true, honey. It's too good for true. Lemme look at you chilly. Lemme feel, oh you. No, you ain't
dead.
You's back again. Live and sown. Jis de same ol' Huck, de same ol' Huck. Thanks to goodness. What's the matter with you, Jim? You been a-drinking? Drinkin'? Has I been a-drinkin'? Has I had a chance to be a-drinkin'? Well then, what makes you talk so wild? How does I talk wild? Underscore how? Underscore why hain't you been talking about my coming back and all that stuff, as if I'd been gone away? Huck Finn, you look me in the eye. Look me in the eye.
Hain't hungry.
Been gone away. Gone away? Why, when the nation do you mean? Underscore I underscore hain't been gone. Anywheres. Where would I go to? Well, looky here, boss. Day's something wrong. Day is. Is I underscore me underscore or who? Underscore is underscore I? Is I here or wa underscore is underscore I? Now, that's what I wants to know. Well, I think you're here, plain enough, but I think you're a tangle-headed old fool, Jim. I is I? Well, you answer me dis. Didn't you tote out de line and canoe fair to make faws to de towhead? No, I didn't. What towhead? I hain't see no towhead. You hain't seen no towhead? Looky here, didn't de line pull loose en?
De rough go a him in down the river, and leave you and the canoe behind in. De fog.
What fog? Why, underscore to underscore fog. De fog that's been around all night. And didn't you? Whoop, and didn't I whoop, till we got mixed up into islands and one candle went out. I said I didn't know. I hadn't heard about it before, no way. Well, guess, he says. How am I going to guess, says I, when I never heard tell of it before? But you can guess, can't you? It's just as easy. Underscore which underscore candle? I says. Why, any candle, he says. I don't know where he was, says I. Where was he? Why, he was in the underscore dark. Underscore that's where he was. Well, if you knowed where he was, what did you ask me for? Why, blame it, it's a riddle, don't you see? Say, how long are you going to stay here? You got to stay always. We can just have booming times, they don't have no school now. Do you own a dog? I've got a dog, and he'll go in the river and bring out chips that you throw in.
Do
you like to comb up Sundays and all that kind of foolishness? You bet. I don't, but Mashi makes me. Confound these old britches. I reckon I'd better put 'em on, but I'd Ruth or not, it's so warm. Are you all ready? All right. Come along, old hoss. Cold corn pone, cold corned beef, butter and buttermilk. That is what they had for me down there, and there ain't nothing better that ever I've come across yet. Buck and his ma and all of them smoked cob pipes. Except the nigger woman, which was gone, and the 2 young women. They all smoked and talked, and I eat and talked. The young women had quilts around them and their hair down their backs. They all asked me questions, and I told them how Pap and me and all the family was living on a little farm down at the bottom of Arkansas, and my sister Mary and run off and got married and never was heard of no more, and Bill went to hunt them and he weren't heard of no more, and Tom and Mort died, and then there weren't nobody but just me and Pap left, and he was just trimmed down to nothing on account of his troubles. So when he died I took what there was left, because the farm didn't belong to us, and started up the river, deck passage, and fell overboard, and that was how I come to be here. So they said I could have a home there as long
as I wanted it.
Then it was most daylight, and everybody went to bed. And I went to bed with Buck, and when I waked up in the morning, drat it all, I had forgot what my name was. So I laid there about an hour, trying to think, and when Buck waked up I says, Can you spell, Buck? Yes, he says. I bet you can't spell my name, says I. I bet you what you dare I can, says he. All right, says I, go ahead. GSRGJXON, there now, he says. Well, says I, you done it, but I didn't think you could. It ain't no slouch of a name to spell, right off without studying. I set it down private because somebody might want underscore me underscore to spell it next, and so I wanted to be handy with it and rattle it off like I was used to it. It was a mighty nice family, and a mighty nice house, too. I hadn't seen no house out in the country before that was so nice and had so much style. It didn't have an iron latch on the front door, nor a wooden one with a buckskin string, but a brass knob to turn, the same as houses in town. There weren't no bed in the parlor, nor a sign of a bed, but heaps of parlors in towns has beds in them. There was a big fireplace that was bricked on the bottom, and the bricks was kept clean and red by pouring water on them and scrubbing them with another brick. Sometimes they wash them over with red water paint that they call Spanish brown, same as they do in town. They had big brass dog irons that could hold up a saw log. There was a clock on the middle of the mantelpiece with a picture of a town painted on the bottom half of the glass front, and a round place in the middle of it for the sun, and you could see the pendulum swinging behind it. It was beautiful to hear that clock tick, and sometimes when one of these peddlers had been along and scoured her up and got her in good shape, she would start in and strike 150 before she got tuckered out. They wouldn't took any money for her. Well, there was a big outlandish parrot on each side of the clock, made out of something like chalk and painted up gaudy. By one of the parrots was a cat made of crockery, and a crockery dog by the other. And when you pressed down on them they squeaked but didn't open their mouths, nor looked different nor interested. they squeaked through. Underneath, there was a couple of big wild turkey wing fans spread out. Behind those things, on the table in the middle of the room was a kind of a lovely crockery basket that had apples and oranges and peaches and grapes piled up in it, which was much redder and yellower and prettier than real ones is, but they weren't real because you could see where pieces had got chipped off and showed the white chalk or whatever it was underneath. This table had a cover made out of beautiful oilcloth with a red and blue spread eagle painted on it and a painted border all around it. Come all the way from Philadelphia, they said. There was some books, too, piled up perfectly exact on each corner of the table. One was a big family Bible full of pictures. One was Pilgrim's Progress, about a man that left his family. It didn't say why. I read considerable in it.
Now and then.
The statements was interesting but tough. Another was Friendship's Offering, full of beautiful stuff and poetry, but I didn't read the poetry. Another was Henry Clay's speeches, and another was Dr. Gunn's Family Medicine, which told you all about what to do if a body
Was sick or dead.
There was a hymn book and a lot of other books.
And
There was nice split-bottom chairs and perfectly sound, too, not bagged down in the middle and busted like an old basket. They had pictures hung on the walls, mainly Washingtons and Lafayettes, and Battles and Highland Marys, and one called Signing the Declaration. There was some that they called crayons, which one of the daughters which was dead made her own self when she was only 15 years old. They was different from any pictures I ever see before, blacker mostly than is common. One was a woman in a slim black dress, belted small under the armpits, with bulges like a cabbage in the middle of the sleeves, and a large black scoop shovel bonnet with a black veil, and white slim ankles crossed about with black tape, and very wee black slippers like a chisel, and she was leaning pensive on a tombstone on her right elbow, under a weeping willow, and her other hand hanging down her side holding a white handkerchief and a reticule. And underneath the picture it said, "Shall I never see thee more, alas?" Another one was a young lady with her hair all combed up straight to the top of her head, and knotted there in front of a comb like a chair back, and she was crying into a handkerchief and had a dead bird laying on its back in her other hand with its heels up, and underneath the picture it said, "I shall never hear thy sweet chirrup more, alas." There was one where a young lady was at a window looking up at the moon, and tears running down her cheeks, and she had an open letter in one hand with black sealing wax showing on one edge of it, and she was mashing a locket with a chain to it against her mouth, and underneath the picture it said, "And art thou gone? Yes, thou art gone, alas."
these
Was all nice pictures, I reckon, but I didn't somehow seem to take to them, because if ever I was down a little they always give me the fantods. Everybody was sorry she died because she had laid out a lot more of these pictures to do, and a body could see by what she had done what they had lost. But I reckoned that with her disposition she was having a better time in the graveyard. She was at work on what they said was her greatest picture when she took sick, and every day and every night it was her prayer to be allowed to live till she got it done, but she never got the chance. It was a picture of a young woman in a long white gown, standing on the rail of a bridge, all ready to jump off, with her hair all down her back and looking up to the moon, with the tears running down her face, and she had 2 arms folded across her breast and 2 arms stretched out in front, and 2 more reaching up towards the moon, and the idea was to see which pair would look best and then scratch out all the other arms. But as I was saying, she died before she got her mind made up, and now they kept this picture over the head of the bed in her room, and every time her birthday come they hung flowers on it. Other times it was hid with a little curtain. The young woman in the picture had a kind of a nice, sweet face, but there was so many arms it made her look too spidery. Seemed to me. This young girl kept a scrapbook when she was alive, and used to paste obituaries and accidents and cases of patients suffering in it out of the _ Presbyterian Observer _ and write poetry after them out of her own head. It was very good poetry.
This is what she wrote about a boy by
the name of Stephen Dowling Bots that fell down a well and was drowned dead. Ode to Stephen Dowling Bots, deceased. And did young Stephen sicken? And did young Stephen die? And did the sad hearts thicken? And did the mourners cry? No, such was not the fate of young Stephen Dowling Bots. Those sad hearts round him thickened. 'Twas not from sickness shots. No whooping cough did rack his frame, nor measles drear with spots. Not these impaired the sacred name of Stephen Dowling Bots. Despised love struck not with woe, that head of curly knots, nor stomach troubles laid him low. Young Stephen Dowling Bots.
Oh no.
Then list with tearful eye, whilst I his fate do tell. His soul did from this cold world fly,
by falling down a well.
They got him out and emptied him. Alas, it was too late. His spirit was gone for to sport aloft in the realms of the good and great. If Emmeline Grangerford could make poetry like that before she was 14, there ain't no telling what she could 'a' done by and by.
Buck
said she could rattle off poetry like nothing. She didn't ever have to
stop to think.
He said she would slap down a line, and if she couldn't find anything to rhyme with, it would just scratch it out and slap down another one and go ahead. She weren't particular. She could write about anything you'd choose to give her to write about, just so it was sadful. Every time a man died or a woman died or a child died, she would be on hand with her tribute before he was cold. She called them
tributes.
The neighbors said it was the doctor first, then Emmeline, then the undertaker. The undertaker never got in ahead of Emmeline but once, and then she hung fire on a rhyme for the dead person's name, which was Whistler. She warn't ever the same after that. She never complained, but she kinder pined away, and did not live long.
Poor
thing. Many's the time I made myself go up to the little room that used to be hers and get out her poor old scrapbook and read in it when her pictures had been aggravating me and I had soured on her a little.
I
liked all that family, dead ones and all, and weren't going to let anything come between us. Poor Emmeline made poetry about all the dead people when she was alive, and it didn't seem right that there weren't nobody to make some about her now she was gone, so I tried to sweat out a verse or two myself, but I couldn't seem to make it go somehow.
They
kept Emmeline's room trim and nice, and all the things fixed in it just the way she liked to have them when she was alive, and nobody ever slept there. The old lady took care of the room herself, though there was plenty of niggers, and she sewed there a good deal, and read her Bible there mostly. Well, as I was saying about the parlor, there was beautiful curtains on the windows, white, with pictures painted on them of castles with vines all down the walls and cattle coming down to drink. There was a little old piano, too, that had tin pans in it, I reckon, and nothing was ever so lovely as to hear the young ladies sing "The Last Link is Broken" and play the Battle of Prague on it. The walls of all the rooms was plastered, and most had carpets on the floors, and the whole house was whitewashed on the outside. It was a double house, and the big open place betwixt them was roofed and floored, and sometimes the table was set there in the middle of the day, and it was a cool, comfortable place. Nothing couldn't be better. And weren't the cooking good, and just bushels of it too. Chapter 18. Colonel Grangerford was a gentleman, you see. He was a gentleman all over, and so was his family. He was well born, as the saying is, and that's worth as much in a man as it is in a horse, so the widow Douglas said, and nobody ever denied that she was of the first aristocracy in our town, and Pap he always said it, too, though he warn't no more quality than a mudcat himself. Colonel Grangerford was very tall and very slim, and had a darkish Polly complexion, not a sign of red in it anywheres. He was clean-shaved every morning all over his thin face, and he had the thinnest kind of lips, and the thinnest kind of nostrils, and a high nose and heavy eyebrows, and the blackest kind of eyes sunk so deep back that they seemed like they was looking out of caverns at you as you may say. His forehead was high, and his hair was black and straight and hung to his shoulders. His hands was long and thin, and every day of his life he put on a clean shirt and a full suit from head to foot made out of linen so white it hurt your eyes to look at it. And on Sundays he wore a blue tailcoat with brass buttons on it.
He
Carried a mahogany cane with a silver head to it. There weren't no frivolousness about him, not a bit, and he weren't ever loud.
He was as
kind as he could be. You could feel that, and so you had confidence. Sometimes he smiled, and it was good to see. But when he straightened himself up like a liberty pole, and the lightning begun to flicker out from under his eyebrows, you wanted to climb a tree first and find out what the matter was afterwards. He didn't ever have to tell anybody to mind their manners. Everybody was always good-mannered. Where he was, everybody loved to have him around, too. He was sunshine. Most always, he made it seem like good weather. When he turned into a cloud bank, it was awful dark for half a minute, and that was enough. There wouldn't nothing go wrong again for a week. When him and the old lady come down in the morning, all the family got up out of their chairs and give them good day, and didn't set down again till they had sat down. Then Tom and Bob went to the sideboard, where the decanter was, and mixed a glass of bitters and handed it to him, and he held it in his hand and waited till Tom's and Bob's was mixed, and then they bowed and said, "Our duty to you, sir and madam," and they bowed the least bit in the world and said thank you, and so they drank, all three, and Bob and Tom poured a spoonful of water on the sugar and the mite of whiskey or apple brandy in the bottom of their tumblers and give it to me and Buck, and we drank to the old people.
2.
Bob was the oldest and Tom next, tall, beautiful men with very broad shoulders and brown faces, and long black hair and black eyes. They dressed in white linen from head to foot, like the old gentlemen, and wore broad Panama hats. Then there was Miss Charlotte. She was 25, and tall and proud and grand, but as good as she could be when she weren't stirred up. But when she had a look that would make you wilt in your tracks. Like her father. She was beautiful. So was her sister, Miss Sophia, but it was a different kind. She was gentle and sweet like a dove, and she was only 20. Each person had their own nigger to wait on them, Buck too. My nigger had a monstrous easy time, because I weren't used to having anybody do anything for me, but Buck's was on the jump most of the time. This was all there was of the family now, but there used to be more. 3 sons, they got killed, and Emmeline that died. The old gentleman owned a lot of farms, and over 100 niggers. Sometimes a stack of people would come there, horseback, from 10 or 15 mile around, and stay 5 or 6 days, and have such junketings roundabout, and on the river, and dances and picnics in the woods daytimes, and balls at the house nights. These people was mostly kinfolks of the family. The men brought their guns with them.
It was a
handsome lot of quality, I tell you. There was another clan of aristocracy around there, 5 or 6 families, mostly of the name of Shepherdson. They was as high-toned and well-born and rich and grand as the tribe of Grangerfords.
The
Shepherdsons and Grangerfords used the same steamboat landing, which was about 2 mile above her house, so sometimes when I went up there with a lot of our folks, I used to see a lot of the Shepherdsons there, on their fine horses. One day Buck and me was away out in the woods hunting, and heard a horse coming. We was crossing the road. Buck says,
"Quick,
jump for the woods." We done it, and then peeped down the woods through the leaves. Pretty soon a splendid young man come galloping down the road, setting his horse easy, and looking like a soldier. He had his gun across his pommel. I had seen him before. It was young Harney Shepherdson. I heard Buck's gun go off at my ear, and Harney's hat tumbled off from his head. He grabbed his gun and rode straight to the place where we was hid. But we didn't wait. We started through the woods on a run. The woods weren't thick, so I looked over my shoulder to dodge the bullet, and twice I seen Harney cover Buck with his gun, And then he rode away. The way he come, to get his hat, I reckon, but I couldn't see. We never stopped running till we got home. The old gentleman's eyes blazed a minute. 'Twas pleasure, mainly, I judged. Then his face sort of smoothed down, and he says, kind of gentle, I don't like that shooting from behind a bush.
Why didn't you step
Into the road, my boy. The Shepherdsons don't, father. They always take advantage. Miss Charlotte, she held her head up like a queen while Buck was telling his tale, and her nostrils spread and her eyes snapped. The two young men looked dark, but never said nothing. Miss Sophia, she turned pale, but the color come back when she found the man worn hurt. Soon as I could get Buck down by the corn cribs under the trees by ourselves, I says, Did you want to kill him, Buck? Well, I bet I did. What did he do to you? Him? He never done nothing to me. Well, then, what did you want to kill him for? Why, nothing. Only it's on account of the feud. What's a feud? Why, where was you raised? Don't you know what a feud is? Never heard of it before, tell me about it. Well, says Buck, a feud is this way. A man has a quarrel with another man and kills him. Then that other man's brother kills him. Then the other brothers on both sides goes for one another. Then the cousins chip in, and by everybody's killed off and there ain't no more feud. But it's kind of slow and takes a long time. Has this one been going on long, Buck? Well, I should reckon. It started 30 year ago, or sommers along. There was trouble about something, and then a lawsuit to settle it, and the suit went agin one of the men, and so he up and shot the man that won the suit, which he would naturally do, of course. Anybody would. What was the trouble about, Buck? Land? I reckon maybe, I don't know. Well, who done the shooting? Was it a Grangerford or a Shepherdson? Laws. How do I know? It was so long ago. Don't anybody know? Oh, yes, Pa knows, I reckon, and some of the other old people, but they don't know now what the row was about in the first place. Has there been many killed, Buck? Yes, right, smart chance of funerals. But they don't always kill. Pa's got a few buckshot in him, but he don't mind it 'cause he don't weigh much anyway. Bob's been carved up some with a bowie, and Tom's been hurt once or twice. Has anybody been killed this year, Buck? Yes, we got one, and they got one. 'Bout 3 months ago, my cousin, Bud, 14-year-old, was riding through the woods on t'other side of the river, and didn't have no weapon with him, which was blame foolishness, and in a lonesome place he hears a horse coming behind him, and sees old Baldy Shepherdson Lincoln after him with his gun in his hand and his white hair flying in the wind, and 'stead of jumping off and taking to the brush, Bud lowed he could outrun him. So they had it nip and tuck for 5 mile or more, the old man gaining all the time. So at last Bud seen it warn't any use, so he stopped and faced around so as to have the bullet holes in front, and the old man he rode up and shot him down.
But he didn't get much chance to
enjoy his luck, for inside of a week our folks laid him out. I reckon that old man was a coward, Buck. I reckon he warn't a coward. Not by a blame sight. There ain't a coward amongst them Shepherdsons, not a one. And there ain't no cowards amongst the Grangerfords either. Why, that old man kep' up his end in a fight one day for half an hour against 3 Grangerfords and come out winner. They was all horseback. He lit off of his horse and got behind a little woodpile and kept his horse before him to stop the bullets, but the Grangerfords stayed on their horses and capered around the old man and peppered away at him, and he peppered away at them. Him and his horse both went home pretty leaky and crippled, but the Grangerfords had to be fetched home, and one of 'em was dead, and another died the next day. No, sir, if a body's out hunting for cowards, he don't want to fool away any time amongst them Shepherdsons because they don't breed any of that kind Next Sunday we all went to church, about 3 mile everybody. A horseback. The men took their guns along, so did Buck and kept them between their knees or stood them handy against the wall. The Shepherdsons done the same. It was pretty ornery preaching all about brotherly love and such like tiresomeness, but everybody said it was a good sermon, and they all talked it over going home, and had such a powerful lot to say about faith and good works and free grace and predestination and I don't know what all, that it did seem to me to be one of the roughest Sundays I had run across yet. About an hour after dinner, everybody was dozing around, some in their chairs and some in their rooms, and it got to be pretty dull. Buck and a dog was stretched out on the grass in the sun, sound asleep. I went up to our room and judged I would take a nap myself. I found that sweet Miss Sophia standing in her door, which was next to ours, and she took me in her room and shut the door very soft, and asked me if I liked her, and I said I did, and she asked me if I would do something for her, and not tell anybody, and I said I would. Then she said she'd forgot her Testament, and left it in the seat at church between 2 other books, and would I slip out quiet and go there and fetch it to her, and not say nothing to nobody. I said I would. So I slid out and slipped off up the road, and there weren't anybody at the church, except maybe a hog or 2, for there weren't any lock on the door, and hogs likes a punchin' floor in summertime, because it's cool. If you notice, most folks don't go to church only when they've got to, but a hog is different. Says I to myself, something's up. It ain't natural for a girl to be in such a sweat about a testament. So I give it a shake, and out drops a little piece of paper with _2 wrote on it with a pencil. I ransacked it, but couldn't find anything else.
I couldn't make
anything out of that, so I put the paper in the book again, and when I got home and upstairs, there was Miss Sophia in her door waiting for me. She pulled me in and shut the door. Then she looked in the Testament till she found the paper, and as soon as she read it, she looked glad. And before a body could think, she grabbed me and give me a squeeze and said I was the best boy in the world, and not to tell anybody.
She was
mighty red in the face for a minute, and her eyes lighted up, and it made her powerful pretty. I was a good deal astonished, but when I got my breath, I asked her what the paper was about, and she asked me if I had read it, and I said no, and she asked me if I could read writing, and I told her no, only coarse hand. And then she said the paper weren't anything but a bookmark to keep her place, and I might go and
play now.
I went off down to the river, studying over this thing, and pretty soon I noticed that my nigger was following along behind. When we was out of sight of the house, he looked back and around a second, and then comes a running and says, "Mars George, if you'll come down into the swamp, I'll show you a whole stack o' water moccasins." Thinks I, that's mighty curious. He said that yesterday.
He oughter
know a body don't love water moccasins enough to go around hunting for
them.
What is he up to anyway? So I says, all right, trot ahead. I followed a half a mile, then he struck out over the swamp and waded ankle deep as much as another half mile. We come to a little flat piece of land which was dry and very thick with trees and bushes and vines, and he says, "You shove right and dodge just a few steps, Mars George, das wade."
Is.
I seed him, beefo. I don't care to see him, no mo. Then he slopped right along and went away, and pretty soon the trees hid him. I poked into the place a ways and come to a little open patch, as big as a bedroom, all hung around with vines, and found a man laying there asleep, and, by jings, it was my old Jim. I waked him up, and I reckoned it was going to be a grand surprise to him to see me again, but it warn't. He nearly cried, he was so glad, but he warn't surprised. Said he swum along behind me that night and heard me yell every time, but daren't answer, because he didn't want nobody to pick him up and take him into slavery again.
Says he.
I got hurt a little, and couldn't swim fas, so I was a considerable ways behind you towards de loss. When you landed, I reckon, Ned, I could catch up With you on the lawn, doubt having to shout at you, but when I see dat house I begin to go slow. I usually off too fur to hear what they say to you. I was afraid o' the dogs, but when it usually all quiet again I knowed you's in the house, so I struck out for the woods to wait for day. Early in the morning some the niggers come along, gwine to the fields and they tuck me and showed me dis place. Wada dogs can't track me on accounts oh the water, and dey brings me truck to eat every night and tells me how you's a gettin' along. Why didn't you tell my Jack to fetch me here sooner, Jim? Well, 'twarn't no use to sturb you, Huck, till we could do something but
We's all right now. Ibenabuin, potsampan billas, as primegota.
Chanced, and a patchin' up the raft nights when. What raft, Jim? Our old raft. You mean to say our old raft warn't smashed all to flinders? No, she warn't. She was tore up a good deal, one end of her was, but dey warn't no great harm done. Onny our traps was mows all los. Yef we hadn't dived so deep and swum so fur underwater, and the night hadn't been so dark, and we warn't so scared, and been sich punkin heads, as the sayin' is, we'd a seed de raff. But it's geez as well we didn't, K's. Now she's all fixed up egin mows as good as new, and we's got a new lot. Oh, stuff, into place, oh, what uzy los. Why, how did you get hold of the raft again, Jim? Did you catch her? How I gwine to catch her and I out in the woods? No, some the niggers found her catched on a snag along here in de ben, and dey hid her in a crick mongst de willows, and dey was so much jawin', 'bout which she belonged to de mows dat I come to hear about it pooty soon, so I UPS and settles de trouble by tellin', she don't belong to none uv, but to you and me, and I asked him if dey gwine to grab a young white gentleman's property, and get a hit-en for it. Den I gin 10 cents a piece, and dey uzy mighty well satisfied, and wish some rafts you'd come along and make rich agin. Dey's mighty good to me, dese niggers is, and whatever I wants to do for me, I don't have to ask him twice. Honey, dat Jack's a good nigger, and pooty smart. Yes, he is. He ain't ever told me you was here, told me to come, and he'd show me a lot of water moccasins. If anything happens he ain't mixed up in it. He can say he never seen us together, and it'll be the truth. I don't want to talk much about the next day. Pretty short. I waked up about dawn, and was going to turn over and go to sleep again when I noticed how still it was. Didn't seem to be anybody stirring. That warn't usual. Next I noticed that Buck was up and gone. Well, I gets up, wondering, and goes downstairs. Nobody around. Everything as still as a mouse. Just the same outside. Thinks I, what does it mean? Down by the wood pile, I comes across my Jack and says, "What's it all about?" Says he, "Don't you know Mars George?" "No," says I don't. Well, den, Miss Sophia's run off. Deed she has. She run off in the night sometime. Nobody don't know geez when. Run off to get married to dat young Harney Shepherdson, leastways so dey spec.
Duh.
Family found it out 'bout half an hour ago. Maybe a little amo. And I tell you day, warn't no time los. Sich another hurryin' up guns and hosses you never see. De women folks has gone for to stir up de
Relation, on a les marceaux en de boys tuc des guns en rodeb de.
River Road for try to catch dat young man and kill him, F.O. He can get across de river wid Miss Sophia. I reckon dey's gwine to be mighty rough times. Buck went off, thout waking me up. Well, I reckon he did. Day warn't gwine to mix you up in it.
Mars?
Buck he loaded up his gun, and he's gwine to fetch home a Shepherdson or bust. Well, dey'll be plenty on him I reckon, and you bet you he'll fetch one he gets a chanced. I took up the river road as hard as I could put. By and by, I begin to hear guns a good ways off. When I come in sight of the log store and the woodpile, where the steamboats lands. I worked along under the trees and brushed till I got to a good place, and then I clumb up into the forks of a cottonwood that was out of reach and watched. There was a wood rank 4 foot high a little ways in front of the tree, and first I was going to hide behind that, but maybe it was luckier I didn't. There was 4 or 5 men cavorting around on their horses in the open place before the log store, cussing and yelling and trying to get at a couple of young chaps that was behind the wood rank alongside of the steamboat landing, but they couldn't come it. Every time one of them showed himself on the riverside of the woodpile, he got shot at. The 2 boys was squatting back to back behind the pile so they could watch both ways. By and by the men stopped cavorting around and yelling. They started riding towards the store, then up gets one of the boys, draws a steady bead over the wood rank, and drops one of them out of his saddle. All the men jumped off of their horses and grabbed the hurt one and started to carry him to the store, and that minute the 2 boys started on the run. They got halfway to the tree I was in before the men noticed. Then the men see them and jumped on their horses and took out after them. They gained on the boys, but it didn't do no good. The boys had too good a start. They got to the woodpile that was in front of my tree and slipped in behind it, and so they had the bulge on the men. Again, one of the boys was Buck, and the other was a slim young chap, about 19 years old. The men ripped around a while, and then rode away. As soon as they was out of sight, I sung out to Buck and told him. He didn't know what to make of my voice coming out of the tree at first. He was awful surprised. He told me to watch out sharp and let him know when the men come in sight again. Said they was up to some devilment or other. Wouldn't be gone long. I wished I was out of that tree, but I daren't come down. Buck begun to cry and rip and load that him and his cousin Joe, that was the other young chap, would make up for this day yet. He said his father and his 2 brothers was killed, and 2 or 3 of the enemy. Said the Shepherdsons laid for them in ambush. Buck said his father and brothers ought to waited for their relations. The Shepherdsons was too strong for them. I asked him what was become of young Harney and Miss Sophia. He said they'd got across the river and was safe. I was glad of that, but the way Buck did take on because he didn't manage to kill Harney that day he shot at him, I hain't ever heard anything like it. All of a sudden, bang, 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 goes 3 or 4 guns. The men had slipped around through the woods and come in from behind without their horses. The boys jumped for the river, both of them hurt, and as they swum down the current, the men run along the bank shooting at them and singing out, "Kill them, kill them." It made me so sick I most fell out of the tree. I ain't going to tell all that happened. It would make me sick again if I was to do that. I wished I hadn't ever come ashore that night to see such things. I ain't ever going to get shut of them. Lots of times I dream about them. I stayed in the tree till it begun to get dark, afraid to come down. Sometimes I heard guns away off in the woods, and twice I seen little gangs of men gallop past the log store with guns. So I reckon the trouble was still going on. I was mighty downhearted, so I made up my mind I wouldn't ever go near that house again, because I reckoned I was to blame somehow. I judged that piece of paper meant that Miss Sophia was to meet Harney somewheres at 2:30 and run off, and I judged I ought to told her father about that paper and the curious way she acted, and then maybe he would have locked her up, and this awful mess wouldn't ever happened. When I got down out of the tree, I crept along down the river bank a piece, and found the 2 bodies laying in the edge of the water, and tugged at them till I got them ashore. Then I covered up their faces and got away as quick as I could. I cried a little when I was covering up Buck's face, for he was mighty good to me. There in about a half an hour, fairly dripping, for it was a most awful hot day. There was as much as 1,000 people there from 20 miles around. The woods was full of teams and wagons hitched everywheres, feeding out of the wagon troughs and stomping to keep off the flies. There was sheds made out of poles and roofed over with branches, where they had lemonade and gingerbread to sell, and piles of watermelons and green corn and such like truck. The preaching was going on under the same kinds of sheds, only they was bigger and held crowds of people. The benches was made out of outside slabs of logs, with holes bored in the round side to drive sticks into. For legs, they didn't have no backs. The preachers had high platforms to stand on at one end of the sheds. The women had on sunbonnets, and some had linsey-woolsey frocks, some gingham ones, and a few of the young ones had on calico. Some of the young men was barefooted, and some of the children didn't have on any clothes but just a tow linen shirt. Some of the old women was knitting, and some of the young folks was courting on the sly. The first shed we come to the preacher was lining out a hymn. He lined out 2 lines. Everybody sung it, and it was kind of grand to hear it. There was so many of them, and they done it in such a rousing way. Then he lined out 2 more for them to sing, and so on. The people woke up more and more, and sung louder and louder, and towards the end some begun to groan, and some begun to shout. Then the preacher begun to preach, and begun in earnest too, and went weaving first to one side of the platform and then the other, and then leaning down over the front of it, with his arms and his body going all the time, and shouting his words out with all his might, and every now and then he would hold up his Bible and spread it open and kind of pass it around this way and that, shouting, "It's the brazen serpent in the wilderness. Look upon it and live." And people would shout out, "Glory, __," and so he went on, and the people groaning and crying and saying amen. Oh, come to the mourner's bench. Come, black with sin.
Trattino basso, amen. Trattino basso. Come.
Sick and sore. _amen. Come, lame and halt and blind.
Trattino basso, amen. Trattino basso. Come.
Poor and needy, sunk in shame. _fame, come. All that's worn and soiled and suffering. Come with a broken spirit.
Come with a contrite
heart. Come in your rags and sin and dirt. The waters that cleanse is free. The door of heaven stands open. Oh, enter in and be at rest. _him. Glory. Glory, hallelujah,
and so on.
You couldn't make out what the preacher said any more on account of the shouting and crying.
Folks got up everywhere in the
crowd and worked their way just by main strength to the mourners' bench, with the tears running down their faces. And when all the mourners had got up there to the front benches in a crowd, they sung and shouted and flung themselves down on the straw, just crazy and
wild.
Well, the first I knowed the king got going, and you could hear him over everybody. And next he went charging up onto the platform, and the preacher he begged him to speak to the people, and he done it.
He
told them he was a pirate, been a pirate for 30 years out in the Indian Ocean, and his crew was thinned out considerable last spring in a fight, and he was home now to take out some fresh men, and thanks to goodness he'd been robbed last night and put ashore off of a steamboat without a cent, and he was glad of it. It was the blessedest thing that ever happened to him, because he was a changed man now, and happy for the first time in his life, and poor as he was going to start right off and work his way back to the Indian Ocean and put in the rest of his life trying to turn the pirates into the true path, for he could do it better than anybody else, being acquainted with all pirate crews in that ocean, and though it would take him a long time to get there without money, he would get there anyway, and every time he convinced a pirate, he would say to him, "Don't you thank me, don't you give me no credit. It all belongs to them dear people in Pokeville, camp meeting, natural brothers and benefactors of the race, and that dear preacher there, the truest friend a pirate ever had." And then he busted into tears, and so did everybody. Then somebody sings out, "Take up a collection for him. Take up a collection."
Well,
a half a dozen made a jump to do it, but somebody sings out, let underscore him underscore pass the hat around. Then everybody said it, the preacher too. So the king went all through the crowd with his hat swabbing his eyes, and blessing the people and praising them and thanking them for being so good to the poor pirates away off there. And every little while the prettiest kind of girls, with the tears running down their cheeks, would up and ask him would he let them kiss him for to remember him by. And he always done it, and some of them he hugged and kissed as many as 5 or 6 times, and he was invited to stay a week, and everybody wanted him to live in their houses and said they'd think it was an honor. But he said as this was the last day of the camp meeting he couldn't do no good, and besides he was in a sweat to get to the Indian Ocean right off and go to work on the pirates. When we got back to the raft and he come to count up, he found he had collected $87.75. And then he had fetched away a 3-gallon jug of whiskey, too, that he found under a wagon when he was starting home through the woods. The king said, take it all around. It laid over any day he'd ever put in the missionarying line. He said it weren't no use talking, heathens don't amount to shucks alongside of pirates to work a camp meeting with. The Duke was thinking he'd been doing pretty well till the king come to show up, but after that he didn't think so much. He had set up and printed off 2 little jobs for farmers in that printing office, horse bills, and took the money for dollars.
And he
had got in $10 worth of advertisements for the paper, which he said he would put in for $4 if they would pay in advance, so they done it. The price of the paper was $2 a year, but he took in 3 subscriptions for $50 apiece on condition of them paying him in advance. They were going to pay in cordwood and onions as usual, but he said he had just bought the concern and knocked down the price as low as he could afford it and was going to run it for cash. He set up a little piece of poetry, which he made himself out of his own head, 3 verses, kind of sweet and saddish. The name of it was, Yes, Crush, Cold World, This Breaking Heart. And he left that all set up and ready to print in the paper, and didn't charge nothing for it. Well, he took in $9.50 and said he'd done a pretty square day's work for it. Then he showed us another little job he'd printed and hadn't charged for because it was for us. It had a picture of a runaway nigger with a bundle on a stick over his shoulder and $200 reward under it.
The
reading was all about Jim and just described him to it. It said he run away from St. Jacques Plantation, 40 miles below New Orleans, last winter, and likely went north, and whoever would catch him and send him back, he could have the reward and expenses. Now, says the Duke, after tonight we can run in the daytime if we want to. Whenever we see anybody coming, we can tie Jim hand and foot with a rope and lay him in the wigwam and show this handbill and say, we captured him up the river and we're too poor to travel on a steamboat, so we got this little raft on credit from our friends and are going down to get the reward. Handcuffs and chains would look still better on Jim, but it wouldn't go well with the story of us being so
poor.
Too much like jewelry. Ropes are the correct thing. We must preserve the unities, as we say on the boards. We all said the Duke was pretty smart and there couldn't be no trouble about running daytimes. We judged we could make miles enough that night to get out of the reach of the powwow we reckoned the Duke's workin'. The printing office was going to make in that little town, then we could boom right along if we wanted to. We laid low and kept still and never shoved out till nearly 10 o'clock. Then we slid by, pretty wide away from the town, and didn't hoist our lantern till we was clear out of sight of it. When Jim called me to take the watch at 4 in the morning, he says, Huck, does you reckon we gwine to run across any mo kings on dis trip? No, I says, I reckon not. Well, says he, that's all right den. I don't mind 1 or 2 kings, but that's enough. Dis one's powerful drunk, and de Duke ain't much better. I found Jim had been trying to get him to talk French so he could hear what it was like, but he said he had been in this country so long and had so much trouble He'd forgot it. Chapter 21. It was after sunup now, but we went right on and didn't tie up. The king and the duke turned out by and by looking pretty rusty, but after they jumped overboard and took a swim, it chippered them up a good
deal.
After breakfast, the king, he took a seat on the corner of the raft and pulled off his boots and rolled up his breeches and let his legs dangle in the water so as to be comfortable, and lit his pipe, and went a-getting his Romeo and Juliet by heart. When he had got it pretty good, him and the duke begun to practice it together. The duke had to learn him over and over again how to say every speech, and he made him sigh and put his hand on his heart, and after a while he said, "He done it pretty well. Only," he says, "you mustn't bellow out. Romeo. That way, like a bull, you must say it soft and sick and..." That is the idea, for Juliet's a dear sweet, mere child of a girl, you know, and she doesn't bray like a jackass. Well, next they got out a couple of long swords that the duke made out of oak laths and begun to practice the sword fight. The duke called himself Richard III, and the way they laid on and pranced around the raft was grand to see. But by and by the king tripped and fell overboard, and after that they took a rest and had a talk about all kinds of adventures they'd had in other times along the river. After dinner the duke says, "Well, cape it, we'll want to make this a first-class show, you know, so I guess we'll add a little more to it. We want a little something to answer encores with anyway." "What's encores, Bilgewater?" The duke told him, and then says, "I'll answer by doing the Highland fling or the sailor's hornpipe. And you, well, let me see, oh, I've got it. You can do Hamlet's soliloquy." "Hamlet's which?" "Hamlet's soliloquy, you know. The most celebrated thing in Shakespeare. Ah, it's sublime, sublime. Always fetches the house."
"I
haven't got it in the book. I've only got one volume, but I reckon I can piece it out from memory. I'll just walk up and down a minute and see if I can call it back from recollection's vaults." So he went to marching up and down, thinking and frowning horrible. Every now and then he would hoist up his eyebrows. Next he would squeeze his hand on his forehead and stagger back and kinda moan. Next he would sigh, and next he'd let on to drop a tear.
It was beautiful to see him.
By and by he got it. He told us to give attention. Then he strikes a most noble attitude, with one leg shoved forwards, and his arms stretched away up, and his head tilted back, looking up at the sky, and then he begins to rip and rave and grit his teeth, and after that, all through his speech, he howled and spread around and swelled up his chest and just knocked the spots out of any acting ever _I_see before. This is the speech. I learned it easy enough while he was learning it to the king. To be or not to be, that is the bare bodkin that makes calamity of so long life, for who would fard else bear till Burnham would do come to Dunsinane, but that the fear of something after death murders the innocent sleep, great nature's second course, and makes us rather sling the arrows of outrageous fortune than fly to others that we know not of. There's the respect must give us pause. Wake Duncan with thy knocking. I would thou couldst. For who would bear the whips and scorns of time, the oppressor's wrong, the proud man's contumely, the law's delay, and the quietus which his pangs might take, in the dead waste and middle of the night, when churchyards yawn, in customary suits of solemn black, but that the undiscovered country from whose bourne no traveller returns, breathes forth contagion on the world, and thus the native hue of resolution, like the poor cat eye the adage, is sicklied o'er with care, and all the clouds that lowered o'er our housetops, with this regard their currents turn awry, and lose the name of action. 'Tis a consummation devoutly to be wished. But soft you, the fair Ophelia, ope not thy ponderous and marble jaws, but get thee to a nunnery, go. Well, the old man he liked that speech, and he mighty soon got it so he
could do it first rate.
It seemed like he was just born for it, and when he had his hand in and was excited, it was perfectly lovely. The Way he would rip and tear and rear up behind when he was getting it
off.
The first chance we got, the Duke he had some show bills printed, and after that for 2 or 3 days as we floated along, the raft was a most uncommon lively place, for there weren't nothing but sword fighting and rehearsing, as the Duke called it, going on all the time.
One
morning, when we was pretty well down the state of Arkansas, we come in sight of a little one-horse town in a big bend, so we tied up about 3/4 of a mile above it, in the mouth of a crick which was shut in like a tunnel by the cypress trees, and all of us but Jim took the canoe and went down there to see if there was any chance in that place for a show. We struck it mighty lucky. There was going to be a circus there that afternoon, and the country people was already beginning to come in all kinds of old shackly wagons and on horses. The circus would leave before night, so our show would have a pretty good chance. The Duke he hired the courthouse, and we went around and stuck up our bills.
They
read like this: Shakespearean revival. Wonderful attraction. For one night only. The world-renowned tragedians. David Garrick the Younger, of Drury Lane Theatre, London.
and
Edmund Kean the Elder, of the Royal Haymarket Theatre, Whitechapel, Pudding Lane, Piccadilly, London, and the Royal Continental Theatres, in their sublime
Shakespearean spectacle anti-LED.
the balcony scene.
In
Romeo and Juliet. Romeo, Mr. Garrick. Juliet, Mr. Kean. Assisted by the whole strength of the company. New costumes, new scenery, new appointments. Also, the thrilling, masterly, and blood-curdling broadsword conflict in Richard III. Richard III, Mr. Garrick. Richmond, Mr. Kean. Also, by special request, Hamlet's immortal soliloquy by the illustrious Kean, done by him 300 consecutive nights in Paris, for one night only, on account of imperative European engagements. Admission 25 cents, children and servants 10 cents. Then we went loafing around the town. The stores and houses was most all old shackly dried-up frame concerns that hadn't ever been painted. They was set up 3 or 4 foot above ground on stilts so as to be out of reach of the water when the river was overflowed. The houses had little gardens around them, but they didn't seem to raise hardly anything in them but Jimson weeds and sunflowers and ash piles, and old curled-up boots and shoes and pieces of bottles and rags and played-out tinware. The fences was made of different kinds of boards, nailed on at different times, and they leaned every which way, and had gates that didn't generally have but one hinge, a leather one. Some of the fences had been whitewashed some time or another, but the Duke said it was in Columbus's time, like enough. There was generally hogs in the garden and people driving them out. All the stores was along one street. They had white domestic awnings in front, and the country people hitched their horses to the awning posts. There was empty dry goods boxes under the awnings, and loafers roosting on them all day long, whittling them with their Barlow knives, and chawing tobacco, and gaping and yawning and stretching a mighty ornery lot. They generally had on yellow straw hats most as wide as an umbrella, but didn't wear no coats nor waistcoats. They called one another Bill, and Buck, and Hank, and Joe, and Andy, and talked lazy and drawly, and used considerable many cuss words. There was as many as one loafer, leaning up against every awning post, and he most always had his hands in his breeches pockets, except when he fetched them out to lend a chaw of tobacco or scratch. What a body was hearing amongst them all the time was,
Gimachav, Tobeker, Hank.
"Cain't, I hain't got but one chaw left," asked Bill. Maybe Bill he gives him a chaw, maybe he lies and says he ain't got
None.
Some of them kinds of loafers never has a cent in the world nor a chaw of tobacco of their own. They get all their chawing by borrowing. They say to a fellow, "I wished you'd lend me a chaw, Jack. I just this minute give Ben Thompson the last chaw I had," which is a lie. Pretty much every time. It don't fool nobody but a stranger. But Jack ain't no stranger, So he says, you give him a chaw. Did you? So, did your sister's cats. Grandmother. You pay me back the chaws you've already borrowed off in me. Leif Buckner, then I'll loan you 1 or 2 ton of it and won't charge. You know back in trust nother. Well, I did pay you back some of it once. Yes, you did. 'Bout 6 chaws. You borrowed store tobacco and paid back. Niggerhead. Store tobacco is flat black plug, but these fellows mostly chaws the natural leaf twisted. When they borrow a chaw, they don't generally cut it off with a knife, but set the plug in between their teeth and gnaw with their teeth and tug at the plug with their hands till they get it in two. Then sometimes the one that owns the tobacco looks mournful at it when it's handed back and says, sarcastic, "Here, gimme the chaw and you take the plug All the streets and lanes was just mud. They weren't nothing else but mud. Mud as black as tar and nigh about a foot deep in some places and 2 or 3 inches deep in all the places. The hogs loafed and grunted around everywheres. You'd see a muddy sow and a litter of pigs come lazing along the street and hullop herself right down in the way where folks had to walk around her, and she'd stretch out and shut her eyes and wave her ears whilst the pigs was milking her and look as happy as if she was on salary. And pretty soon you'd hear a loafer sing out, "Hi, boy, sick him, tige," and away the sow would go, squealing most horrible, with a dog or 2 swinging to each ear, and 3 or 4 dozen more coming, and then you would see all the loafers get up and watch the thing out of sight, and laugh at the fun, and look grateful for the noise. Then they'd settle back again till there was a dog fight. There couldn't anything wake them up all over, and make them happy all over like a dog fight, unless it might be putting turpentine on a stray dog and setting fire to him, or tying a tin pan to his tail and see him run himself to death. On the river front some of the houses was sticking out over the bank, and they was bowed and bent and about ready to tumble in. The people had moved out of them. The bank was caved away under one corner of some others, and that corner was hanging over. People lived in them yet, but it was dangersome, because sometimes a strip of land as wide as a house caves in at a time. Sometimes a belt of land 1/4 of a mile deep will start in and cave along till it all caves into the river in one summer. Such a town as that has to be always moving back and back and back because the river's always gnawing at it. The nearer it got to noon that day, the thicker and thicker was the wagons and horses in the streets, and more coming all the time. Families fetched their dinners with them from the country and eat them in the wagons. There was considerable whiskey drinking going on, and I seen 3 fights. By and by somebody sings out, "Here comes old Boggs, in from the country for his little old monthly. Drunk. Here he comes, boys." All the loafers looked glad. I reckon they was used to having fun out of Boggs. One of them says, "Wonder who he's a-gwine to chaw up this time. If he'd a-chawed up all the men he's been a-gwine to chaw up in the last 20 year, he'd have considerable reputation now." Another one says, "I wished old Boggs d threaten me, 'cause then I'd know I warn't gwine to die for 1,000 year." Boggs comes a-tearing along on his horse, whooping and yelling like an Injun and singing out, "Clear the track thar. I'm on the Vov path, and the price UV coffins is a-gwine to raise." He was drunk and weaving about in his saddle. He was over 50 year old and had a very red face. Everybody yelled at him and laughed at him and sassed him, and he sassed back and said he'd attend to them and lay them out in their regular turns, but he couldn't wait now, because he'd come to town to kill old Colonel Sherburne, and his motto was meat first and spoon victuals to top off on. He see me and rode up and says, "Ward you come FM, boy? You prepared to die?" Then he rode on. I was scared, but a man says, "He don't mean nothing. He's always a carryin' on like that when he's drunk." He's the best-naturedest old fool in Arkansas. Never hurt nobody, drunk nor sober. Boggs rode up before the biggest store in town and bent his head down, so he could see under the curtain of the awning and yells, "Come out here, Sherburne. Come out and meet the man you've swindled. You're the hound I'm after, and I'm egwine to have you, too." And so he went on, calling Sherburne everything he could lay his tongue to, and the whole street packed with people listening and laughing and going on. By and by, a proud-looking man about 55, and he was a heap the best-dressed man in that town, too, steps out of the store, and the crowd drops back on each side to let him come. He says to Boggs, "Mighty CM and slow," he says. "I'm tired of this, but I'll endure it till 1 o'clock.
Till van.
O'clock, mind, no longer. If you open your mouth against me only once. After that time you can't travel so far, but I will find you." Then he turns and goes in. The crowd looked mighty sober, nobody stirred, and there weren't no more laughing. Boggs rode off, blackguarding Sherburne as loud as he could yell, all down the street. And pretty soon back he comes and stops before the store, still keeping it up. Some men crowded around him and tried to get him to shut up. But he wouldn't. They told him it would be 1 o'clock in about 15 minutes, and so he must go home, he must go right away. But it didn't do no good. He cussed away with all his might and throwed his hat down in the mud and rode over it, and pretty soon away he went raging down the street again, with his gray hair flying. Everybody that could get a chance at him tried their best to coax him off of his horse so they could lock him up and get him sober, but it weren't no use. Up the street he would tear again and give Sherburne another cussing. By and by, somebody says, "Go for his daughter. Quick, go for his daughter. Sometimes he'll listen to her. If anybody can persuade him, she can." So somebody started on a run. I walked down street a ways and stopped. In about 5 or 10 minutes here comes Boggs again, but not on his horse. He was reeling across the street towards me, bareheaded, with a friend on both sides of him, a hold of his arms and hurrying him along. He was quiet and looked uneasy, and he weren't hanging back any, but was doing some of the hurrying himself. Somebody sings out, "Boggs." I looked over there to see who said it, and it was that Colonel Sherburne. He was standing perfectly still in the street and had a pistol raised in his right hand, not aiming it, but holding it out with the barrel tilted up towards the sky. The same second I see a young girl coming on the run, and 2 men with her. Boggs and the men turned round to see who called him, and when they see the pistol the men jump to one side, and the pistol barrel come down slow and steady to a level, both barrels cocked. Boggs throws up both of his hands and says, "Oh Lord, don't shoot."
Bang!
Goes the first shot, and he staggers back, clawing at the air. Bang! Goes the second one, and he tumbles backwards onto the ground, heavy and solid, with his arms spread out. That young girl screamed out and comes rushing, and down she throws herself on her father, crying and saying, "Oh, he's killed him, he's killed him." The crowd closed up around them and shouldered and jammed one another with their necks stretched, trying to see, and people on the inside trying to shove them back and shouting, "Back, back.
Give
him air. Give him air." Colonel Sherburne, he tossed his pistol onto the ground and turned around on his heels and walked off. They took Boggs to a little drugstore, the crowd pressing around just the same and the whole town following, and I rushed and got a good place at the window where I was close to him and could see in. They laid him on the floor and put one large Bible under his head and opened another one and spread it on his breast, but they tore open his shirt first, and I seen where one of the bullets went in. He made about a dozen long gasps, his breast lifting the Bible up when he drawed in his breath, and letting it down again when he breathed it out, and after that he laid still, he was dead. Then they pulled his daughter away from him, screaming and crying, and took her off. She was about 16 and very sweet and gentle looking, but awful pale and scared. Well, pretty soon the whole town was there, squirming and scrooging and pushing and shoving to get at the window and have a look, but people that had the places wouldn't give them up, and folks behind them was saying all the time, "Say, now you've looked enough, you fellows. 'Tain't right, and 'tain't fair for you to stay there all the time and never give nobody a chance. Other folks has their rights as well as you." There was considerable jawing back, so I slid out, thinking maybe there was going to be trouble. The streets was full, and everybody was excited. Everybody that seen the shooting was telling how it happened, and there was a big crowd packed around each one of these fellows, stretching their necks and listening. One long, lanky man, with long hair and a big white fur stovepipe hat on the back of his head, and a crooked-handled cane, marked out the places on the ground where Boggs stood and where Sherburne stood, and the people following him around from one place to t'other and watching everything he done and bobbing their heads to show they understood, and stooping a little and resting their hands on their thighs to watch him mark the places on the ground with his cane. And then he stood up straight and stiff where Sherburne had stood, frowning and having his hat brimmed down over his eyes, and sung out, "Boggs," and then fetched his cane down slow to a level, and says bang, staggered backwards, says bang, again, and fell down, flat on his back. The people that had seen the thing said, "He done it. Perfect," said it was just exactly the way it all happened. Then, as much as a dozen people got out their bottles and treated him well, by and by somebody said Sherburne ought to be lynched.
In about a
minute everybody was saying it. So away they went, mad and yelling, and snatching down every clothesline they come to do the hanging with. Chapter 22. They swarmed up towards Sherburne's house, a-whooping and raging like Injuns, and everything had to clear the way or get run over and tromped to mush, and it was awful to see. Children was heeling it ahead of the mob, screaming and trying to get out of the way, and every window along the road was full of women's heads, and there was nigger boys in every tree and bucks and wenches looking over every fence, and as soon as the mob would get nearly to them they would break and scuttle back out of reach. Lots of the women and girls was crying and taking on, scared most to death. They swarmed up in front of Sherburne's palings as thick as they could, jammed together, and you couldn't hear yourself think for the noise. It was a little 20-foot yard. Some sung out, "Tear down the fence!
tear
Down the fence!" Then there was a racket of ripping and tearing and smashing, and down she goes, and the front wall of the crowd begins to roll in like a wave. Just then Sherburne steps out onto the roof of his little front porch, with a double-barrel gun in his hand, and takes his stand, perfectly calm and deliberate, not saying a word. The racket stopped, and the wave sucked back. Sherburne never said a word, just stood there, looking down. The stillness was awful creepy and uncomfortable. Sherburne run his eye slow along the crowd, and wherever it struck the people tried a little to outgaze him, but they couldn't. They dropped their eyes and looked
sneaky.
Then pretty soon Sherburne sort of laughed. Not the pleasant kind, but the kind that makes you feel like when you are eating bread that's got sand in it. Then he says, slow and scornful, "The idea of you lynching anybody. It's amusing. The idea of you thinking you had pluck enough to lynch man, because you're brave enough to tar and feather poor friendless cast-out women that come along here. Did that make you think you had grit enough to lay your hands on man? Why, man's safe in the hands of 10,000 of your kind, as long as it's daytime and you're not behind him. Do I know you? I know you clear through. I was born and raised in the South, and I've lived in the North, so I know the average all around. The average man's a coward. In the North he lets anybody walk over him that wants to, and goes home and prays for a humble spirit to bear it. In the South one man all by himself has stopped a stage full of men in the daytime and robbed the lot. Your newspapers call you a brave People so much that you think you underscore are underscore braver than any other people, whereas you're just underscore as underscore brave and no braver. Why don't you're?
Dù gì hàng mù đơ.
Because they're afraid the man's friends will shoot them in the back in the dark, and it's just what they underscore would underscore do. So they always acquit, and then a underscore man underscore goes in the night with 100 masked cowards at his back and lynches the rascal. Your mistake is that you didn't bring a man with you. That's one mistake, and the other is that you didn't come in the dark and fetch your masks. You brought underscore part underscore of a man, Buck Harkness, there, and if you hadn't had him to start you, you'd have taken it out in blowing. You didn't want to come. The average man don't like trouble and
danger.
Underscore you underscore don't like trouble and danger. But if only underscore half underscore man, like Buck Harkness, there, shouts lynch him. Lynch him, you're afraid to back down. Afraid you'll be found out to be what you are, underscore cowards underscore. And so you raise a yell and hang yourselves onto that half a man's coattail and come raging up here, swearing what big things you're going to do. Glory, she was so glad her uncles was come. The king he spread his arms, and Mary Jane she jumped for them, and the harelip jumped for the duke, and there they underscore had underscore it. Everybody most, leastways women, cried for joy to see them meet again at last, and have such good times. Then the king, he hunched the duke private, I see him do it, and then he looked around and see the coffin over in the corner on 2 chairs, so. Then him and the duke, with a hand across each other's shoulder, and t'other hand to their eyes, walked slow and solemn over there. Everybody dropping back to give them room, and all the talk and noise stopping, people saying sh, and all the men taking their hats off and drooping their heads so you could 'a heard a pin fall. And when they got there they bent over and looked in the coffin and took one sight. And then they bust out a-crying so you could 'a heard them to Orleans most. And then they put their arms around each other's necks and hung their chins over each other's shoulders. And then for 3 minutes, or maybe 4, I never see 2 men leak the way they done. And, mind you, everybody was doing the same. And the place was that damp I never see anything like it. Then one of them got on one side of the coffin and t'other on t'other side, and they kneeled down and rested there, foreheads on the coffin, and let on to pray all to themselves.
Well,
when it come to that it worked the crowd like you never see anything like it, and everybody broke down and went to sobbing right out loud. The poor girls, too, and every woman nearly went up to the girls, without saying a word, and kissed them, solemn, on the forehead, and then put their hand on their head and looked up towards the sky, with the tears running down, and then busted out and went off sobbing and swabbing and give the next woman a show. I never see anything so
disgusting.
Well, by and by the king he gets up and comes forward a little and works himself up and slobbers out a speech, all full of tears and flapdoodle about its being a sore trial for him and his poor brother to lose the diseased, and to miss seeing diseased alive after the long journey of 4,000 mile, but it's a trial that's sweetened and sanctified to us by this dear sympathy and these holy tears, and so he thanks them out of his heart and out of his brother's heart, because out of their mouths they can't, words being too weak and cold, and all that kind of rot and slush, till it was just sickening, and then he blubbers out a pious goody-goody amen, and turns himself loose and goes to crying fit to bust. And the minute the words were out of his mouth somebody over in the crowd struck up the doxologer, and everybody joined in with all their might, and it just warmed you up and made you feel as good as church. Letting out music underscore is underscore a good thing, and after all that soul butter and hogwash I never see it freshen up things so, and sound so honest and bully. Then the king begins to work his jaw again, and says how him and his nieces would be glad if a few of the main principal friends of the family would take supper here with him this evening, and help set up with the ashes of the diseased, and says if his poor brother laying Yonder could speak, he knows who he would name, for they was names that was very dear to him, and mentioned often in his letters, and so he will name the same, to wit, as follows, viz. Reverend Mr. Hobson and Deacon Lot Hovey and Mr. Ben Rucker and Abner Shackelford and Levi Bell and Dr. Robinson and their wives and the widow Bartley. Reverend Hobson and Dr. Robinson was down to the end of the town hunting. Together, that is, the doctor was shipping a sick man to t'other world, and the preacher was pinting him right. Lawyer Bell was away up to Louisville on business, but the rest was on hand, and so they all come and shook hands with the king and thanked him and talked to him. And then they shook hands with the duke and didn't say nothing but just kept smiling and bobbing their heads like a passel of sapheads, whilst he made all sorts of signs with his hands and said, "Goo goo, goo goo goo," all the time like a baby that can't talk. So the king he blattered along and managed to inquire about pretty much everybody in Doggin town by his name and mentioned all sorts of little things that happened one time or another in the town, or to George's family, or to Peter. And he always let on that Peter wrote him the things, but that was a lie. He got every blessed one of them out of that young flathead that we canoed up to the steamboat. Then Mary Jane, she fetched the letter her father left behind, and the king he read it out loud and cried over it. It give the dwelling house and $3,000 gold to the girls, and it give the tan yard, which was doing a good business, along with some other houses and land worth about $7,000 and $3,000 in gold to Harvey and William, and told where the $6,000 cash was hid. Down cellar. So these two frauds said they'd go and fetch it up and have everything square and above board, and told me to come with a candle. We shut the cellar door behind us, and when they found the bag, they spilled it out on the floor, and it was a lovely sight. All them yaller boys. The way the king's eyes did shine. He slaps the duke on the shoulder and says, "Oh, this ain't bully, nor nothin'." "Oh, no, I reckon not." "Why, Bilgy, it beats the nonesuch. Don't it." The duke allowed it did. They pawed the yaller boys and sifted them through their fingers and let them jingle down on the floor. And the king says, "It ain't no use talkin', bein' brothers to a rich dead man and representatives of furriners that's got left is the line for you and me, Bilge. The issue comes of trustin' to Providence. It's the best way, in the long run. I've tried 'em all, and there ain't no better way." Most everybody would have been satisfied with the pile and took it on trust. But no, they must count it. So they counts it, and it comes out $415 short, says the king. Dern him, I wonder what he done with that $415. They worried over that a while and ransacked all around for it. Then the duke says, "Well, he was a pretty sick man, and likely he made a mistake, I reckon. That's the way of it. The best way is to let it go and keep still about it. We can spare it." "Oh, shucks, yes, we can spare it. I don't care nothin' about that. It's the count I'm thinkin' about. We want to be awful square and open and above board here, you know. We want to lug this year money upstairs and count it before everybody. Then there ain't nothin' suspicious. But when the dead man says there's $6,000 no, we don't want to." "Hold on," says the duke. "Le's make up the deficit." And he begun to haul out yaller boys out of his pocket. "It's a most amazin' good idea, Duke. You have got a rattlin' clever head on you," says the king. "Blessed if the old nonesuch ain't a heppin' us out agin." And he begun to haul out yaller jackets and stack them up. It most busted them, but they made up the 6,000 clean and clear. "Say," says the duke, "I got another idea. Le's go upstairs and count this money and then take and give it to the girls _" "Good land, Duke, let me hug you. It's the most dazzling idea at ever, man struck. You have certain I got the most astonishin' head I ever see. Oh, this is the boss dodge, there ain't no mistake 'bout it.
let in.
Fetch along their suspicions now if they want to, this'll lay 'em out. When we got upstairs, everybody gathered around the table, and the king. He counted it and stacked it up, $300 in a pile, 20 elegant little piles. Everybody looked hungry at it, and licked their
chops.
Then they raked it into the bag again, and I see the king begin to swell himself up for another speech.
He says,
"Friends all, my poor brother that lays yonder has done generous by them that's left behind in the vale of Sores. He has done generous by these you poor little lambs that he loved and sheltered, and that's left fatherless and motherless. Yes, and we that knowed him knows that he would have done more generous by if he hadn't been afeard, oh, wouldn't his dear William and me. Now, wouldn't he? There ain't no question 'bout it in my mind. Well, then, what kind o' brothers would it be that d stand in his way at such a time? And what kind o' uncles would it be that d rob, yes, rob sec poor sweet lambs as these at he loved so at such a time? If I know William and I think I do, well, I'll just ask him." He turns around and begins to make a lot of signs to the Duke with his hands, and the Duke he looks at him, stupid and leather-headed a while. Then all of a sudden he seems to catch his meaning, and jumps for the king, goo-gooing with all his might for joy, and hugs him about 15 times before he lets up. Then the king says, "I knowed it. I reckon I'll convince anybody the way he feels about it. Here, Mary Jane, Susan, Joanna, take the money, take it all It's the gift of him that lays yonder, cold but joyful." Mary Jane, she went for him, Susan and the hare lip went for the Duke. And then such another hugging and kissing I never see yet.
And
everybody crowded up with the tears in their eyes, and most shook the hands off of them frauds, saying all the time, "You dear good souls, how lovely how could you." Well, then, pretty soon all hands got to talking about the deceased again, and how good he was, and what a loss he was, and all that. And before long, a big iron-jawed man worked himself in there from outside, and stood listening and looking, and not saying anything, and nobody saying anything to him either, because the king was talking and they was all busy listening. The king was saying, in the middle of something, he'd started in on, "They be in particular friends, the deceased. That's why they're invited here this evening, but tomorrow we want all to come, everybody, for he respected everybody, he liked everybody, and so it's fitting that his funeral orgies to be public." And so he went mooning on and on, liking to hear himself talk, and every little while he fetched in his funeral orgies again, till the Duke he couldn't stand it no more, so he writes on a little scrap of paper, obsequies you old fool, and folds it up and goes to goo-gooing and reaching it over people's heads to him. The king he reads it and puts it in his pocket, and says, "Poor William, afflicted as he is, his heart's loves right, asks me to invite everybody to come to the funeral, wants me to make 'em all welcome. But he needn't a worried, it was just what I was at." Then he weaves along again, perfectly calm, and goes to dropping in his funeral orgies again every now and then, just like he done before. And when he done it the third time he says, "I say orgies, not because it's the common term, because it ain't obsequies bein' the common term, but because orgies is the right term. Obsequies ain't used in England no more now, it's gone out. We say orgies now in England. Orgies is better, because it means the thing you're after more exact. It's a word that's made up out end the Greek. Argo outside, open, abroad, and the Hebrew jesum to plant, cover up, hence in so you see, funeral orgies is an open or public funeral. He was the worst I ever struck. Well, the iron-jawed man, he laughed right in his face. Everybody was shocked. Everybody says, Why? Doctor, and Abner Shackelford says. Why, Robinson, hain't you heard the news? This is Harvey Wilkes. The king he smiled eager and shoved out his flapper and says, is my poor brother's dear good friend and physician? I. Keep your hands off of me, says the doctor. You talk like an Englishman don't you? It's the worst imitation I ever heard. You. Peter Wilkes's brother. You're a fraud. That's what you are. Well, how they all took on. They crowded around the doctor and tried to quiet him down and tried to explain to him and tell him how Harvey D. showed in 40 ways that he was Harvey and knowed everybody by name and the names of the very dogs and begged him not to hurt Harvey's feelings and the poor girl's feelings and all that. But it weren't no use. He stormed right along and said any man that pretended to be an Englishman and couldn't imitate the lingo no better than what he did was a fraud and a liar. The poor girls was hanging to the king and crying, and all of a sudden the doctor ups and turns on. He says, I was your father's friend, and I'm your friend, and I warn you as I friend, and an honest one that wants to protect you and keep you out of harm and trouble, to turn your backs on that scoundrel and have nothing to do with him, the ignorant tramp, with his idiotic Greek and Hebrew, as he calls it. He is the thinnest kind of an impostor, has come here, with a lot of empty names and facts which he picked up somewheres, and you take them for proofs and are helped to fool yourselves by these foolish friends here, who ought to know better. Mary Jane Wilkes, you know me for your friend, and for your unselfish friend, too. Now listen to me. Turn this pitiful rascal out. I beg you to do it. Will you? Mary Jane straightened herself up, and but she was handsome. She says, here is my answer. She hove up the bag of money and put it in the king's hands and says, take this $6,000 and invest for me and my sisters any way you want it, and don't give us no receipt for it. Then she put her arm around the king on one side and Susan and the harelip done the same on the other. Everybody clapped their hands and stomped on the floor like a perfect storm, whilst the king held up his head and smiled proud. The doctor says, all right, I wash my hands of the matter. But I warn you all that time's coming when you're going to feel sick whenever you think of this day. And away he went. All right, doctor, says the king, kinder mocking him. We'll try and get to send for you. Which made them all laugh, and they said it was a prime good hit. Chapter 26. Well, when they was all gone, the king, he asks Mary Jane how they was off for spare rooms, and she said she had one spare room which would do for Uncle William, and she'd give her own room to Uncle Harvey, which was a little bigger, and she would turn into the room with her sisters and sleep on a cot, and up garret was a little cubby with a pallet in it. The king said the cubby would do for his valet, meaning me. So Mary Jane took us up, and she showed them their rooms, which was plain but nice. She said she'd have her frocks and a lot of other traps took out of her room if they was in Uncle Harvey's way, but he said they warn't. The frocks was hung along the wall, and before them was a curtain made out of calico that hung down to the floor. There was an old hair trunk in one corner and a guitar box in another, and all sorts of little knickknacks and gimcracks around, like girls briskin' up a room with. The king said it was all the more homely and more pleasanter for these fixings, and so don't disturb them. The duke's room was pretty small but plenty good enough, and so was my cubby. That night they had a big supper, and all the men and women was there, and I stood behind the king and the duke's chairs and waited on them, and the niggers waited on the rest. Mary Jane, she sat at the head of the table with Susan alongside of her, and said how bad the biscuits was, and how mean the preserves was, and how ornery and tough the fried chickens was, and all that kind of rot, the way women always do for to force out compliments. And the people all knowed everything was tip-top. And said how _do you get biscuits to brown so nice. And where, for the land's sake, did you get these Amazon pickles? And all that kind of humbug talky talk, just the way people always does at a supper, you know. And when it was all done, me and the hare lip had supper in the kitchen, off of the leavings, whilst the others was helping the niggers clean up the things. The hare lip she got to pumping me about England, and blessed if I didn't think the ice was getting mighty thin sometimes.
She says,
Did you ever see the king?
Who?
William IV? Well, I bet I have. He goes to our church.
I
knowed he was dead years ago, but I never let on.
So when I says he
goes to our church, she says, What, regular? Yes, regular. His pew's right over opposite Orne, on t'other side the pulpit. I thought he lived in London? Well, he does. Where would he live? But I thought you lived in Sheffield? I see I was up a stump. I had to let on to get choked with a chicken bone so as to get time to think how to get down again. Then I says, I mean he goes to our church regular when he's in Sheffield. That's only in the summertime, when he comes there to take the sea baths. Why, how you talk, Sheffield ain't on the sea. Well, who said it was? Why, you did. I didn't nother. You did. I didn't. You did. I never said nothing of the kind. Well, what did you say then? Said he come to take the sea baths under her. That's what I said. Well, then, how's he going to take the sea baths if it ain't on the sea? Looky here, I says, did you ever see any Congress water? Yes. Well, did you have to go to Congress to get it? Why, no. Well, neither does William IV have to go to the sea to get a sea bath. How does he get it then? Gets it the way people down here gets Congress water, in barrels. There, in the palace at Sheffield they've got furnaces, and he wants his water hot. They can't bile that amount of water away off there at the sea. They haven't got no conveniences for it. Oh, I see now. You might have said that in the first place and saved time. When she said that, I was out of the woods again, and so I was comfortable and glad. Next she says, do you go to church too? Yes, regular. Where do you set? Why, in our pew. Whose pew? Why, Orn your Uncle Harvey's. His en? What does he want with a pew? Wants it to set in. What did you reckon he wanted with it? Why, I thought he'd be in the pulpit. Rot him. I forgot he was a preacher. I was up a stump again, so I played another chicken bone, and got another think. Then I says, blame it, do you suppose there ain't but one preacher to a church? Why, what do they want with more? What? To preach before a king. I never did see such a girl as you. They don't have no less than 17. 17. My land. Why, I wouldn't set out such a string as that, not. If I never got to glory. It must take a week. Shucks, they don't all of preach the same day. Only one of.
Ain't.
Well, then, what does the rest of do? Oh, nothing much. Loll around, pass the plate, and one thing or another. But mainly they don't do nothing. Well, then, what are they for? Why, they're for style . Don't you know nothing? Well, I don't want to know no such foolishness as that. How is servants treated in England? Do they treat better, and we treat our niggers? No. A servant ain't nobody there. They treat them worse than dogs. Don't they give holidays the way we do Christmas and New Year's week and 4th of July? Oh, just listen. A body could tell you on her hain't ever been to England. By that. Why, Harrell, why, Joanna, they never see a holiday from years end to year's end, never go to the circus, nor theater, nor nigger shows, nor nowheres, nor church. But you always went to church. Well, I was gone up again. I forgot I was the old man's servant.
But
Next minute I whirled in on a kind of an explanation, how a valley was different from a common servant and had to go to church whether he wanted to or not, and set with the family on account of its being the
law.
But I didn't do it pretty good, and when I got done I see she weren't satisfied.
She says,
Honest Injun, now, hain't you been telling me a lot of lies? Honest Injun, says I. None of it at all. None of it at all. Not a lie in it, says I. Lay your hand on this book and say it. I see it warn't nothing but a dictionary, so I laid my hand on it and
said it.
So then she looked a little better satisfied, and says, Well, then, I'll believe some of it, but I hope to gracious if I'll believe the rest. What is it you won't believe, Joe? Says Mary Jane, stepping in with Susan behind her. It ain't right nor kind for you to talk so to him, and him a stranger, and so far from his people. How would you like to be treated so? That's always your way, Mame. Always sailing in to help somebody before they're hurt. I hain't done nothing to him. He's told some stretchers, I reckon, and I said I wouldn't swallow it all, and that's every bit. And Grain I did say, I reckon he can stand a little thing like that. Can't he? I don't care whether 'twas little or whether 'twas big. He's here in our house and a stranger, and it wasn't good of you to say it. If you was in his place it would make you feel ashamed, and so you oughtn't to say a thing to another person that will make them feel ashamed. Why, ma'am, he said, it don't make no difference what he said that ain't the thing.
The
thing is for you to treat him kind and not be saying things to make him remember he ain't in his own country and amongst his own folks. I says to myself, this is a girl that I'm letting that old reptile rob her of her money. Then Susan she waltzed in, and if you'll believe me, she did give Harelip hark from the tomb. Says I to myself, and this is another one that I'm letting him rob her of her money. Then Mary Jane she took another inning, and went in sweet and lovely again, which was her way, but when she got done there warn't hardly anything left, oh, poor Harelip. So she hollered, All right then, says the other girls, you just ask his pardon. She done it, too, and she done it beautiful. She done it so beautiful. It was good to hear, and I wished I could tell her 1,000 lies, so she could do it again. I says to myself, this is another one that I'm letting him rob her of her money. And when she got through they all just laid theirselves out to make me feel at home and know I was amongst friends. I felt so ornery and low down and mean that I says to myself, my mind's made up. I'll hive that money for them or bust. So then I lit out for bed, I said, meaning some time or another. When I got by myself, I went to thinking the thing over. I says to myself, shall I go to that doctor, private, and blow on these frauds?
No, that
won't do. He might tell who told him. Then the king and the duke would make it warm for me. Shall I go, private, and tell Mary Jane?
No,
Daren't do it. Her face would give them a hint. Sure, they've got the money, and they'd slide right out and get away with it. If she was to fetch and help, I'd get mixed up in the business before it was done with, I judge. No, there ain't no good way but one. I got to steal that money somehow, and I got to steal it some way that they won't suspicion that I done it. They've got a good thing here, and they ain't going to leave till they've played this family and this town for all they're worth, so I'll find a chance time enough.
I'll steal it and
hide it, and by, when I'm away down the river, I'll write a letter and tell Mary Jane where it's hid. But I better hive it tonight, if I can, because the doctor maybe hasn't let up as much as he lets on. He has. He might scare them out of here yet. So, thinks I'll go and search them rooms. Upstairs the hall was dark, but I found the Duke's room and started to paw around it with my hands, but I recollected it wouldn't be much like the king to let anybody else take care of that money but his own self. So then I went to his room and begun to paw around there. But I see I couldn't do Nothing without a candle, and I daren't light one, of course.
So I
Judged I'd got to do the other thing, lay for them and eavesdrop.
about
That time I hears their footsteps coming and was going to skip under the bed. I reached for it, but it wasn't where I thought it would be. But I touched the curtain that hid Mary Jane's frocks, so I jumped in behind that and snuggled in amongst the gowns and stood there, perfectly still. They come in and shut the door, and the first thing the Duke done was to get down and look under the bed. Then I was glad I hadn't found the bed when I wanted it. And yet, it's kind of natural to hide under the bed when you are up to anything private. They sets down then, and the king says, "Well, what is it?" And cut it middlin' short, because it's better for us to be down there a-hoopin' up the mornin' than up here givin' a chance to talk us over. Well, this is it, Capet. I ain't easy. I ain't comfortable.
that.
Doctor lays on my mind. I wanted to know your plans. I've got a notion, and I think it's a sound one. What is it, Duke? That we better glide out of this before 3 in the morning and clip it down the river with what we've got. Specially seeing we got it so easy, given back to us, flung at our heads, as you may say, when of
Course we allowed to have to steal it back.
I'm for knocking off and lighting out. That made me feel pretty bad. About an hour or two ago it would have been a little different, but now it made me feel bad and disappointed. The king rips out and says, "What? And not sell out the rest o' the property?
March off like a
Passel of fools and leave $8,000 or $9,000 worth o' property layin' around just sufferin' to be scooped in, and all good, saleable stuff too." The Duke, he grumbled, said the bag of gold was enough, and he didn't want to go no deeper, didn't want to rob a lot of orphans of everything they had. "Why, how you talk," says the king. "We shan't rob of nothing at all but just this money. The people that buys the property is the suffrares, because as soon as it's found out that we didn't own it, which won't be long after we've slid, the sale won't be valid, and it'll all go back to the estate. These your orphans LL get their house back again, and that's enough for them. They're young and spry, and can easy earn a livin'. They ain't a-goin' to suffer. Why, just think there's thousands and thousands that ain't nigh so well off. Bless you, they ain't got nothin' to complain of." Well, the king, he talked him blind, so at last he give in and said all right, but said he believed it was blamed foolishness to stay, and that doctor hanging over them. But the king says, "Cuss the doctor. What do we care for him? Hain't we got all the fools in town on our side, and ain't that a big enough majority in any town?" So they got ready to go downstairs again. The Duke says, "I don't think we put that money in a good place." That cheered me up. I'd begun to think I weren't going to get a hint of no kind to help me. The king says,
Why?
"Because Mary Jane LL be in mourning from this out, and first the nigger that does up the rooms will get an order to box these duds up and put 'em away, and do you reckon a nigger can run across money and not borrow some of it?" "Your head's level agin, Duke," says the king, and he comes a-fumbling under the curtain 2 or 3 foot from where I was. I stuck tight to the wall and kept mighty still, though quivery, and I wondered what them fellows would say to me if they catched me, and I tried to think what I'd better do if they did catch me. But the king, he got the bag before I could think more than about a half a thought, and he never suspicioned I was around. They took and shoved the bag through a rip in the straw tick that was under the feather bed, and crammed it in a foot or 2 amongst the straw, and said it was all right now, because a nigger only makes up the feather bed, and don't turn over the straw tick only about twice a year, and so it warn't in no danger of getting
stole now.
But I knowed better. I had it out of there before they was halfway downstairs. I groped along up to my cubby and hid it there till I could get a chance to do better. I judged I better hide it outside of the house somewheres, because if they missed it they would give the house a good ransacking. I knowed that very well. Then I turned in, with my clothes all on, but I couldn't have gone to sleep if I'd a wanted to. I was in such a sweat to get through with the business. By and by I heard the king and the duke come up, so I rolled off my pallet and laid with my chin at the top of my ladder and waited to see if anything was going to happen. But nothing did. So I held on till all the late sounds had quit and the early ones hadn't begun yet, and then I slipped down the ladder. Chapter 27. I crept to their doors and listened. They was snoring. So I tiptoed along and got downstairs all right. There weren't a sound anywheres. I above here last night in the night by a mistake. I am Peter Wilkes' brother Harvey, and this is his brother William, which can't hear nor speak, and can't even make signs to amount to much. Now he's only got one hand to work them with. We are who we say we are, and in a day or two when I get the baggage I can prove it. But up till then I won't say nothing more, but go to the hotel and wait. So him and the new dummy started off, and the king he laughs, and blethers out. Broke his arm, very likely, ain't it, and very convenient, too, for a fraud that's got to make signs, and ain't learn how. Lost their baggage. That's mighty good, and mighty ingenious, under the circumstances, So he laughed again, and so did everybody else, except 3 or 4, or maybe half a dozen. One of these was that doctor, another one was a sharp-looking gentleman, with a carpet-bag of the old-fashioned kind, made out of carpet stuff that had just come off of the steamboat, and was talking to him in a low voice, and glancing towards the king now and then, and nodding their heads. It was Levi Bell, the lawyer that was gone up to Louisville, and another one was a big rough husky that come along and listened to all the old gentleman said, and was listening to the king now. And when the king got done, this husky up and says, "Say, looky here, if you are Harvey Wilkes, when'd you come to this town?" "The day before the funeral, friend," says the king. "But what time o' day?" "In the evenin', 'bout an hour or 2 before sundown." How'd you come?" "I come down on the Susan Powell from Cincinnati." "Well, then, how'd you come to be up at the Pint in the mornin', in a canoe?" "I warn't up at the Pint in the mornin'." "It's a lie." Several of them jumped for him and begged him not to talk that way to an old man and a preacher. "Preacher be hanged, he's a fraud and a liar. He was up at the Pint that mornin'." "I live up there, don't I?" "Well, I was up there, and he was up there. I see him there. He come in a canoe, along with Tim Collins and a boy." The doctor he up and says, "Would you know the boy again if you was to see him, Hines?" "I reckon I would, but I don't know." "Why, yonder he is now. I know him. Perfectly easy." "It was me he pointed at." The doctor says, "Neighbors, I don't know whether the new couple is frauds or not, but if these 2 ain't frauds, I am an idiot, that's all. I think it's our duty to see that they don't get away from here till we've looked into this thing. Come along, Hines, come along, the rest of you. We'll take these fellows to the tavern and affront them with t'other couple, and I reckon we'll find out something before we get through." It was nuts for the crowd, though maybe not for the king's friends. So we all started. It was about sundown. The doctor, he led me along by the hand and was plenty kind enough, but he never let go my hand. We all got in a big room in the hotel and lit up some candles and fetched in the new couple. First, the doctor says, "I don't wish to be too hard on these 2 men, but I think they're frauds, and they may have accomplices that we don't know nothing about. If they have, won't the accomplices get away with that bag of gold, Peter Wilkes left? It ain't unlikely. If these men ain't frauds, they won't object to sending for that money and letting us keep it till they prove they're all right. Ain't that so?" Everybody agreed to that. So I judged they had our gang in a pretty tight place right at the outstart. But the king he only looked sorrowful, and says, "Gentlemen, I wish the money was there, for I ain't got no disposition to throw anything in the way of a fair, open, out-and-out investigation. Oh, this miserable business. But, alas, the money ain't there. You can send and see if you want to." "Where is it, then?" "Well, when my niece give it to me to keep for her, I took and hid it inside o' the straw tick o' my bed, not wishin' to bank it for the few days we'd be here, and considerin' the bed a safe place we not be in. Used to niggers and suppository am honest like servants in England. The niggers stole it the very next mornin' after I had went down stairs, and when I sold I hadn't missed the money yet, so they got clean away with it. My servant here can tell you about it, gentlemen." The doctor and several said, "Shucks," and I see nobody didn't altogether believe him. One man asked me if I see the niggers steal it. I said no, but I see them sneaking out of the room and hustling away, and I never thought nothing, only I reckoned they was afraid they had waked up my master and was trying to get away before he made trouble with them. That was all they asked me." Then the doctor whirls on me and says, You underscore English too?" I says yes, and him and some others laughed and said, "Stuff." Well, then they sailed in on the general investigation, and there we had it up and down, hour in, hour out, and nobody never said a word about supper nor ever seemed to think about it, and so they kept it up, and it underscore was underscore the worst mixed-up thing you ever see. They made the king tell his yarn, and they made the old gentleman tell his, and anybody but a lot of prejudiced chuckleheads would seen that the old gentleman was spinning truth and t'other one lies. And by they had me up to tell what I knowed. The king he give me a left-handed look out of the corner of his eye, and so I knowed enough to talk on the right side. I begun to tell about Sheffield and how we lived there and all about the English Wilkses and so on, but I didn't get pretty fur till the doctor begun to laugh, and Levi Bell, the lawyer, says, "Set down, my boy. I wouldn't strain myself if I was you. I reckon you ain't used to lying. It don't seem to come handy. What you want is practice. You do it pretty awkward." I didn't care nothing for the compliment, but I was glad to be let off. Anyway, the doctor he started to say something, and turns and says, "If you'd been in town at first, Levi Bell," the king broke in and reached out his hand, and says, "Why, is this my poor dead brother's old friend that he's wrote so often about?" The lawyer and him shook hands, and the lawyer smiled and looked pleased, and they talked right along a while, and then got to one side and talked low, and at last the lawyer speaks up and says, "That'll fix it. I'll take the order and send it along with your brothers, and then they'll know it's all right." So they got some paper and a pen, and the king he sat down and twisted his head to one side and chawed his tongue and scrawled off something. And then they give the pen to the duke, and then for the first time the duke looked sick, but he took the pen and wrote. So then the lawyer turns to the new old gentleman and says, "You and your brother please write a line or two and sign your names." The old gentleman wrote, but nobody couldn't read it. The lawyer looked powerful astonished and says, "Well, it beats me and snaked a lot of old letters out of his pocket and examined them, and then examined the old man's writing and then them again, and then says, 'These old letters is from Harvey Wilkes, and here's these two handwritings, and anybody can see they didn't write them.'" The king and the duke looked sold and foolish, I tell you, to see how the lawyer had took them in. "And here's this old gentleman's handwriting, and anybody can tell, easy enough, he didn't write them. Fact is, the scratches he makes ain't properly writing at all. Now, here's some letters from the new old gentleman says, if you please let me explain. Nobody can read my hand but my brother. There, so he copies for me. It's his hand you've got there, not mine. Underscore well. Underscore, says the lawyer. This underscore is underscore a state of things. I've got some of William's letters, too. So, if you'll get him to write a line or so, we can calm. He underscore can't underscore write with his left hand, says the old gentleman. If he could use his right hand, you would see that he wrote his own letters. And mine too. Look at both, please, they're by the same hand. The lawyer done it and says, I believe it's so, and if it ain't so, there's a heap stronger resemblance than I'd noticed before anyway. Well.
I
Thought we was right on the track of a solution, but it's gone to grass, partly. But anyway, underscore one underscore thing is proved. Underscore these underscore two ain't either of Wilkes's, and he wagged his head towards the king and the
Duke.
Well, what do you think? That mulehead old fool wouldn't give in. Underscore then. Underscore indeed, he wouldn't. Said it warn't no fair test. Said his brother William was the cussedest joker in the world, and hadn't tried underscore to write. See, William was going to play one of his jokes the minute he put the pen to paper. And so he warmed up and went warbling right along till he was actually beginning to believe what he was saying underscore himself. Underscore, but pretty soon the new gentleman broke in and says, I've thought of something. Is there anybody here that helped to lay out my BR? Helped to lay out the late Peter Wilkes for burying? Yes, says somebody. Me and Ab Turner done it. We're both here. Then the old man turns towards the king and says, Perhaps this gentleman can tell me what was tattooed on his breast? Blamed if the king didn't have to brace up mighty quick, or he'd scooshed down like a bluff bank that the river has cut under. It took him so sudden, and mind you, it was a thing that was calculated to make most underscore anybody underscore scush to get fetched such a solid one as that, without any notice, because how was underscore he underscore going to know what was tattooed on the man? He whitened a little, he couldn't help it, and it was mighty still in there, and everybody bending a little forwards and gazing at him. Says I to myself, underscore now, underscore he'll throw up the sponge there. Ain't no more use. Well, did he? A body can't hardly believe it, but he didn't. I reckon he thought he'd keep the thing up till he tired them people out, so they'd thin out, and him and the Duke could break loose and get away. Anyway, he sat there, and pretty soon he begun to smile, and says, MF. It's a underscore very underscore tough question. Underscore ain't underscore it. Underscore yes underscore sir, I can tell you what's tattooed on his breast. It's just a small, thin, blue arrow. That's what it is. And if you don't look close, you can't see it. Underscore, now, underscore what do you say, hey? Well, underscore I underscore never see anything like that old blister for clean out and out cheek. The new old gentleman turns brisk towards Ab Turner and his pard, and his eye lights up like he judged he'd got the king underscore this underscore time, and says, There, you've heard what he said. Was there any such mark on Peter Wilkes' breast? Both of them spoke up and says, We didn't see no such mark. Good, says the old gentleman. Now, what you underscore did underscore see on his breast was a small dim P and a B, which is an initial he dropped when he was young, and a W, with dashes between them, so PBW, and he marked them that way on a piece of paper. Come, ain't that what you saw? Both of them spoke up again, and says, No, we didn't under. We never seen any marks at all. Well, everybody underscore was underscore in a state of mind now, and they sings out the whole underscore bilin underscore of S frauds. Lee's duck Lee's drown Lee's ride on a rail, and everybody was whooping at once, and there was a rattling powwow. But the lawyer he jumps on the table and yells and says, Gentlemen, underscore hear me just a word, just a underscore single underscore word if you please. There's one way yet. Let's go and dig up the corpse and look. That took them. Hooray! They all shouted and was starting right off, but the lawyer and the doctor sung out, Hold on. Collar all these 4 men and the boy, and fetch. Underscore them underscore long, too. We'll do it, they all shouted. And if we don't find them, Mark's wheel. Lynch the whole gang. I underscore was underscore scared now, I tell you. But there weren't no getting away, you.
No.
They gripped us all and marched us right along, straight for the graveyard, which was 1.5 miles down the river, and the whole town at our heels, for we made noise enough, and it was only 9 in the evening. As we went by our house, I wished I hadn't sent Mary Jane out of town, because now if I could tip her the wink, she'd light out and save me, and blow on our deadbeats. Well, we swarmed along down the river road, just carrying on like wildcats, and to make it more scary, the sky was darking up, and the lightning beginning to wink and flitter, and the wind to shiver amongst the leaves. This was the most awful trouble and most dangersome I ever was in, and I was kinder stunned. Everything was going so different from what I had allowed for, 'stead of being fixed so I could take my own time if I wanted to and see all the fun and have Mary Jane at my back to save me and set me free when the clothes fit come. Here was nothing in the world betwixt me and sudden death, but just them tattoo marks. If they didn't find them, I couldn't bear to think about it. And yet, somehow, I couldn't think about nothing else. It got darker and darker, and it was a beautiful time to give the crowd the slip. But that big husky had me by the wrist, Heinz, and a body might as well try to give Golier the slip.
He
dragged me right along. He was so excited, and I had to run to keep up. When they got there, they swarmed into the graveyard and washed over it like an overflow. And when they got to the grave, they found they had about 100 times as many shovels as they wanted, but nobody hadn't thought to fetch a lantern. But they sailed into digging anyway by the flicker of the lightning and sent a man to the nearest house, a half-a-mile off, to borrow one. So they dug and dug like everything, and it got awful dark, and the rain started, and the wind swished and swushed along, and the lightning come brisker and brisker, and the thunder boomed, but them people never took no notice of it. They was so full of this business, and 1 minute you could see everything and every face in that big crowd, and the shovelfuls of dirt sailing up out of the grave, and the next second the dark wiped it all out, and you couldn't see nothing at all. At last they got out the coffin and begun to unscrew the lid, and then such another crowding and shouldering and shoving as there was to Scrooge in and get a sight you never see, and in the dark, that way. It was awful. Heinz, he hurt my wrist dreadful pulling and tugging so, and I reckon he clean forgot I was in the world. He was so excited and
panting.
All of a sudden the lightning let go a perfect sluice of white glare, and somebody sings out, "By the living Jingo, here's the bag of gold on his breast." Heinz let out a whoop like everybody else and dropped my wrist and give a big surge to bust his way in and get a look, and the way I lit out and shin for the road in the dark, there ain't nobody can tell. I had the road all to myself, and I fairly flew, leastways I had it all to myself except the solid dark, and the now and then glares, and the buzzing of the rain, and the thrashing of the wind, and the splitting of the thunder. And sure as you are born, I did clip it along. When I struck the town, I see there weren't nobody out in the storm, so I never hunted for no back streets, but humped it straight through the main one, and when I begun to get towards our house, I aimed my eye and
set it.
No light there, the house all dark, which made me feel sorry and disappointed, I didn't know why. But at last, just as I was sailing by, flash, comes the light in Mary Jane's window, and my heart swelled up, sudden, like to bust, and the same second the house and all was behind me in the dark, and wasn't ever going to be before me no more in this world. She was the best girl I ever see, and had the most sand. The minute I was far enough above the town to see I could make the towhead, I begun to look sharp for a boat to borrow, and the first time the lightning showed me one that wasn't chained, I snatched it and
shoved.
It was a canoe, and warn't fastened with nothing but a rope. The towhead was a rattling big distance off, away out there in the Middle of the river, but I didn't lose no time, and when I struck the raft at last I was so faggied I would have just laid down to blow and gasp, if I could afforded it. But I didn't. As I sprung aboard I sung out with you, Jem, and set her loose. Glory be to goodness, we're shut of them. Jim lit out, and was coming for me with both arms spread. He was so full of joy, but when I glimpsed him in the lightning my heart shot up in my mouth, and I went overboard backwards, for I forgot he was old King Lear and a drowned Arab all in one, and it most scared the livers and lights out of me. But Jim fished me out and was going to hug me and bless me, and so on. He was so glad I was back and we was shut of the king and the duke. But I says, not now. Have it for breakfast, have it for breakfast. Cut loose and let her slide. So in 2 seconds away we went sliding down the river, and it did. Seems so good to be free again and all by ourselves on the big river. And nobody to bother us. I had to skip around a bit and jump up and crack my heels a few times. I couldn't help it, but about the third crack I noticed a sound that I knowed mighty well, and held my breath, and listened and waited, and sure enough, when the next flash busted out over the water, here they come, and just laying to their oars and making their skiff hum. It was the king and the duke. So I wilted right down onto the planks then and give up, and it was all I could do to keep from crying. Chapter 30. When they got aboard, the king went for me and shook me by the collar and says, trying to give us the slip, was ye, you pup, tired of our company?
Hey, I says.
No, your majesty, we warn't. Please don't, your majesty. Quick, then, and tell us what was your idea, or I'll shake the insides out o' you. Honest, I'll tell you everything just as it happened, your majesty. The man that had a hold of me was very good to me, and kept saying he had a boy about as big as me that died last year, and he was sorry to see a boy in such a dangerous fix, and when they was all took by surprise by finding the gold, and made a rush for the coffin, he lets go of me and whispers, heal it now or they'll hang ye sure, and I lit out. It didn't seem no good for me to stay. I couldn't do nothing, and I didn't want to be hung if I could get away. So I never stopped running till I found the canoe, and when I got here, I told Jim to hurry, or they'd catch me and hang me yet, and said I was afeard you. And the Duke wasn't alive now, and I was awful sorry, and so was Jim, and was awful glad when we see you coming. You may ask Jim if I
didn't.
Jim said it was so, and the king told him to shut up, and said, oh, yes, it's mighty likely, and shook me up again and said he reckoned he'd drown me. But the Duke says, Lego the boy, you old idiot. Would you a done any different?
Did
you inquire around for him when you got loose? I don't remember
it.
So the king let go of me, and begun to cuss that town and everybody in
it.
But the Duke says, you better a blamed sight give yourself a good cussing, for you're the one that's entitled to it most. You hain't done a thing from the start that had any sense in it, except coming out so cool and cheeky with that imaginary blue arrow mark. That was bright, it was right down bully, and it was the thing that saved us.
For if it hadn't been
for that, they'd have jailed us till them Englishmen's baggage come. And then the penitentiary, you bet. But that trick took 'em to the graveyard, and the gold done us a still bigger kindness, for if the excited fools hadn't let go all holts and made that rush to get a look, we'd have slept in our cravats tonight. Cravats warranted to wear for 2 longer than we'd need 'em. They was still a minute thinking, then the king says kind of absent-minded like, MF. And we reckon the niggers stole it. That made me squirm. Yes, says the Duke, kinder slow and deliberate and sarcastic. We
did.
After about half a minute the king drawls out, leastways I underskirt it. The Duke says the same way. On the contrary, _I_it. The king kind of ruffles up and says, looky here, Bilgewater. What are you referring to? The Duke says, pretty brisk. When it comes to that, maybe you'll let me ask, what was _you_? Referring to? Shucks, says the king, very sarcastic, but I don't know, maybe you was asleep and didn't know what you was about. The Duke bristles up now and says, oh, let _up_ on this cussed nonsense. Do you take me for a blame? Fool? Don't you reckon _I_ know who hid that money in that coffin? Yes, sir. I know you do know, because you done it yourself. It's a lie. And the Duke went for him. The king sings out, take wire hands off, leggo my throat. I take it all back. The Duke says, well, you just own up, first, that you did hide that money there, intending to give me the slip one of these days, and come back and dig it up, and have it all to yourself. Wait just a minute, Duke. Answer me this one question, honest and fair. If you didn't put the money there, say it, and I'll believe you, and take back everything I said. You old scoundrel, I didn't, and you know I didn't. There now. Well, then I believe you. But answer me only just this one more, now. Don't get mad. Didn't you have it in your mind to hook the money and hide it? The Duke never said nothing for a little bit. Then he says, well, I don't care if I did I didn't do it anyway. But you not only had it in mind to do it, but you done it. I wished I never die if I done it, Duke, and that's honest. I won't say I warn't going to do it because I was but you, I mean somebody got in a head, oh me. It's a lie. You done it and you got to say you done it or... The king began to gurgle, and then he gasps out, "Nuff. I own up. I was very glad to hear him say that. It made me feel much more easier than what I was feeling before. So the Duke took his hands off and says, if you ever deny it again, I'll drown you. It's for you to set there and blubber like a baby. It's fin for you, after the way you've acted. I never see such an old ostrich for wanting to gobble everything, and I trusting you all the time, like you was my own father. You ought to been ashamed of yourself to stand by and hear it. Saddled on to a lot of poor niggers, and you never say a word for 'em. It makes me feel ridiculous to think I was soft enough to believe that rubbish. Cuss you, I can see now why you was so anxious to make up the deficit. You wanted to get what money I'd got out of the nonsuch. And one thing or another, and scoop it all. The king says, timid, and still snuffling. Why, Duke, it was you that said make up the deficit, it weren't me. Dry up. I don't want to hear no more out of you, says the Duke. And now you see what you got by it. They've got all their own money back and all of but a shekel or two besides
Glong to
bed, and don't you deferse it under me no more defersits, long as you live. So the king sneaked into the wigwam and took to his bottle for comfort. And before long the Duke tackled his bottle, and so in about an hour they was as thick as thieves again, and the tighter they got, the lovinger they got, and went off snoring in each other's arms. They both got powerful mellow, but I noticed the king didn't get mellow enough to forget to remember to not deny about hiding the money bag. Again, that made me feel easy and satisfied.
Of course, when they got to
snoring, we had a long gabble, and I told Jim everything. Chapter 31. We danced stop again at any town for days and days. Kept right along. Down the river. We was down south in the warm weather now, and a mighty long ways from home. We begun to come to trees with Spanish moss on them, hanging down from the limbs like long, gray beards.
It was the
first I ever see it growing, and it made the woods look solemn and dismal. So now the frauds reckoned they was out of danger, and they begun to work the villages again. First they done a lecture on temperance, but they didn't make enough for them both to get drunk on. Then in another village they started a dancing school, but they didn't know no more how to dance than a kangaroo does, so the first prance they made the general public jumped in and pranced them out of town. Another time they tried to go at yellocution, but they didn't yellocute long till the audience got up and give them a solid good cussing and made them skip out. They tackled missionarying and mesmerizing and doctoring and telling fortunes and a little of everything, but they couldn't seem to have no luck. So at last they got just about dead broke and laid around the raft as she floated along, thinking and never saying nothing by the half a day at a time, and dreadful blue and desperate. And at last they took a change and begun to lay their heads together in the wigwam and talk low and confidential 2 or 3 hours at a time. Jim and me got uneasy. We didn't like the look of it. We judged they was studying up some kind of worse deviltry than ever. We turned it over and over, and at last we made up our minds they was going to break into somebody's house or store, or was going into the counterfeit money business or something. So then we was pretty scared and made up an agreement that we wouldn't have nothing in the world to do with such actions, and if we ever got the least show, we would give them the cold shake and clear out and leave them behind. Well, early one morning we hid the raft in a good safe place about 2 miles below a little bit of a shabby village named Pikesville, and the king he went ashore and told us all to stay hid whilst he went up to town and smelt around to see if anybody had got any wind of the royal nonesuch there yet. House 2. Rob, you _ says I to myself, and when you get through robbing it, you'll come back here and wonder what has become of me and Jim and the raft, and you'll have to take it out in wondering. And he said if he weren't back by midday the Duke and me would know it was all right, and we was to come along. So we stayed where we was. The Duke he fretted and sweated around, and was in a mighty sour way. He scolded us for everything, and we couldn't seem to do nothing right. He found fault with every little thing. Something was a-brewing, sure. I was good and glad when midday come and no king we could have a change anyway, and maybe a chance for _ change on top of it. So me and the Duke went up to the village and hunted around there for the king, and by we found him in the back room of a little low doggery, very tight, and a lot of loafers bully ragging him for sport, and he a cussing and a threatening with all his might, and so tight he couldn't walk and couldn't do nothing to them. The Duke he begun to abuse him for an old fool, and the king begun to sass back, and the minute they was fairly at it I lit out and shook the reefs out of my hind legs and spun down the river road like a deer, for I see our chance, and I made up my mind that it would be a long day before they ever see me and Jim again. I got down there all out of breath but loaded up with joy, and sung out, "Set her loose, Jim. We're all right now." But there weren't no answer, and nobody come out of the wigwam. Jim was gone. I set up a shout, and then another one, and run this way and that in the woods, whooping and screeching, but it warn't no use. Old Jim was gone. Then I sat down and cried. I couldn't help it, but I couldn't set still long. Pretty soon I went out on the road, trying to think what I'd better do, and I run across a boy walking and asked him if he'd seen a strange nigger dressed so, and he says, "Yes." "Whereabouts?" says I. "Down to Silas Phelps' place, 2 miles below here. He's a runaway nigger, and they've got him." "Was you looking for him?" "You bet I ain't. I run across him in the woods about an hour or 2 ago, and he said if I hollered he'd cut my livers out, and told me to lay down and stay where I was, and I done it. Been there ever since, afeared to come out." "Well," he says, "you needn't be afeared no more, because they've got him. He run off FM down south, Salmers. It's a good job they got him." "Well, I reckon there's $200 reward on him. It's like picking up money out in the road." "Yes, it is, and I could have had it if I'd been big enough. I see him. First. Who nailed him?" "It was an old fellow, a stranger, and he sold out his chance in him for $40 because he's got to go up the river and can't wait.
Think.
Oh, that, now. You bet I'd wait if it was 7 year. That's me every time, says I, but maybe his chance ain't worth no more than that if he'll sell it so cheap. Maybe there's something ain't straight about it, but it is though, straight as a string. I see the handle myself. It tells all about him, to a dot, paints him like a picture, and tells the plantation he's from, below nor leans . No siree Bob they. Ain't no trouble bout that speculation, you bet you.
Say, gimme a
Chaw two backer, won't ye? I didn't have none, so he left. I went to the raft and set down in the wigwam to think, but I couldn't come to nothing. I thought till I wore my head sore, but I couldn't see no way out of the trouble. After all, this long journey, and after all we'd done for them scoundrels, hear it, was all come to nothing, everything all busted up and ruined, because they could have the heart to serve Jim such a trick as that and make him a slave again all his life, and among strangers, too, for $40 dirty. Once I said to myself it would be 1,000 times better for Jim to be a slave at home where his family was, as long as he'd got to be a slave, and so I'd better write a letter to Tom Sawyer and tell him to tell Miss Watson where he was. But I soon give up that notion for two things. She'd be mad and disgusted at his rascality and ungratefulness for leaving her, and so she'd sell him straight down the river again. And if she didn't, everybody naturally despises an ungrateful nigger, and they'd make Jim feel it all the time, and so he'd feel ornery and
disgraced.
And then think of me. It would get all around that Huck. Finn helped a nigger to get his freedom, and if I was ever to see anybody from that town again, I'd be ready to get down and lick his boots for shame. That's just the way a person does a low-down thing, and then he don't want to take no consequences of it.
Thinks as long as
he can hide it, it ain't no disgrace. That was my fix exactly. The more I studied about this, the more my conscience went to grinding me, and the more wicked and low down and ornery I got to feeling. And at last, when it hit me all of a sudden that here was the plain hand of Providence slapping me in the face and letting me know my wickedness was being watched all the time from up there in heaven whilst I was stealing a poor old woman's nigger that hadn't ever done me no harm, and now was showing me there's one that's always on the lookout and ain't going to allow no such miserable doings to go only just so fur. And no further, I most dropped in my tracks, I was so scared. Well, I tried the best I could to kinder soften it up somehow for myself by saying I was brung up wicked, and so I weren't so much to blame. But something inside of me kept saying, there was the Sunday school, you could have gone to it, and if you'd have done it they'd learnt you there that people that acts as I'd been acting about that nigger goes to everlasting fire. It made me shiver, and I about made up my mind to pray and see if I couldn't try to quit being the kind of a boy I was and be better.
So I
kneeled down, but the words wouldn't come. Why wouldn't they? It warn't no use to try and hide it from him, nor from me neither. I knowed very well why they wouldn't come. It was because my heart warn't right. It was because I warn't square. It was because I was playing double. I was letting to give up sin, but away inside of me I was holding on to the biggest one of all. I was trying to make my mouth say I would do the right thing and the clean thing, and go and write to that nigger's owner and tell where he was, but deep down in me I knowed it was a lie, and he knowed it. You can't pray a lie, I found that out. So I was full of trouble, full as I could be, and didn't know what to
do.
At last I had an idea, and I says, I'll go and write the letter, and see if I can pray. Why, it was astonishing the way I felt as light as a feather right straight off, and my troubles all gone.
So I
got a piece of paper and a pencil, all glad and excited, and sat down. and wrote, Miss Watson, your runaway nigger Jim is down here 2 miles below Pikesville, and Mr. Phelps has got him, and he'll give him up for the reward if you send Huck Finn _. I felt good and all washed clean of sin for the first time I had ever felt so in my life, and I knowed I could pray now. But I didn't do it straight off, but laid the paper down and sat there thinking how good it was all this happened so, and how near I come to being lost. Didn't you think she'd like me to kiss her, sir? Why, no, no, I believe I didn't. Then he looks on around the same way to me, and says, Tom, didn't you think Aunt Sally d'd open out her arms and say, Sid Sawyer. My land, she says, breaking in and jumping for him. You impudent young rascal, to fool a body so, and was going to hug him, but he fended her off and says, No, not till you've asked me first. So she didn't lose no time, but asked him, and hugged him and kissed him over and over again, and then turned him over to the old man, and he took what was left. And after they got a little quiet again, she says, Why, dear me, I never see such a surprise. We weren't looking for _you_ at all, but only Tom. Sis never wrote to me about anybody coming but him. It's because it weren't intended for any of us to come but Tom, he says. But I begged and begged, and at the last minute she let me come, too. So, coming down the river, me and Tom thought it would be a first-rate surprise for him to come here to the house first, and for me to by and by tag along and drop in and let on to be a stranger. But it was a mistake, Aunt Sally. This ain't no healthy place for a stranger to come. No, not impudent whelps, Sid. You ought to had your jaws boxed. I hain't been so put out since I don't know when. But I don't care, I don't mind the terms. I'd be willing to stand 1,000 such jokes too. Have you here? Well, to think of that performance. I don't deny it, I was most putrefied with astonishment when you give me that smack. We had dinner out in that broad open passage betwixt the house and the kitchen, and there was things enough on that table for 7 families, and all hot, too. None of your flabby, tough meat that's laid in a cupboard in a damp cellar all night and tastes like a hunk of old cold cannibal in the morning. Uncle Silas, he asked a pretty long blessing over it, but it was worth it, and it didn't cool it a bit. Neither, the way I've seen them kind of interruptions do lots of times. There was a considerable good deal of talk all the afternoon, and me and Tom was on the lookout all the time, but it warn't no use. They didn't happen to say nothing about any runaway nigger, and we was afraid to try to work up to it. But at supper, at night, one of the little boys says, Pa, may Tom and Sid and me go to the show? No, says the old man. I reckon there ain't going to be any, and you couldn't go if there was, because the runaway nigger told Burton and me all about that scandalous show, and Burton said he would tell the people, so I reckon they've drove the audacious loafers out of town before this time. So there it was, but I couldn't help it. Tom and me was to sleep in the same room and bed, so, being tired, we bid good night and went up to bed right after supper, and clomb out of the window and down the lightning rod, and shoved for the town, for I didn't believe anybody was going to give the king and the duke a hint, and so if I didn't hurry up and give them one, they'd get into trouble sure. On the road, Tom, he told me all about how it was reckoned I was murdered, and how Pap disappeared pretty soon and didn't come back no more, and what a stir there was when Jim run away, and I told Tom all about our royal nonsuch rapscallions, and as much of the raft voyage as I had time to, and as we struck into the town and up through the middle of it, it was as much as 8:30. Then here comes a raging rush of people with torches, and an awful whooping and yelling, and banging tin pans and blowing horns, and we jumped to one side to let them go by, and as they went by, I see they had the king and the duke astraddle of a rail. That is, I noted was the king, and the duke, though they was all over tar and feathers and didn't look like Nothing in the world that was human just looked like a couple of monstrous big soldier plumes. Well, it made me sick to see it, and I was sorry for them poor pitiful rascals. It seemed like I couldn't ever feel any hardness against them any more in the world. It was a dreadful thing to see. Human beings can be awful cruel to one another. We was too late, couldn't do no good. We asked some stragglers about it, and they said everybody went to the show looking very innocent, and laid low and kept dark till the poor old king was in the middle of his cavortings on the stage. Then somebody give a signal, and the house rose up and went for them. So we poked along back home, and I weren't feeling so brash as I was before, but kind of ornery and humble, and to blame, somehow, though. I hadn't done nothing. But that's always the way. It don't make no difference whether you do right or wrong. A person's conscience ain't got no sense, and just goes for him anyway. If I had a yaller dog that didn't know no more than a person's conscience, I would pison him. It takes up more room than all the rest of a person's insides, and yet ain't no good, no how. Tom Sawyer, he says the same. Chapter 34. We stopped talking and got to thinking. By and by Tom says, "Looky here, Huck, what fools we are to not think of it before."
Betty.
Know where Jim is?
No.
Where? In that hut down by the ash hopper. Why, looky here. When we was at dinner, didn't you see a nigger man go in there with some victuals? Yes. What did you think the victuals was for? For a dog. So'd I. Well, it wasn't for a dog. Why? Because part of it was watermelon. So, I noticed it. Well, it just beat all that I never thought about a dog not eating watermelon. It shows how a body can see and don't see at the same time. Well, the nigger unlocked the padlock when he went in, and he locked it again when he came out. He fetched Uncle a key about the time we got up from table. Same key, I bet. Watermelon shows man, lock shows prisoner, and it ain't likely there's two prisoners on such a little plantation, and where the people's all so kind and good. Jim's the prisoner. All right, I'm glad we found it out detective fashion. I wouldn't give shucks for any other way. Now you work your mind and study out a plan to steal Jim, and I will study out one, too, and we'll take the one we like the best. What a head for just a boy to have. If I had Tom Sawyer's head, I wouldn't trade it off to be a duke, nor mate of a steamboat, nor a clown in a circus, nor nothing I can think of. I went to thinking out a plan, but only just to be doing something. I knowed very well where the right plan was going to come from. Pretty soon Tom says, "Ready?" "Yes," I says. "All right, bring it out." "My plan is this," I says. "We can easy find out if it's Jim in there. Then get up my canoe tomorrow night and fetch my raft over from the island. Then the first dark night that comes steal the key out of the old man's breeches after he goes to bed and shove off down the river on the raft with Jim, hiding daytimes and running nights, the way me and Jim used to do before. Wouldn't that plan work? Work. Why, certain why it would work like rats fighting. But it's too blame simple. There ain't nothing to it. What's the good of a plan that ain't no more trouble than that? It's as mild as goose milk. Why, Huck, it wouldn't make no more talk than breaking into a soap factory. I never said nothing, because I warn't expecting nothing different. But I knowed mighty well that whenever he got his plan ready, it wouldn't have none of them objections to it. And it didn't. He told me what it was, and I see in a minute it was worth 15 of mine for style, and would make Jim just as free a man as mine would, and maybe get us all killed besides. So I was satisfied, and said we would waltz in on it. I needn't tell what it was here, because I knowed it wouldn't stay the way it was. I knowed he would be changing it around every which way as we went along, and heaving in new bullienesses wherever he got a chance. And that is what he done. Well, one thing was dead sure, and that was that Tom Sawyer was in earnest, and was actually going to help steal that nigger out of slavery. That was the thing that was too many for me.
Here was a boy that was
respectable and well brought up, and had a character to lose, and folks at home that had characters, and he was bright and not leather-headed, and knowing and not ignorant, and not mean, but kind, and yet here he was, without any more pride, or rightness, or feeling, than to stoop to this business, and make himself ashamed, and his family ashamed before everybody. I couldn't understand it no way at all. It was outrageous. And I knowed I ought to just up and tell him so, and so be his true friend, and let him quit the thing right where he was and save himself. And I did start to tell him, but he shut me up and says, "Don't you reckon I know what I'm about? Don't I generally know what I'm about?" Yes. Didn't I say I was going to help steal the nigger? Yes. Well, then. That's all he said, and that's all I said. It weren't no use to say any more, because when he said he'd do a thing, he always done it. But I couldn't make out how he was willing to go into this thing, so I just let it go, and never bothered no more about it. If he was bound to have it so, I couldn't help it. When we got home, the house was all dark and still, so we went on down to the hut by the ash hopper to examine it. We went through the yard so as to see what the hounds would do. They knowed us and didn't make no more noise than country dogs is always doing when anything comes by in the night. When we got to the cabin, we took a look at the front and the two sides, and on the side I warn't acquainted with, which was the north side, we found a square window hole, up tolerable high, with just one stout board nailed across it.
I says,
"Here's the ticket. This hole's big enough for Jim to get through if we wrench off the board." Tom says, "It's as simple as tit-tat-toe, 3 in a row, and as easy as playing hooky. I should hope we can find a way that's a little more complicated than that Huck Finn." "Well, then," I says, "how'll it do to saw him out the way I done before I was murdered that time? That's more like he says. It's real mysterious and troublesome and good," he says, "but I bet we can find a way that's twice as long. There ain't no hurry. Lease keep on looking around." Betwixt the hut and the fence on the back side was a lean-to that joined the hut at the eaves and was made out of plank. It was as long as the hut, but narrow, only about 6 foot wide. The door to it was at the south end and was padlocked. Tom he went to the soap kettle and searched around and fetched back the iron thing they lift the lid with, so he took it and prized out one of the staples. The chain fell down and we opened the door and went in and shut it and struck a match, and see the shed was only built against a cabin and had no connection with it, and there weren't no floor to the shed, nor nothing in it but some old rusty played-out hoes and spades and picks and a
crippled plow.
The match went out, and so did we, and shoved in the staple again, and the door was locked as good as ever. Tom was joyful. He says, "Now we're all right. We'll dig him out. It'll take about a week." Then we started for the house, and I went in the back door. You only have to pull a buckskin latch string. They don't fasten the doors, but that weren't romantical enough for Tom Sawyer. No way would do him, but he must climb up the lightning rod. But after he got up halfway about 3 times, and missed fire, and fell every time, and the last time most busted his brains out, he thought he got to give it up. But after he was rested, he allowed he would give her one more turn for luck, and this time he made the trip. In the morning we was up at break of day, and down to the nigger cabins, to pet the dogs and make friends with the nigger that fed Jim, if it was Jim that was being fed. The niggers was just getting through breakfast and starting for the fields, and Jim's nigger was piling up a tin pan with bread and meat and things, and whilst the others was leaving, the key come from the house. This nigger had a good-natured, chuckle-headed face, and his wool was all tied up in little bunches with thread. That was to keep witches
off.
He said the witches was pestering him awful these nights, and making him see all kinds of strange things and hear all kinds of strange words and noises, and he didn't believe he was ever witched so long before in his life. He got so worked up and got to running on so about his troubles, he forgot all about what he'd been going to do. So Tom says, "What's the victuals for?" "Going to feed the dogs." The nigger kind of smiled around gradually over his face, like when you heave a brickbat in a mud puddle, and he says, "Yes, Mars Sid _a_ dog. Curus dog too.
Does you want to go and look at him?"
"Yes." I hunch Tom and whispers, "You going right here in the daybreak?" That warn't the plan. No, it warn't, but it's the plan now. So, drat him, we went along, but I didn't like it much. When we got in, we couldn't hardly see anything. It was so dark, but Jim was there, sure enough, and could see us, and he sings out, "Why, Huck, and good lawn,
And dat Mr. Tom."
I just knowed how it would be. I just expected it. I didn't know. Nothing to do, and if I had I couldn't have done it, because that nigger busted in and says, "Why, de gracious sakes, do he know you gentlemen?" We could see pretty well now. Tom, he looked at the nigger, steady and kind of wondering, and says, "Does who know us?" "Why, dis yer runaway nigger." "I don't reckon he does. But what put that into your head?" "What put dar? Didn't he dis minute sing out like he knowed you?" Tom says in a puzzled-up kind of way. "Well, that's mighty curious. Who sung out? When did he sing out? What did he sing out?" And turns to me, perfectly CM, and says, "Did you hear anybody sing out?" Of course there weren't nothing to be said but the one thing. So I says, "No, I ain't heard nobody say nothing." Then he turns to Jim and looks him over like he never see him before, and says, "Did you sing out?" "No, saw," says Jim. I hain't said nothing, saw. Not a word. "No, saw, I hain't said a word." "Did you ever see us before?" "No, saw, not as I knows on." So Tom turns to the nigger, which was looking wild and distressed, and says, kind of severe, "What do you reckon's the matter with you, anyway? What made you think somebody sung out?" "Oh, it's de dad blame witches, saw, and I wished I was dead, I do. Dey's all as at it, saw, and dey do mos kill me. Dey scares me so. Please to don't tell nobody about it, saw, or ol' Mars Silas he'll scold me. Kase he say dey ain't no witches." I geez, wish to goodness he was. Here now, den, so what would he say? I geez, but he couldn't find no way to get around it, for time. But it's all as geez so. People that's sot stays sot. Dey won't look into nothin' find it out fr dey selves, and when you find it out and tell 'em 'bout it, dey don't believe you. Tom give him a dime and said we wouldn't tell nobody, and told him to buy some more thread to tie up his wool with, and then looks at Jim and says, "I wonder if Uncle Silas is going to hang this nigger. If I was to catch a nigger that was ungrateful enough to run away, I wouldn't give him up, I'd hang him." And whilst the nigger stepped to the door to look at the dime and bite it to see if it was good, he whispers to Jim and says, "Don't ever let on to know us. And if you hear any digging going on nights, it's us. We're going to set you free." Jim only had time to grab us by the hand and squeeze it. Then the nigger come back, and we said we'd come again some time if the nigger wanted us to, and he said he would, more particular if it was dark, because the witches went for him mostly in the dark, and it was good to have folks around then. Chapter 35. It would be most an hour yet till breakfast, so we left and struck down into the woods, because Tom said we got to have some light to see how to dig by, and a lantern makes too much and might get us into trouble. What we must have was a lot of them rotten chunks that's called foxfire, and just makes a soft kind of a glow when you lay them in a dark place. We fetched an armful and hid it in the weeds, and sat down to rest, and Tom says, kind of dissatisfied, "Blame it, this whole thing is just as easy and awkward as it can be. And so it makes it so rotten difficult to get up a difficult plan. There ain't no watchman to be drugged, now there ought to be a watchman. There ain't even a dog to give a sleeping mixture to. And there's Jim chained by one leg with a 10-foot chain to the leg of his bed. Why, all you got to do is to lift up the bedstead and slip off
the chain.
And Uncle Silas, he trusts everybody, sends the key to the pumpkin-headed nigger, and don't send nobody to watch the nigger.
Jim
could have got out of that window hole before this, only there wouldn't be no use trying to travel with a 10-foot chain on his leg. Why, drat it, Huck, it's the stupidest arrangement I ever see. You got to invent, all the difficulties. Well, we can't help it, we got to do the best we can with the materials we've got. Anyhow, there's one thing, there's more honor in getting him out through a lot of difficulties and dangers, where there weren't one of them furnished to you by the people, who it was their duty to furnish them, and you had to contrive them all out of your own head. Now look at just that one thing of the lantern. When you come down to the cold facts, we simply got to let on that a lantern's rescue. Why, we could work with a torchlight procession if we wanted to believe. Now, whilst I think of it, we got to hunt up something to make a saw out of the first chance we get. What do we want of a saw? What do we want of it? Hain't we got to saw the leg of Jim's bed off, so as to get the chain loose? Why, you just said a body could lift up the bedstead and slip the chain off. Well, if that ain't just like you, Huck Finn, you can get up the infant schooliest ways of going at a thing. Why, hain't you ever read any books at all? Baron Trenck, nor Casanova, nor Benvenuto Cellini, nor Henri IV, nor none of them heroes? Who ever heard of getting a prisoner loose in such an old matey way as that? No, the way all the best authorities does is to saw the bed leg in two, and leave it just so, and swallow the sawdust, so it can't be found, and put some dirt and grease around the sawed place, so the very keenest senescal can't see no sign of its being sawed, and thinks the bed leg is perfectly
sound.
Then, the night you're ready, fetch the leg a kick, down she goes, slip off your chain, and there you are. Nothing to do but hitch your rope ladder to the battlements, shin down it, break your leg in the moat, because a rope ladder is 19 foot too short, and there's your horses and your trusty vassals, and they scoop you up and fling you across a saddle, and away you go to your native Languedoc or Navarre or wherever it is. It's gaudy, Huck. I wish there was a moat to this cabin. If we get time, the night of the escape, we'll dig one.
I says,
what do we want of a moat when we're going to snake him out from under the cabin? But he never heard me. He had forgot me, and everything else. He had his chin in his hand, thinking. Pretty soon he sighs and shakes his head, then sighs again and says, no, it wouldn't do. There ain't necessity enough for it. For what? I says. Why, to saw Jim's leg off, he says. Good land. I says. Why, there ain't no necessity for it. And what would you want to saw his leg off for anyway? Well, some of the best authorities has done it. They couldn't get the chain off, so they just cut their hand off and shoved. And a leg would be better still. But we got to let that go. There ain't necessity enough in this case, and besides, Jim's a nigger and wouldn't understand the reasons for it and how it's the custom in Europe, so we'll let it go. But there's one thing, he can have a rope ladder. We can tear up our sheets and make him a rope ladder easy enough.
And we
can send it to him in a pie. It's mostly done that way. And I've eaten worse pies. Why, Tom Sawyer, how you talk, I says. Jim ain't got no use for a rope ladder. He has got use for it. How underscore you underscore talk, you better say you don't.
Know nothing about it.
He's underscore got underscore to have a rope ladder. They all do. What in the nation can he underscore do underscore with it? Underscore do underscore with it? He can hide it in his bed, can't he? That's what they all do, and underscore he's got to too. Huck, you don't ever seem to want to do anything that's regular. You want to be starting something fresh all
the time.
S'pose he underscore don't underscore do nothing with it? Ain't it there in his bed for a clue after he's gone? And don't you reckon they'll want clues?
Of course they will.
And you wouldn't leave them any? That would be a underscore pretty underscore how do you do underscore wouldn't underscore it. I never heard of such a thing. Well, I says, if it's in the regulations, and he's got to have it, all right, let him have it, because I don't wish to go back on no regulations, but there's one thing, Tom Sawyer, if we go to tearing up our sheets to make Jim a rope ladder, we're going to get into trouble with Aunt Sally, just as sure as you're born. Now, the way I look at it, a hickory bark ladder don't cost nothing, and don't waste nothing, and is just as good to load up a pie with and hide in a straw tick as any rag ladder you can start. And as for Jim, he ain't had no experience, and so on. He underscore don't care what kind of a. Oh, shucks, Huck Finn, if I was as ignorant as you, I'd keep still. That's what underscore I'd underscore do. Whoever heard of a state prisoner escaping by a hickory bark ladder? Why, it's perfectly ridiculous. Well, all right, Tom, fix it your own way, but if you'll take my advice, you'll let me borrow a sheet off of the clothesline. He said that would do. And that gave him another idea, and he says, borrow a shirt, too. What do we want of a shirt, Tom? Want it for Jim to keep a journal on. Journal your granny. Underscore Jim underscore can't write. S'pose he underscore can't underscore write, he can make marks on the shirt, can't he, if we make him a pen out of an old pewter spoon or a piece of an old iron?
Bet'll hope.
Why, Tom, we can pull a feather out of a goose and make him a better one, and quicker, too. Underscore prisoners underscore don't have geese running around the dungeon keep to pull pens out of, you muggins. They underscore always underscore make their pens out of the hardest, toughest, troublesomest piece of old brass candlestick or something like that they can get their hands on, and it takes them weeks and weeks and months to file it out, too, because they've got to do it by rubbing it on the wall. They underscore wouldn't use a goose quill if they had it. It ain't regular. Well, then, what'll we make him the ink out of? Many makes it out of iron rust and tears, but that's the common sort. And women, the best authorities, uses their own blood. Jim can do that. And when he wants to send any little common, ordinary, mysterious message to let the world know where he's captivated, he can write it on the bottom of a tin plate with a fork and throw it out of the window.
The
Iron Mask always done that, and it's a blame good way, too. Jim ain't got no tin plates. They feed him in a pan. That ain't nothing. We can get him some. Can't nobody underscore read underscore his plates. That ain't got anything to underscore do underscore with it, Huck Finn. All he's got to do is to write on the plate and throw it out. You don't underscore have underscore to be able to read it. Why, half the time you can't read anything a prisoner writes on a tin plate or anywhere else. Well, then, what's the sense in wasting the plates? Why, blame it all, it ain't the underscore prisoner's underscore plates. But it's underscore somebody's underscore plates, ain't it? Well, s'pose then it is? What does the underscore prisoner underscore care whose? He broke off there because we heard the breakfast horn blowing.
So we
cleared out for the house. Along during the morning I borrowed a sheet and a white shirt off of the clothesline, and I found an old sack and put them in it, and we went down and got the foxfire and put that in too. I called it borrowing because that was what Pap always called it, but Tom said it weren't borrowing, it was stealing. He said we was representing prisoners, and prisoners don't care how they get a thing, so they get it, and nobody don't blame them for it, either. It ain't no crime in a prisoner to steal the thing he needs to get away with, Tom said. It's his right, and so, as long as we was representing a prisoner, we had a perfect right to steal anything on this place we had the least use for, to get ourselves out of prison with. He said if we weren't prisoners it would be a very different thing, and nobody but a mean, ornery person would steal when he weren't a prisoner. So we allowed we would steal everything there was that come handy. And yet he made a mighty fuss. One day, after that, when I stole a watermelon out of the nigger patch and eat it, and he made me go and give the niggers a dime without telling them what it was for. Tom said that what he meant was we could steal anything we needed. Well, I says I needed the watermelon. But he said I didn't need it to get out of prison with. There's where the difference was. He said if I'd wanted it to hide a knife in and smuggle it to Jim to kill the seneschal with, it would have been all right. So I let it go at that, though I couldn't see no advantage in my representing a prisoner if I got to set down and chaw over a lot of gold leaf distinctions like that every time I see a chance to hog a watermelon. Well, as I was saying, we waited that morning till everybody was settled down to business, and nobody in sight around the yard. Then Tom, he carried the sack into the lean-to, whilst I stood off a piece to keep watch. By and by he come out, and we went and sat down on the woodpile to talk. He says, everything's all right now except tools, and that's easy fix. Tools. I says, yes. Tools for what? Why, to dig with. We ain't going to gnaw him out, are we? Ain't them old crippled picks and things in there good enough to dig a nigger out with? I says. He turns on me, looking pitying enough to make a body cry, and says, Huck Finn, did you ever hear of a prisoner having picks and shovels, and all the modern conveniences in his wardrobe to dig himself out with? Now I want to ask you if you got any reasonableness in you at all. What kind of a show would that give him to be a hero? Why, they might as well lend him the key and done with it. Picks and shovels, why, they wouldn't furnish to a king. Well then, I says, if we don't want the picks and shovels, what do we want? A couple of case knives to dig the foundations out from under that cabin with. Yes. Confound it, it's foolish, Tom. It don't make no difference how foolish it is. It's the right way, and it's the regular way. And there ain't no other way that ever I heard of, and I've read all the books that gives any information about these things. They always dig out with a case knife, and not through dirt, mind you. Generally it's through solid rock. And it takes them weeks and weeks and weeks, and forever and ever. Why, look at one of them prisoners in the bottom dungeon of the Castle d'If, in the harbor of Marseilles, that dug himself out that way. How long was he at it, you reckon? I don't know. Well, guess. I don't know. A month and a half. 37 year and he come out in China. That's the kind. I wish the bottom of this fortress was solid rock. Jim Thusfer don't know nobody in China. What's that got to do with it? Neither did that other fellow. But you're always wandering off on a side issue. Why can't you stick to the main point? All right, I don't care where he comes out. So he comes out, and Jim don't either, I reckon. But there's one thing, anyway, Jim's too old to be dug out with a case knife. He won't last. Yes, he will last too. You don't reckon it's going to take 37 years to dig out through a dirt foundation, do you? How long will it take, Tom? Well, we can't risk being as long as we ought to, because it mayn't take very long for Uncle Silas to hear from down there by New Orleans. He'll hear Jim ain't from there. Then his next move will be to advertise Jim, or something like that. So we can't risk being as long digging him out as we ought to. By rights I reckon we ought to be a couple of years, but we can't. Things being so uncertain, what I recommend is this, that we really dig right in as quick as we can, and after that we can let on to ourselves that we was at it 37 years. Then we can snatch him out and rush him away the first time there's an alarm. Yes, I reckon that'll be the best way. Now, there's sense in that. I says. Letting on don't cost nothing. Letting on ain't no trouble, and if it's any object, I don't mind. Letting on we was added 150 year. T was so much bother, and trouble to be a prisoner. Well, it always is when it's done right. You got any rats around? Here? No, saw. I hain't seed none. Well, we'll get you some rats. Why, Mars Tom, I don't no rats.
Des de dat blamdeste creature.
To sturb a body, and rustle rune over him, and bite his feet, when he's tryin' to sleep I ever see. No, saw, gimme garter snakes, I's got to have 'em, but don't gimme no rats. I hain't got no use for Scazely. But Jim, you got to have 'em, they all do. So don't make no more
fuss about it.
Prisoners ain't ever without rats. There ain't no instance of it. And they train them and pet them and learn them tricks, and they get to be as sociable as flies. But you got to play music to them. You got anything to play music on?
Ian, god nog buta kuasa como na pieza, pape, ana.
Juice harp. But I reckon they would take no stock in a juice harp. Yes, they would. They don't care what kind of music 'tis. Juice harp's plenty good enough for a rat. All animals like music in a
prison they dote on it.
Especially painful music, and you can't get no other kind out of a Jew's harp. It always interests them, they come out to see what's the matter with you. Yes, you're all right, you're fixed. Very well. You want to set on your bed nights before you go to sleep, and early in the mornings, and play your Jew's harp. Play The Last Link is Broken. That's the thing that'll scoop a rat quicker than anything else. And when you've played about 2 minutes, you'll see all the rats and the snakes and spiders and things begin to feel worried about you and they'll just fairly swarm over you and have a noble good time. Yes, _day _will, I reckon Mars Tom, but what kinder time is _Jim havin'? Blessed if I can seed a pint, but I'll do it if I got to.
I
reckon I better keep de animals satisfied and not have no trouble in da house. Tom waited to think it over and see if there wasn't nothing else. And pretty soon he says, "Oh, there's one thing I forgot. Could you raise a flower here, do you reckon?" "I don't know, but maybe I could, Mars Tom, but it's tollable darkin' here, and I ain't got no use for no flower, nohow, and she'd be a powerful sight o' trouble." "Well, you try it anyway. Some other prisoners has done it. One or dem big cattail-lookin' mullen stalks would grow in here, Mars Tom, I reckon, but she wouldn't be with half de trouble she'd cost. Don't you believe it? We'll fetch you a little one, and you plant it in the corner over there, and raise it. And don't call it mullen, call it pitchiola. That's its right name when it's in a prison.
And you want to
water it with your tears." "Why, I got plenty spring water, Mars Tom. You don't want spring water. You want to water it with your tears. It's the way they always do."
"Why, Mars Tom, I kojen reis van de munstalks vid."
Spring water whiles another man's start and one with tears. That ain't the idea. You got to do it with tears. She'll die on my hands, Mars Tom. She surely will, 'case I don't scazely ever cry. So Tom was stumped. But he studied it over and then said Jim would have to worry along the best he could with an onion. He promised he would go to the nigger cabins and drop one, private, in Jim's coffee pot in the morning. Jim said he would as soon have tobacco in his coffee, and found so much fault with it and with the work and bother of raising the mullen and Jews harping the rats and petting and flattering up the snakes and spiders and things on top of all the other work he had to do on pens and inscriptions and journals and things, which made it more trouble and worry and responsibility to be a prisoner than anything he ever undertook, that Tom most lost all patience with him, and said he was just loading down, with more gaudier chances than a prisoner ever had in the world to make a name for himself, and yet he didn't know enough to appreciate them.
And they was just about wasted on him. So Jim he was sorry and said he
wouldn't behave so no more, and then me and Tom shoved for bed. Chapter 39. In the morning we went up to the village and bought a wire rat trap and fetched it down and unstopped the best rat hole, and in about an hour we had 15 of the bulliest kind of ones, and then we took it and put it in a safe place under Aunt Sally's bed. But while we was gone, for spiders, little Thomas Franklin Benjamin Jefferson Alexander Phelps found it there and opened the door of it to see if the rats would come out, and they did, and Aunt Sally she come in, and when we got back she was standing on top of the bed raising cane, and the rats was doing what they could to keep off the dull times for her. So she took and dusted us both with the hickory, and we was as much as 2 hours catching another 15 or 16, drat that meddlesome cub, and they weren't the likeliest, nuther, because the first haul was the pick of the flock. I never see a likelier lot of rats than what that first haul
was.
We got a splendid stock of sorted spiders and bugs and frogs and caterpillars and one thing or another, and we like to got a hornet's nest, but we didn't. The family was at home. We didn't give it right up, but stayed with them as long as we could, because we allowed we'd tire them out or they'd got to tire us out, and they done it. Then we got alicampagne and rubbed on the places, and was pretty near all right again, but couldn't set down convenient. And so we went for the snakes, and grabbed a couple of dozen garters and house snakes and put them in a bag and put it in our room, and by that time it was supper time and a rattling good honest day's work, and hungry. Oh, no, I reckon not. And there weren't a blessed snake up there. When we went back, we didn't half tie the sack, and they worked out somehow and left. But it didn't matter much, because they was still on the premises somewheres.
So we
judged we could get some of them again. No, there weren't no real scarcity of snakes about the house for a considerable spell.
You'd see
them dripping from the rafters and places every now and then, and they generally landed in your plate or down the back of your neck, and most of the time where you didn't want them. Well, they was handsome and striped, and there weren't no harm in a million of them, but that never made no difference to Aunt Sally. She despised snakes, be the breed what they might, and she couldn't stand them no way you could fix it. And every time one of them flopped down on her, it didn't make no difference what she was doing, she would just lay that work down and light out. I never see such a woman. And you could hear her whoop too. Jericho. You couldn't get her to take a hold of one of them with the
tongs.
And if she turned over and found one in bed, she would scramble out and lift a howl that you would think the house was afire.
She
disturbed the old man so that he said he could most wish there hadn't ever been no snakes created. Why, after every last snake had been gone clear out of the house for as much as a week, Aunt Sally warn't over it. Yet, she warn't near over it when she was setting thinking about something. You could touch her on the back of her neck with a feather, and she would jump right out of her stockings. It was very curious.
But
Tom said all women was just so. He said they was made that way for some reason or other. We got a licking every time one of our snakes come in her way, and she allowed these lickings weren't nothing to what she would do if we ever loaded up the place again with them. I didn't mind the lickings, because they didn't amount to nothing, but I minded the trouble we had to lay in another lot. But we got them laid in and all the other things, and you never see a cabin as blithesome as Jim's was when they'd all swarm out for music and go for him. Jim didn't like the spiders, and the spiders didn't like Jim, and so they'd lay for him and make it mighty warm for him. And he said that between the rats and the snakes and the grindstone there weren't no room in bed for him. Scazely. And when there was, a body couldn't sleep, it was so lively. And it was always lively, he said, because they never all slept at one time, but took turnabout, So when the snakes was asleep, the rats was on deck, and when the rats turned in, the snakes come on watch. So he always had one gang under him, in his way, and t'other gang having a circus over him, and if he got up to hunt a new place, the spiders would take a chance at him as he crossed over. He said if he ever got out, this time he wouldn't ever be a prisoner again, not for a salary. Well, by the end of 3 weeks, everything was in pretty good shape. The shirt was sent in early in a pie, and every time a rat bit Jim, he would get up and write a little in his journal, whilst the ink was fresh, the pens was made, the inscriptions and so on was all carved on the grindstone. The bed leg was sawed in two, and we had et up the sawdust, and it give us a most amazing stomachache. We reckoned we was all going to die, but didn't. It was the most undigestible sawdust I ever see, and Tom said the same. But as I was saying, we got all the work done now at last, and we was all pretty much faggied out too, but mainly Jim. The old man had wrote a couple of times to the plantation below Orleans to come and get their runaway nigger, but hadn't got no answer, because there weren't no such plantation. So he allowed he would advertise Jim in the St. Louis and New Orleans papers, and when he mentioned the St. Louis ones, it give me the cold shivers, and I see we hadn't no time to lose.
So Tom
said, now for the anonymous letters. What's them? I says. Warnings to the people that something is up. Sometimes it's done one way, sometimes another. But there's always somebody spying around that gives notice to the governor of the castle. When Louis XVI
was going
to light out of the Tuileries, a servant girl done it. It's a very good way, and so is the anonymous letters. We'll use them both.
And it's
usual for the prisoner's mother to change clothes with him, and she stays in, and he slides out in her clothes. We'll do that, too. But looky here, Tom, what do we want to warn anybody for that? Something's up? Let them find it out for themselves. It's their lookout. Yes, I know, but you can't depend on them. It's the way they've acted from the very start, left us to do everything. They're so confiding. And mullet-headed, they don't take notice of nothing at all. So, if we don't give them notice, there won't be nobody, nor nothing to interfere with us. And so after all our hard work and trouble, this escape go off perfectly flat. Won't amount to nothing. Won't be nothing to it. Well, as for me, Tom, that's the way I'd like. Shucks, he says, and looked disgusted. So I says, but I ain't going to make no complaint. Any way that suits you suits
me.
What you going to do about the servant girl? You'll be her. You slide in the middle of the night and hook that yaller girl's frock. Why, Tom, that'll make trouble next morning, because, of course, she probably hain't got any but that one. I know, but you don't want it but 15 minutes to carry the anonymous letter and shove it under the front door. All right then, I'll do it, but I could carry it just as handy in my own togs. You wouldn't look like a servant girl, would you? No, but there won't be nobody to see what I look like, anyway, that ain't got nothing to do with it. The thing for us to do is just to do our duty, and not worry about whether anybody sees us do it or not. Hain't you got no principle at all? All right, I ain't saying nothing. I'm the servant girl. Who's Jim's mother? I'm his mother. I'll hook a gown from Aunt Sally. Well, then, you'll have to stay in the cabin when me and Jim leaves. Not much. I'll stuff Jim's clothes full of straw and lay it on his bed to represent his mother in disguise, and Jim, take the nigger woman's gown off of me and wear it, and we'll all evade together.
When
a prisoner of style escapes, it's called an evasion. It's always called. So when a king escapes, for instance, and the same with a king's son, it don't make no difference whether he's a natural one or an unnatural one. So Tom, he wrote the anonymous letter, and I smouched the yaller wench's frock that night and put it on and shoved it under the front door, the way Tom told me to. It said, _beware. Trouble is brewing. Keep a sharp lookout. Underscore unknown friend. Next night we stuck a picture, which Tom drawed in blood, of a skull, and crossbones on the front door, and next night another one of a coffin on the back door. I never see a family in such a sweat. They couldn't have been worse scared if the place had been full of ghosts, laying for them behind everything and under the beds and shivering through the air. If a door banged, Aunt Sally, she jumped and said, "Ouch." If anything fell, she jumped and said, "Ouch." If you happened to touch her when she weren't noticing, she done the same. She couldn't face no way and be satisfied because she allowed there was something behind her every time, so she was always whirling around sudden and saying ouch, and before she'd got 2/3 around she'd whirl back again and say it again, and she was afraid to go to bed, but she danced set up. So the thing was working very well, Tom said. He said he never see a thing work more satisfactory. He said it showed it was done right. So he said, "Now for the grand bulge." So the very next morning at the streak of dawn we got another letter ready, and was wondering what we better do with it because we heard them say at supper they was going to have a nigger on watch at both doors all night.
Tom, he went down the
lightning rod to spy around, and the nigger at the back door was asleep, and he stuck it in the back of his neck and come back. This letter said, "Don't betray me. I wish to be your friend. There is a desperate gang of cutthroats from over in the Indian Territory going to steal your runaway nigger tonight, and they've been trying to scare you so as you will stay in the house and not bother them. I am one of the gang, but have got religion and wish to quit it and lead an honest life again, and will betray the hellish design. They will sneak down from Nordhards along the fence at midnight exact with a false key and go in the nigger's cabin to get him. I am to be off a piece and blow a tin horn if I see any danger, but stead of that I will be like a sheep. Soon as they get in and not blow at all, then whilst they're getting his chains loose you slip there and lock them in and can kill them at your leisure. Don't do anything but just the way I am telling you. If you do they will suspicion something and raise whoop jamboree who. I do not wish any reward, but to know I have done the right thing. Unknown friend. Chapter 40. We was feeling pretty good after breakfast and took my canoe and went over the river fishing with a lunch and had a good time and took a look at the raft and found her all right and got home late to supper and found them in such a sweat and worry they didn't know which end they was standing on and made us go right off to bed the minute we was done supper and wouldn't tell us what the trouble was and never let on a word about the new letter, but didn't need to because we knowed as much about it as anybody did, and as soon as we was half upstairs and her back was turned we slid for the cellar cupboard and loaded up a good lunch and took it up to our room and went to bed and got up about 11:30, and Tom put on Aunt Sally's dress that he stole and was going to start with the lunch, but says, "Where's the butter?" I laid out a hunk of it, I says, on a piece of a corn pone. "Well, you left it laid out then, ain't here. We can get along without it," I says. "We can get along with it too," he says. "Just you slide down cellar and fetch it, and then mosey right down the lightning rod and come along. I'll go and stuff the straw into Jim's clothes to represent his mother in disguise and be ready to _ba_ like a sheep and shove soon as you get there." So out he went, and down cellar went I. The hunk of butter, big as a person's fist, was where I had left it, so I took up the slab of corn pone with it on, and blowed out my light, and started upstairs, very stealthy, and got up to the main floor, all right, but here comes Aunt Sally with a candle, and I clapped the truck in my hat, and clapped my hat on my head, and the next second she see me, and she says, "You been down cellar?" "Yes'm." "What you been doing down there?"
No.
"No." "Well, then, what possessed you to go down there this time of night?" "I don't know, Em." "You don't know?" Don't answer me that way. Tom, I want to know what you been doing down there." I hain't been doing a single thing, Aunt Sally. I hope to gracious if I have. I reckoned she'd let me go now, and as a general thing she would. But I suppose there was so many strange things going on she was just in a sweat about every little thing that weren't yardstick straight. So she says, very decided, "You just march into that setting room and stay there till I come. You been up to something you know business to, and I lay I'll find out what it is before I'm done with you." So she went away as I opened the door and walked into the setting room. But there was a crowd there. 15 farmers, and every one of them had a gun. I was most powerful sick and slunk to a chair and sat down. They was setting around, some of them talking a little in a low voice, and all of them fidgety and uneasy, but trying to look like they warn't. But I knowed they was, because they was always taking off their hats and putting them on and scratching their heads and changing their seats and fumbling with their buttons. I warn't easy myself, but I didn't take my hat off all the same. I did wish Aunt Sally would come and get done with me and lick me if she wanted to, and let me get away and tell Tom how we'd overdone this thing and what a thundering hornet's nest we'd got ourselves into, so we could stop fooling around straight off and clear out with Jim before these rips got out of patience and come for us. At last she come and begun to ask me questions, but I couldn't answer them straight. I didn't know which end of me was up, because these men was in such a fidget now that some was wanting to start right now and lay for them desperados, and saying it warn't but a few minutes to midnight, and others was trying to get them to hold on and wait for the sheep signal, and here was Ani pegging away at the questions and me shaking all over and ready to sink down in my tracks. I was that scared, and the place getting hotter and hotter, and the butter beginning to melt and run down my neck and behind my ears, and pretty soon when one of them says, I'm for going and getting in the cabin, first and right now and catching them when they come, I most dropped, and a streak of butter come trickling down my forehead, and Aunt Sally, she see it, and turns white as a sheet, and says, "For the land's sake, what is the matter with the child?
He's got the
brain fever as sure as you're born, and they're oozing out." And everybody runs to see, and she snatches off my hat, and out comes the bread and what was left of the butter, and she grabbed me and hugged me and says, "Oh, what a turn you did give me, and how glad and grateful I am it. Ain't no worse, for luck's against us, and it never rains but it pours. And when I see that truck, I thought we'd lost you, for I knowed by the color and all it was just like your brains would be if, dear, WHYDNTU tell me that was what you'd been down there for, I wouldn't have cared. Now clear out to bed, and don't let me see no more of you till morning." I was upstairs in a second, and down the lightning rod in another one, and shinning through the dark for the lean-to. I couldn't hardly get my words out, I was so anxious, but I told Tom as quick as I could we must jump for it now, and not a minute to lose. The house full of men, yonder with guns. His eyes just blazed, and he says, "No, is that so? Those are fain unto a bully. Why, Huck, if it was to do over again, I bet I could fetch 200. If we could put it off till hurry, I says. Where's Jim? Right at your elbow. If you reach out your arm, you can touch him.
He's
dressed, and everything's ready. Now we'll slide out and give the sheep signal." But then we heard the tramp of men coming to the door, and heard them begin to fumble with the padlock, and heard a man say, "I told you we'd be too soon. They haven't come. The door is locked. Here, I'll lock some of you into the cabin, and you lay 4 in the dark and kill when they come, and the rest scatter around a piece, and listen if you can hear 'em coming." So when they come, but couldn't see us in the dark, and most trod on us, whilst we was hustling to get under the bed. But we got under all right, and out through the hole, swift but soft, Jim first, me next, and Tom last, which was according to Tom's orders. Now, we was in the lean-to and heard trampings close by outside. So we crept to the door, and Tom stopped us there and put his eye to the crack, but couldn't make out nothing. It was so dark, and whispered and said he would listen for the steps to get further, and when he nudged us, Jim must glide out first and him last. So he set his ear to the crack, and listened, and listened, and listened, and the steps scraping around out there all the time, and at last he nudged us, and we slid out, and stooped down, not breathing, and not making the least noise, and slipped stealthy towards the fence in engine file, and got to it all right, and me and Jim over it, but Tom's britches catched fast on a splinter on the top rail, and then he hear the steps coming, so he had to pull loose, which snapped the splinter and made a noise, and as he dropped in our tracks and started, somebody sings out, "Who's that? Answer or I'll shoot." But we didn't answer. We just unfurled our heels and shoved. Then there was a rush and bang, 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 and the bullets fairly whizzed around us. We heard them sing out, "Here they are. They've broke for the river. After 'em, boys, and turn loose the dogs." So here they come, full tilt. We could hear them because they wore boots and yelled, but we didn't wear no boots and didn't yell. We was in the path to the mill, and when they got pretty close on to us, we dodged into the bush and let them go by, and then dropped in behind them. They'd had all the dogs shut up so they wouldn't scare off the robbers, but by this time somebody had let them loose, and here they come, making powwow enough for a million, but they was our dogs, so we stopped in our tracks till they catched up, and when they see it warn't nobody but us and no excitement to offer them, they only just said, "Howdy," and tore right ahead towards the shouting and clattering, and then we up steam again, and whizzed along after them till we was nearly to the mill, and then struck up through the bush to where my canoe was tied, and hopped in and pulled for dear life towards the middle of the river, but didn't make no more noise than we was obliged to. Then we struck out, easy and comfortable, for the island where my raft was, and we could hear them yelling and barking at each other all up and down the bank till we was so far away the sounds got dim and died out. And when we stepped onto the raft, I says, "Now, old Jim, you're a free man, again, and I bet you won't ever be a slave no more." And a mighty good job it was, too, Huck. It usie planned beautiful, and it usie done, beautiful, and dey ain't, nobody, can get up a plan that's mo mixed up and splendid den, what dat one was. We was all glad as we could be, but Tom was the gladdest of all because he had a bullet in the calf of his leg. When me and Jim heard that, we didn't feel so brash as what we did before. It was hurting him considerable and bleeding, so we laid him in the wigwam and tore up one of the Duke's shirts for to bandage him. But he says, "Gimme the rags. I can do it myself. Don't stop now. Don't fool around." Here, and the evasion booming along so handsome, man the sweeps and set her loose. Boys, we done it elegant. Deed we did. I wish we'd I had the handling of Louis the 16th. There wouldn't have been no son of Saint Louis, ascend to heaven, wrote down in his biography. No, sir, we'd hooped him over the border sir. That's what we'd have done with him and done it just as slick as nothing at all, too. Man the sweeps. But me and Jim was consulting and thinking, and after we'd thought, minute, I says, "Say it, Jim." So he says, "Well, den, dis is de way it looked to me, Huck. Yef, it was him dat usie bein' sot free, and one er de boys was to get shot. Would he say, go on and save me? Nemean bout a doctor fr to save dis one? Is dat like Mars Tom Sawyer? Would he say dat? You bet he wouldn't. Den. Is Jim Jine to say it? No, saw, I don't, but just step out and displace. Doubt doctor. Not, if it's 40 year. I knowed he was white inside, and I reckoned he'd say what he did. Say, so it was all right now, and I told Tom I was going for a doctor. He raised considerable row about it, but me and Jim stuck to it, and wouldn't budge, so he was for crawling out and setting the raft loose himself, but we wouldn't let him. Then he give us a piece of his mind. But it didn't do no good. So, when he sees me getting the canoe ready, he says, "Well, then, if you're bound to go, I'll tell you the way to do when you get to the village. Shut the door, and blindfold the doctor tight and fast, and make him swear to be silent as the grave, and put a purse full of gold in his hand, and then take and lead him all around the back alleys and everywheres in the dark, and then fetch him here in the canoe, in a roundabout way amongst the islands, and search him, and take his chalk away from him, and don't give it back to him till you get him back to the village, or else he will chalk this raft so he can find it again. It's the way they all do." So I said I would, and left, and Jim was to hide in the woods when he see the doctor coming till he was gone again. Chapter 41. The doctor was an old man, a very nice, kind-looking old man when I got him up. I told him me and my brother was over on Spanish Island hunting yesterday afternoon and camped on a piece of a raft we found, and about midnight he must have kicked his gun in his dreams, for it went off, and shot him in the leg, and we wanted him to go over there and fix it, and not say nothing about it, nor let anybody know, because we wanted to come home this evening and surprise the folks. "Who is your folks?" he says. "The Phelpses down yonder." "Oh," he says. And after a minute he says, "How'd you say he got shot?" "He had a dream," I says, "and it shot him." "Singular dream," he says. So he lit up his lantern and got his saddlebags, and we started. But when he sees the canoe, he didn't like the look of her, said she was big enough for one, but didn't look pretty safe for two. I says, "Oh, you needn't be afeared, sir. She carried the three of us easy enough." "What three?" "Why, me and Sid and underscore the guns. Underscore, that's what I mean." "Oh," he says. But he put his foot on the gunwale and rocked her, and shook his head, and said he reckoned he'd look around for a bigger one. But they was all locked and chained. So he took my canoe, and said for me to wait till he come back, or I could hunt around further, or maybe I better go down home and get them ready for the surprise if I wanted to. But I said I didn't, so I told him just how to find the raft, and then he started. I struck an idea pretty soon. I says to myself, "S'posen he can't fix that leg just in 3 shakes of a sheep's tail, as the saying is? S'posen it takes him 3 or 4 days. What are we going to do? Lay around there till he lets the cat out of the bag? No, sir, I know what. I'll do. I'll wait, and when he comes back, if he says he's got to go any more, I'll get down there, too, if I swim, and we'll take and tie him, and keep him, and shove out down the river, and when Tom's done with him, we'll give him what it's worth, or all we got, and then let him get ashore." So then I crept into a lumber pile to get some sleep, and next time I waked up the sun was away up over my head. I shot out and went for the doctor's house, but they told me he'd gone away in the night some time or other and weren't back yet. Well, thinks I, that looks powerful bad for Tom, and I'll dig out for the island right off. So away I shoved and turned the corner and nearly rammed my head into Uncle Silas's stomach. He says, "Why, Tom, where you been all this time, you rascal?" I hain't been nowheres, I says, "only just hunting for the runaway nigger, me and Sid." "Why, wherever did you go?" he says. "Your aunt's been mighty uneasy." "She needn't," I says, "because we was all right. We followed the men and the dogs, but they outrun us, and we lost them, but we thought we heard them on the water, so we got a canoe and took out after them, and crossed over, but couldn't find nothing of them, so we cruised along up shore till we got kind of tired and beat out, and tied up the canoe, and went to sleep, and never waked up till about an hour ago. Then we